His name's Deez? Deez, no! Welcome. Pop a squat in that chair, bro. Let's talk Xenogears. Maybe squeeze out some Preparation H for all the sitting. Xenogears is... I don't want to... There's too much. It's just too much. The sheer level of referential knowledge required to extract maximum value from this particular game, man. I'm going on strike with this. Oh, what a beautiful day where I'm not forced to play video games by shadowy entities.
Welcome to the Xenogears experience. The patrons have determined that you will play Xenogears. Enjoy your 60-hour game.
Okay. Xenogears is an old 98 PSX turn-based RPG out of Square. You run around towns and get in fights. And punch people. It broke a million kids' brains because director Tetsuya Takahashi and co. laced it with so much influential Western thinker textbook material that they managed to rope in a whole generation of gamers who never really cared when their high school English teacher explained how Shakespeare did the same damn thing into this playable epic. Gotta hand it to them, really. Plenty of gamers are deeply incurious, reactionary, that sort of thing, and Xenogears has a bit of a reputation for influencing people to get curious. So obviously to your average Forza fan, that means it's cringe and gay. And that infectious love for knowledge is woven into every polygonal environment and every text box. It's a fascinating experience if you can actually reach the end game. It's a tough run. That ain't a secret. And it's got a lot to do with the dev history, which basically boils down to hell. Big hell. So Takahashi, coming off yet another Final Fantasy and furious about the longevity of the fantasies, gets the chance to lead his own team. Only problem? He's given a bunch of new talent, and he's in the big boy chair for the first time. And his ambition is roughly 3 times the size of Oda Nobunaga's. So where do you think that could possibly lead? Xenogears is a miracle. The way Quasimodo is a miracle. It should not exist. It's astounding that it was ever published at all, and in the West as well. Full disclosure, this ain't the whole of the work, it's just my take. If you're looking for a special bit of coverage, check the video chapters below and full game spoilers going forward. Xenogears knows what it's about and slaps it on the table frame 1. A big ol' intro cutscene totally divorced from anything recognizable in the early game. Anyway, we're fed an MP4 about a vessel imperiled by the space PPs, and the captain stops the threat the only way he can. Also, a suspiciously purple-haired woman manages to escape with her life. I'm sure we'll never see her again, too afraid to let the complexity and brilliance of the yet unestablished world's political climate go unexplained. Xenogears drops about 4 paragraphs of nouns on the player, and while this is often criticized, because it's all exposition you'll forget by the next screen transition, I think it's really intelligent. What better way to communicate that this is school, go grab your notebook? I'm not even kidding. I've never seen a more frustratingly intricate game, period. They literally do not write them like this anymore. Or ever. It is genuinely a good suggestion to grab a pen and paper before you play. I took a whole schedule day to take plot notes. I hate myself. Knowing well enough to juice the steadily draining mood, we're shown a burning village and a battle between mechs with some characters we don't yet know, but we do have questions. Like a lot of them. I think it's good to seed the intro with mysteries, so maybe that one person who's always asking, "What's going on? Who's that?" finally short circuits and lets the art tell its story. God damn. And finally, we cut to a painting. I feel that. Very evocative. No clue what's happening in that image. The perfect encapsulation of Xenogears. Now, the new player is probably suitably hooked by all the dangling threads burned into their eyeballs, but changing gears is good too. We need to ground ourselves in the world, and so, Lahan Village, the rural settlement our protag, Fei Fong Wong, was dropped off in as a young child by a masked man. Forget all of that strife and space peen business, okay? Fei has friends, and they're getting married to each other. Wow! You can wander around and get a feel for the controls, chat with the locals, see a bunch of little events. Hey, what's up, kid? Ew! boom! It's kind of giving early Chrono Trigger vibes for the level of interactivity on display. Oh, no, I don't need to know about save points. The game robbed me in the first 10 minutes and made me tap through a bunch of crap. I can see we're going places. Play rock, paper, scissors. Look at the sky. Read signs.
Beware of the HP gobbling hobgobs. She hob on my knob till I gob.
But eventually, we've got business with the doctor up the mountain path. You can't do much here but run, punch wolves, and jump like it's Super Mario. I didn't realize this was a tutorial segment when I played, just kind of assumed it was the first dungeon. I mean, you can leave town instead and wander the extremely cordoned off map if you want, but they really want you hopping and punching, so let's drop a stank-ass combo on some innocent wildlife. Xenogears is actually quite good at scaffolding, as in building to things progressively, regardless of all the info we're expected to jot down. It's gonna show you Faye and the Doctor before you meet them in-game. It's gonna show you the combat before expecting anything out of you. Man, it shows you the sci-fi material immediately, so mecha fans don't have a conniption and get scared away by the pastoral intro level. It's clever design, and particularly because it's crafting a narrative. Let it burn low and long, stroke slow or you'll chafe. We already know the town is doomed. You can't show an intro epic space conflict and a geopolitical strife and lead into a quaint little town like, oh, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. We already saw wrong! Like 3 times! Shaitan, the local doctor, Satan? Saitan? Okay, here's the in-game sign, and here's how the name looks transliterated. Shaitan's Place is also suspicious for being such a beautiful piece of PSX architecture that really only occupies this passing moment of play where you explore a little, find out he's tinkering with his junk, and listen to a suspicious magical box while the doc delivers some high-minded verbiage about the nature of music. Is this an omen? I should think so! Anyway, omen happens. Pack of gears, or mechs, are burning up Lahan, and Faye gets into a recently killed pilot's mech to engage the invaders. We get our first taste of the second mode of combat. Timothy becomes Timothant, and Faye has a deeply unhinged psychological reaction to the entire event, catching flashes of what appears to be his child self, and losing control of the mech, evaporating everyone in about a 100-yard radius. Same. This is partially what I was getting at about the game's scaffolding things. The scene hits so hard, not only for blasting genuine brutality at the player, but for leading up to the moment by teasing it in the intro cutscene, grounding the player in Lahan, talking to Dan and Timothy and Alice, finding out Alice likes Faye, but has to marry Timothy because of village tradition, Dan trying to rope Faye into eloping with Alice because she's got enormous gazongas, gigantic the hunka bonkaluz, then rug pulling so hard your head hits pavement. We knew it was coming, but we didn't know how, or how twisted the context would get, or how bald this child would be. Faye awakes, apparently surviving his own rampage, and is politely asked to self-exile by Shaitan. And he does. And that's our inciting incident, shown, even integrated into the only world our protag has ever known, and made an unwelcome outsider in a blink. Really, I think the game wants me feeling like this. But honestly, I can't wait to get out of here and see the world. Say what you will about Alice and Timothy, but I was just subjected to a balding child, the self-proclaimed rock, paper, scissors champion, and a robbery. I'm thinking this was the greater good. I generally struggle to take in the full experience of digital worlds these days. The more I turn video games into a career, the more the frames smear, and that's kind of depressing to admit, but Xenogears must have been jaw-dropping in its time. The level of detail, texturing every city, every space is so... You'd forget the game was released in '98. We're talking city crests, exposed pipework in homes, personalized room elements specific to the inhabitant. The tiniest things you'd forget or take for granted, these zones are immaculate. I'm shocked they didn't tack on a shitter in every house, and that's to say nothing of the NPCs dotting every zone with worthwhile, contextual information. It's a world to explore and uncover. More than most, with the sheer girth of the experience, the number of assets, it's no wonder the game is split onto multiple discs. Different towns and cities feel culturally distinct from one another. Visible care and effort underlines every building. These were meticulously planned, modeled, and assembled. They're really impressive, and especially for the time. I can smell the spices and perfumes and the shit in the streets. Looking at other PSX classics, Chrono Cross, Valkyrie Profile, each of them sell their worlds as beautiful in different ways. With Chrono Cross, it's the lush, painterly vibe from which emerges a vibrant islander fantasy. With Valkyrie Profile, the browbeaten, withering world is lit in sparse rays of sunlight, the weathered edges of a war-torn land beautiful in moments. With the Xenogears, we're treated to an expansive, ancient world resting upon dead empire over dead empire, layered atop dead empire. This is a world with a lengthy history inhabited by pastiche cultures, upstart civilizations clinging to existence and digging in the face of a powerful, discriminatory, physically floating oppressor. The game's own class-conscious themes visible in the very construction, the physicality of the world, and, critically, demonstrated through progression. As we know, Faye starts in Lahan, the place most likely to contain chamber pots, a quaint nothing village whose greatest trait citizenship bestows to Faye is ignorance of the broader world. Bit of a hick, that guy. We head to this desert town, this plucky scrapper economy, and progress into major, multi-zone cities, sectioned off presumably for the sake of preserving performance, but it helps with the narrative. As we enter increasingly opulent kingdoms with palaces, fairs, commerce, religion, we see a wider world as we go along and gain a deeper understanding about it via clean linear progression. This was planned. The later environments get increasingly desolate and mechanical. As the characters become more entrenched in the realities of the world and the stakes rise, we're stuck at sea while the party is fractured or adrift in the world. We physically rise above ground and encounter things that could be described as heavenly or spiritual as hope begins to coalesce. Xenogears' environments are often mimetic of its plot, which is insane to say, maybe, but too often the game is praised only for its story and the detail work, the depth of references to celebrated Western psych and philosophy, and not nearly enough for its physical and mechanical construction. That doesn't make it more fun to experience if you're not digging the combat, but it's so interesting to deconstruct afterwards. Something like 9th grade frog dissection, it's so trivially easy to imagine a young person genuinely lost in this world, so dusty, slick with oil, but pristine and striking in moments. So the magic is heightened as the physical weight of the world envelops the player. There isn't a joke here, it's legitimately well crafted. You'll end up traveling through sea and sky as well, as one expects from anything Final Fantasy adjacent, which naturally helps control player progression and hide secrets for later exploration. Like on the surface, nothing about Xenogears seems strained, and yet, the dungeons are interesting. I have strong memories of most, and that's pretty rare for a PS1 RPG, especially one with such a high encounter rate, and I think it's generally because of the camera and how they're laid out, physically. Oh, not that one! I denounce your house of tricks! Many RPGs don't factor any sort of realism into their dungeon spaces. Some make an attempt, some surrender to video game logic instantaneously, but as I like to repeat in videos, dungeons arose from the tradition of Dungeons & Dragons, and dungeons were very often places people lived or worked in. Not just psychotic, incongruent jank piles stuck inside a door somewhere in the world. So if you're planning dungeons, riddle me this. Where'd you stick that shitter, huh? Just about every dungeon, minus a number of endgame spaces, are believably hewn out of the game's foundations. The forest near Lahan, the underground cave network infested by desert locals, a sewer system haunted by a killer, ancient ruins, waterways, and a palace. Almost none of these are opulently designed or incredibly complex, minus some Super Mario time. Some are bigger than others, and the random encounter rate is high enough to inflate many dungeons past their actual dimensions, at least in the player's mind, but they're all totally feasible, understandable, and you can swing that camera around to get the full picture. You feel truly situated in a space in the world, unlike, say, Chrono Trigger, with its flat layout and exceptionally cropped design. You can walk around and jump on logs, physically ascend and descend through these areas. And believe me, I'd rather be playing Chrono Trigger, but I can actually soak in the world here. I can get lost in these spaces. Like, really lost in some of these spaces.
Oh, where am I?
This really is like Super Mario. We got platforming! For real this time, not just plateaus and things! People hated the platforming segments, but most of them are either optional or a total non-issue, especially using save states, like how most people experience this game these days. Isn't that right, secondary games market facilitator eBay? Yeah, this is not a very tenable situation. So true. You get the sense that Takahashi had a vision for Xenogears, an omni-RPG, Alpha and Omega, breaking free from the conventions of the boring and lame Final Fantasy and really sticking it to him with unique mechanics and systems. And setting aside that I'm about to pull my hair out. Yeah, very memorable, well varied, 2 thumbs up. Probably not playing it twice though. Otherwise, dungeons aren't super varied. Really, it's a 98 RPG, man. What do you want? They leave any under-implemented potential gameplay spins like stealth to the plot, rather than explicitly designing gimmicks dungeon by dungeon. That said, plenty of regular gameplay outside of dungeons is varied and, shockingly so. You can play a card game with people. There's this hide-and-seek section. You can... Yeah, can you put the FBI on? And, guys, this is a full-scale fighting game mode. What the fuck? Finally, all of my time in Street Fighter is paying off. Yeah! Yeah, block that, matey! Woo! Real talk, KBash videos would be good, but they're really annoying and I prefer cozy vibes. No! I want my show to feel like 5 minutes after consuming your morning coffee. Stomach pain. Going to grind your teeth, but remembering you shouldn't because your dentist told you to stop. Endless agony. Speaking of combat, I was joking! Xenogears combat, ooh, now we're cooking with fire. Oh yeah, that's the good Oh, they cooked it too long. It's a fun and punchy system. Pun intended. Load on in, take your turn, tap triangle, square across to hit them with it. You get a few points to spend each round on attacks, and that number increases as you go. So eventually you can pull off crazy strings of moves, but that's not enough on its own. Early on you'll be inputting combos and experimenting, and you'll eventually unlock a death blow. Holy motherfuck! Death blows are your melee damage, unless you're a real heavy hitter. Like Blanca here. Basic attacks eventually fall off pretty hard, but don't worry. It's a long walk from the start to the end, and you'll have plenty of time to grind up every death blow, learning each by pounding away at every possible combination of buttons, or this list here. If you're gonna play Xenogears anytime soon, just screenshot this for reference. Make your life easy. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Oh, it's real talk time. That's the real talk siren. Long plays of the game will show off death blow grinding. People selling the game to you will tell you to grind death blows. Oh, it's no big deal. Just take a couple of hours to grind out Faye, Shaitan, and Bart's death blows as soon as you get them. Oh, is that all? Just a couple of hours? The fact is, you can ruin a playthrough not intentionally acquiring these moves, because getting them for your characters unlocks them for mech combat, which factors really heavily into most of the game's hardest encounters. You need to be packing heat. So you're gonna end up grinding it out eventually unless you take it slow and keep that handy screenshot with you at all times. This is not your library card. This is your driver's license. Even if you unlock them by sequencing out those exact strings naturally throughout the runtime, they're gated by level caps as well. So really, the system was made to be progressively unraveled, but that'll risk a Riovanes Castle incident, and nobody wants that 50 to 60 hours in. And it's such a goddamn shame. The death blows are another victim of the development cycle. They represent the strongest narrative element of the combat, a true reflection of a character's experience as a warrior and adventurer made visible in their moveset. Sure, Final Fantasy and other RPG contemporaries do similar things. Final Fantasy V will let you keep mastered skills and slot them onto any class after. Even back in Final Fantasy I, mages unlocked increasingly powerful spell slots, but this system makes it clear, kinetic, palpable. I don't need to explain it. Faye is literally beating the shit out of enemies in increasingly deranged ways. But these moves tragically do not work smoothly enough within the confines of the system. They're unexplained and undersold. It's brutal. They are animated beautifully, though. They're easily one of the gameplay's biggest draws, but they quickly turn the combat formulaic and frustrating as well, as you acquire increasingly more powerful techniques and drop the prior ones to focus on the next big thing until eventually unlocking another, and repeating those same moves, these same combos ad nauseum throughout your run. Yo, they got Call of Duty in this motherfucker. Even accounting for the few higher-level elemental death blows and the few bosses with exploitable elemental weaknesses, the game cannot account for its own combat system's limitations, expanding far past reasonable boundaries for a system this stunted. On a more positive note, it's so easy to not fully appreciate the effort that goes into detailed sprite work. Final Fantasy VII, arguably the most well-known Square title ever, released only a year prior and was heralded for its fully 3D character models, a major advancement for the series and its time, but Xenogears holds up so well visually by comparison without 3D models and without perfect visual cohesion, because they don't look like this. The people are sprited, the environments are polygonal, and surely Xenogears was dunked by some reviewer somewhere for not going the same route as FF7 would, but even a cursory glance at the sprites should tell you exactly how much is crammed into these characters. I wish I just played an hour a day for like 3 months, instead of slamming through in one. Man, I'm tired. Combat has other quirks. Magic, or ether, more or less tells you how useful a character's gonna be. Dudes like Faye get balanced magic, buffs, and heals. Dudes like Bart get one really good utility move, and that's about it. And Blanca, don't get me started on Blanca. Equipment can have presumably unintended consequences, like if you sock away your pennies, you can load up the resident mage here with an ether doubler which will double her power, making her ridiculously strong for huge segments of the game, and I frankly appreciate that. Possible oversight, but if you're not going to build an easy mode into your game, at least throw couch potatoes a bone. Now for the other face of combat, mech battles. See, at various times in the game you'll be running around the world map and whoa, man, I'm tiny. How am I supposed to fight those things? Gears, as they're called in-universe, are really fiddly, nerdy, and annoying. Keeping them upgraded level over level, keeping them fueled, unlocking death blows so they're not hot trash. You can tell Takahashi loved mechs. Not just a little bit, not just because of the developer interviews confirming it. It's putting in a secondary mode of combat that requires constant upkeep and part allocation to these things, which we'd see again in Xenoblade X. And a fighting game. I get it, you want to swallow Rocket, just contain yourself. That said, it's kind of fun dicking around with them, watching them jolt and swing, approximating humanoid martial arts on their own death blows. Some of them are just really cool. I'm a sucker for chonky mechs and swords, what can I say? Watta heckin' chonker, oh whoa! Gear gameplay, despite being uglier physically, is more interesting than regular combat. Dial-a-combo isn't my favorite way to play Street Fighter either, and with Gears, you have to unlock the ability to use death blows by stockpiling attack power by just using basic attacks, so you get into a flow of charge and release, like tap, 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 Shoryuken, you feel me? It's obviously not strictly better, but it gets you into a rhythm that kind of mimics how a gear, something like a giant exoskeleton that you're piloting, might feel to wield. Gears and death blows have an interesting interaction too. You can't just put your dude in a mech and it's 1-to-1, you know? You unlock death blows for Gears by unlocking specific death blows on your human, Blanca characters, so not every learned technique translates directly. That's intelligent for the controlling an exoskeleton idea, but, and I haven't talked about this yet, the game is fundamentally based in Gnosticism, which I'll explain later, but is, at least in the most reductive terms, generally against the material world and more about realizing one's spirituality, becoming a more full self. So making your death blows as a person, these disciplined feats of strength, instantly accessible upon unlock at any time, and making Gears need to earn their death blows, subtly elevating the human and admonishing the material is just... I think I'm becoming a sapiosexual! And managing fuel, learning the ins and outs of maximizing performance, it's a worthy alternative take on the combat, even if it's not quite as fun early, or as visually smooth as the sprite work. Though I will say, regardless of the praise I've seen handed to Gears for their customizable elements, the only times you need to swap parts are for clear upgrades or for boss strategy. Several bosses will actively dismantle you without a problem, provided you forgot to equip a particular defensive part or elemental resistance gear. It's annoying, because it isn't exactly strategy as much as get wiped, hit the save point, re-equip, win. God help you if you weren't packing the right parts and had to backtrack. Oh, looks like I had to. Here's the footage. I don't want to spend time going over boss battles because they don't overstay their welcome. There's an orchard of them, literally growing on trees, and they fall into about 3 categories: health sacks, mechanics bosses, and narrative bosses. Health sacks are just crap bags you need to blast through with decent damage. They're DPS checks, if you will, and they're completely inoffensive. The dude in the sewer, one-shotting party members at random, actually doesn't matter when you can revive the down guy and pile drive him in the same turn with Rico. Mechanics bosses demand a demonstration of understanding or a specific strategy. When the game tells you Ramses is guarding, don't attack. Not rocket science. None of this stuff is groundbreaking for turn-based RPG combat, but it's always important to demand things from players in battle. Heighten the drama and tension, the importance of a fight by simulating the need for a particular approach. Like that moment in a shonen anime when the protag figures out how to break through his opponent's overwhelming technique. Narrative bosses have some overlap with the other kinds, but generally exist for plot purposes first. They're not end-of-dungeon compromises or things that had to be spun up out of the ether. They're relevant characters or text deliverers, and these are pretty great. Having a mysterious character jump into battle with our hero, who's blown everyone else up without blinking, and getting flattened, that creates questions, more threads to piece together. And I think Xenogears does an incredible job of, at the very least, varying its challenges to the player, both in difficulty and complexity, to create a satisfying and compelling experience. It's not a perfect work, never had a chance, but goddamn if the early game isn't well-paced and interesting. Discounting everything I just said, pacing does have a few issues, and it starts with the party. Xenogears cast has a small problem. It's 3 to 4 members too big. Look! Faye developed so much it's kind of ridiculous. Could probably fill a dissertation on the guy. Ellie, mandatory, absolutely pivotal to the plot, and gets bonus points for the obvious parallels between a husband-wife combo writing the game and her romance with Faye, immediately deserving of analysis. Shaitan, he's got a lengthy backstory and happens to be exceptionally relevant to the late-game plot as foreshadowed in the very beginning. Bart, important, no doubt. Despite being a prince, he's still the common man's rep in the grander narrative with his underdog kingdom and upstart vibe. Rico did not receive sufficient development and kind of tags along for most of the game. Billy's dad is relevant to the history, but otherwise he's a direct link to the church and another arc that short-circuits a bit early. Choo-choo. Choo-choo. And these mostly people precede 2 other characters I don't want to talk about for plot reasons. At some point, Xenogears runs out of time to lovingly flesh out all of these people. And it does well for about half the game, but at some point you gotta admit, the plot just ain't about Rico. Oh man, come on. So here's a little note on each character and their associated arc before we get into the plot proper. Faye's a mysterious character with a name referencing Chinese folklore. He's a little unstable, but after the tragedy at Lahan, thoroughly committed to never harming another soul, except for all that wildlife and the desert natives. And God, painter, martial artist, a peaceful soul in a world of strife, Faye doesn't really fit in anywhere. It's like he's been stuck in stasis for the better part of his life while the world moved on around him. There are justifications for all of these traits and behaviors, but I can see an impatient young player finding him boring and annoying, and the dreaded gamer favorite, whiny. The main character had fucking feelings. Homosexual. Until, the plot gets moving and he starts blowing minds. Most of his heaviest scenes are related to Ellie, a woman he meets in the forest outside Lahan, who he practically begs to shoot him. Faye, she isn't Harley Quinn. I mean, look at her. She's probably into yaoi. Ellie's an officer of Solaris, the imperious civilization above the clouds. Kinda like the guys from Xenoblade, but scum. Unlike the bulk of Solarians, Ellie is used to critique hierarchical bullshit and fascism pretty explicitly. You hear that, fascies? You've been defenestrated. You are not welcome in RPGs. Oh, well, damn. Now I know I can trust Takahashi with my life. She's an inconsistent ally for a good chunk of the game, but slap an ether doubler on her and she'll blow your problems away. Pow! Shaitan saves Faye and Ellie from a dinosaur and guides Faye pretty directly throughout his quest. It's implied heavily from the beginning of the game that he knows far more than he lets on, like to a suspicious degree. I don't like that smirk. He's got that smart character habit, at least going by the English dialogue and not the Japanese, of speaking without contractions, which, if you don't write with contractions, barring academics, I'll kill you. And anyway, he was probably written like that to show his general disconnection to the party or relative disposition compared to the other characters, but we'll dig into that in the plot breakdown. Shaitan is a decent utility character, sliding between healing and melee with ease, and offsetting any suspicion about Faye being a punch-type guy. It is supremely weird to pick up a turn-based RPG and get handed two characters who only fight with their fists, one after another, leaving that equipment slot blank. But hey, Faye is non-violent and the Doctor seems fairly non-violent, so maybe Faye was taught by Shaitan. The Rube suspects. Bart, my love, my baby. Entertain the audience with your antics. Dude, what are you doing? You meet Bart in the desert where he tries to kill you for reasons? He's a bit of a knee-jerker, that guy, but he's the rightful heir to a kingdom that was overthrown by some bald guy in cahoots with the Solarians, so he ends up, in spite of his heritage, carrying a good deal of revolutionary spirit throughout the game. And of every character introduced up until this point, he's the only one with any real fire, any strong personality. Not to dunk Faye or Ellie. Boy howdy they get development later, but Bart's just fun. Now Rico is neat. But what about the whole party dissolving and Faye finding himself listless and adrift in a prisoner colony? Rico is neat. But what about the sewer monster mystery and the gear battle arena? So Rico is neat. But what about the development he gets later in game? You know damn well they ran out of dev time. Rico is neat. Later in the story, we're introduced to Billy, who runs an orphanage and has a direct tie to Ethos, more plainly called the Church, in the original text until a crisis of faith shunts him into the party. He's a bit of an oddball character, very young, a gunslinger with a unique ammo system for his weapons, incredible death blows. His father is known to many of the older plot characters, and their relationship is explored alongside a number of other issues. He's weird to me because he's absolutely relevant, and a kick-ass party member with full team heals too, but he comes so late, and the plot is so focused on Bart, Faye, and Ellie, he ends up being the party's token church kid, overshadowed by their stories slightly, when he could have his own game. Easily. Before the Nopon and Xenoblade, there was Choo Choo. It happened like this. Okay, we've finalized the characters. Check them out. Where's the funny mascot? What? Where's the goddamn mascot? What do you think we're publishing here? I don't want a stupid mascot. Oh, you'll put in a mascot. Anyway, Choo Choo wants to Faye. Maria enters the party pretty late, near the end of Disc 1, and while she's important during a pivotal moment, specifically during the invasion of Shabbat, the other floating city aside from Solaris, she fades into the background afterwards. Regardless of the budget, the development had to wrap up eventually, and like Rico, she's just another speck of dust in the wind. Esmeralda's the final party member who happens to be an ancient being comprised of nanomachines, which explains all of this. She's another casualty of the dev cycle, but happens to be tied up pretty deeply with Faye. It's just that it's hardcore spoiler territory, so let's leave it for now. The party is varied and likable, and even while I complain about characters being left behind, they at least get distinct dialogue and the occasional line to remind players they're still here, still part of the team, after all this time. And it's a long time. Xenogears runs approximately 60 hours, and it has a pretty profound effect on the play, unless you have a free summer or empty calendar space otherwise. Because the truth is, like with most criticisms of games, none of the things I think are rough matter even slightly if you tackle the thing at your own pace. Blasting through like I do, man, I felt disgusting. Bored to tears in the dungeons. It was rough. And there's a point where you start forgetting things after cramming so much information. It's a big schmeedy game. Takahashi's vision does not compromise. It's going in raw. And that, Takahashi's vision, is like the turning point of this video. The disc 2, if you will. Xenogears suffered both in its internal development and its localization. We talked briefly about the general dev nightmare, and while a lot of assumptions about the budget have been made for years, regardless of money, every product entering a market for public consumption has a deadline. Xenogears was allegedly mismanaged across the board, and why wouldn't it be? You've got a first-time director handling a complex script co-authored with his wife, to say nothing of additional script assistance for a game featuring a ton of subsystems put together by a host of fledgling developers. These are not the ingredients to make miracles happen. The fact that it was published at all and fully functional is miraculous. So when I sit here telling you it's not all that fun to physically play through, you have the right to tell me to shut the f*** up. Translation was particularly problematic. People asked me if I would play the fan-translated version, which, at the time I recorded the game, was incomplete. It's also difficult to place faith in fan translations 100%. It's a field that's massively disrespected by Westerners in general, not by everyone, but by literalists who don't understand the complications and intentions behind the work. Stuff like dialogue alterations, which usually happen for totally understandable reasons, like needing to keep things snappy to fit in the little boxes given, or attempting to localize a saying with no accurate analog in English. Yeah, Bart says sorry, Dory, like that's a sentence. Yeah, Hammer here has mad skills. Hardcore, dude, yeah. And Big Joe may or may not have actually been called Big Schmo and a big pussy in the original text. But goddamn it, will live. And while it's fair and reasonable to say it could have been handled better, every flaw in Xenogears seems more the cost of creating something under market conditions than any kind of incompetence. Mismanagement notwithstanding, because that happened in Xenosaga too. And I wish more people made room in their analysis in general for market conditions, because in the medium of video games, they impact every facet of development. Richard Honeywood, who handled the translation, was left to finish alone while his coworkers abandoned the project wholesale. The game received a lot of flack in the West for its religious overtones and presumed criticism of the church and God. But as it goes with fundamentalists, the criticism missed the mark. Xenogears is a lengthy game and a depthy piece of written work. It pulls from the writing of Jacques Lacan, Karen Horney, Sigmund Freud, and many others, including the text of the Bible. But the game's religiosity is rooted primarily in Gnosticism, which, to make a long story short, means that the game is not attacking the church and the Christian God, but rather railing against the demiurge, a heavenly being under the supreme being, a false or spurious God who stands in contrast with the true God. And this demiurge controls the material world, which is often, though not always depending on the particular sect of Gnosticism, cast in a negative light. It's easy then to read the text as supportive of the narrative of Gnosticism, a story of humankind being led to an understanding of their spiritual nature in the refutation of the material. But that narrative is undermined in various places as the game struggles to reconcile what it's trying to say about Gnosticism, what its commentary on Gnosticism actually is, because simply referencing these things, and Ultraman, and major works of science fiction as well, doesn't constitute a so what, a point. Without any deeper knowledge of these things, they're touchstones, pulls, and references like show and tell, not meaningfully deep. And any appreciation of these signifiers and this symbology inherently comes from picking the story apart post-play. It can't sell its whole self in one pass except to specific academics. Though, you know, funny anime and robot explosion game make brain chemical. It's also easy to see where more prickly Christians could take offense. A group explicitly called the Church in Japanese gets up to some questionable antics, and both the Bible's text and various emblems of Christianity do appear in the game. This church kid has a gun. But it's depressing that incuriosity from a few critical voices impacted the work. So forgive me if I make an error reading the plot. I've only got this incomplete thing to work with. So, you like unfathomable depths of literary significance. You can break down Xenogears into a few useful layers, like an iceberg. The main story, the Disc 2 nightmare, perfect works, and everything after. Let's start with the plot. The introductory political climate spiel solidifies the first major conflict of the game, war, specifically war between the nations of Kislev and Av, though others enter the conflict as well, and these nations have been warring for so long that nobody remembers why. The church, or ethos rises to prominence over the course of the war by excavating ancient tools and weapons from ruins, the gears, meaning that thanks to ethos,
has changed.
though it is incredibly suspicious that this centuries-old war hasn't meaningfully affected Faye's hometown, as far as we can tell. Lahan is a poor village near the border, and Faye's only pulled out of his peaceful existence by the war. It's both an inciting incident and a coming-of-age moment, because up until that point, Faye's lived a fairly unremarkable life. Now he's exiled and won't fight, but has to find a new home and start a new life. It's worth noting that Xenogears surrounds the guy with mystery. Who dropped him off in Lahan as a child? Why does he have strange flashbacks when he gets in the gear? And why does he lose control? Why is Shaitan so suspicious and obviously capable despite being a countryside doctor? Why does Faye think he knows Ellie's name in the forest before they're formally introduced? Xenogears loads up a notebook full of questions fit to drive the impatient player completely insane. But we also know we're in for peak fiction. One of the biggest tip-offs is Ellie, an officer of Gebler, a specialized combat unit from the floating city Solaris, calling regular surface dwellers lambs. And you gotta be pretty thick to not realize immediately that we're doing a critique of social strata in the intro hour, and immediately distrustful of her. I mean, I was on edge half the game assuming Ellie was gonna try to kill Faye, and Shaitan was gonna be a supervillain, and I'm not saying I was right, but these early scenes are heavy. Faye's depressed and wants to die by Ellie's hand. He hands her the chance, but after some verbal sparring and saving her life twice, he manages to plant the seed of doubt in her mind over her perspective on lambs. Faye, she is a white woman. You don't have to try that hard for her. Ellie departs, and Shaitan wants to fix the Veltal, the gear that Faye evaporated Alice with, so he goes to dig in the desert, and we eventually follow after. Okay, since when was this game amazing? After Faye gets into trouble, there's a war out there after all, this fabulous gear appears, one of the guys from the Lahan attack, Groff, who shows up to fuck with Faye for fun, and gibber incoherent nonsense about Faye's purpose being to kill God. I'm sorry, Groff, did you miss the genre of the game? Everyone knew that! Oh, also that the attack on Lahan was orchestrated to, quote, awaken our protag Faye. Faye, who are you? We survived the encounter, but were captured by soldiers until a pirate vessel fires on our captors and we're able to escape. Until they come hunting for us, assuming we're soldiers as well. This is the beginning of Bart's reign of terror on the plot. See, we just got handed so much suspicious material on the protag that, frankly, won't get resolved for a good long while, so now Bart and his problems are at the helm. And I don't feel the need to narrate the lengthy dungeon segment where Faye and Bart become friends, but suffice it to say that they meet an old man who says human fossils stopped appearing around 10,000 years ago, but reappear slightly changed relatively recently. I feel like we'd normally have enough clues to piece together a broader picture right here. But Xenogears is so intricate in its systemic plot chicanery, we're gonna be gathering breadcrumbs for another 20 hours. Shaitan's other name, Huga, is revealed by Bart's right-hand man, Sigurd, and they both go way back to Solaris, having long since defected. Cool, I love stories about toppling oppressors. That's why we're working with Bart to install the rightful monarchy, though in his defense, he tries to set up a republic down the line, so I guess you get to keep your revolutionary drapery today, but I am watching you. So we gotta rescue Margie, Bart's cousin and acting holy mother, or religious leader, of Nissan. What an awesome quest. I'm gonna get a new car! Faye's festering pacifism comes to a head here when he refuses to fight with Bart, makes it all awkward, then agrees to fight for what he believes in, and again as he's made to fight in a public tournament and gets matched against Dan. This blew my mind when I played. That kid trekked all the way to a desert kingdom just to kick my ass publicly? Shoot, all he's gotta do is wax that dome and I'll be incapacitated. Now, I heard if you let Dan pummel you, you get better dialogue, but since I was willing to fight for what I believed in, well, I guess we're never getting that scene. Sorry. I love this entire segment because Faye is made to acknowledge that conflict is necessary, regardless of how painful it can be. You cannot get things done without conflict. Running will only get you so far, and some battles need fighting. And you'll be hated no matter what you do, so stand your ground when it counts. I could learn from that. The moment is capped off with a mysterious masked man jumping in the ring and beating you so thoroughly it's embarrassing. And then leaving completely. Jumps in, beats your ass, refuses to elaborate, leaves. This game is memes, dude. Just as Bart's infiltrated the castle and nearly smoked by Ramses, the captain of Ellie's squad, Gebler himself, and some purple-haired lady we've definitely never seen before, Faye leaps in and evens the odds. The scene is important for a few reasons. Ramses becomes a recurring villain from this point on, and he seems to recall Faye's fighting style. Chalk it up to another mystery for the player. We're not playing a bumpkin here, okay? Something is seriously wrong with the protag. It's a mystery every scene. Bargain on mysteries! Oh, Shaitan, Sigurd, and some guy named Jesse and Ramses were all part of a military unit called the Four Elements, and they're all on the surface at the same time. So something big is going down. Oh, Ellie is Mother Sophia. I mean, not literally, but that's exactly her. And the painting's in Faye's style according to the text. Succeeding in rescuing the young Holy Mother, we learn more about Solaris, the boogeyman interloper in this once grounded land war. Ramses, the leader of the Gebler unit and General Solaris stooge, is an elitist prick with decrepit politics, and it rubbed the rest of the Four Elements the wrong way, so they all left. Imagine being such a miserable, horrible human being. Your three other friends defect from your country to become expats. What is wrong with you, Ramses? What, they find your DeviantArt account? This story is so ambitious. It's juggling so many characters with their own quests and still makes time for genuine romance. Faye fights off Ellie's squad because they're still functionally enemies, at least comparing allegiances, and Faye manages to avoid harming her even as she enters a berserk state with a combat drug. I love that even in these moments, he's past his original meek disposition into truly balancing compassion with conviction. It's really strong. We learn that Shakan, the man who took Av for himself and forced Bart into hiding, is effectively a puppet to Ramses, and therefore to Solaris. That's powerful and works with how the narrative is woven into the construction of the plot, like I mentioned in the review portion. Bart's entire quest is about ascending to the throne, and once it's possible, he realizes he needs to topple Solaris itself, all the way up in the clouds, to meaningfully affect change on the ground. I wouldn't shoot at them either. That was psychotic. Cutting back to Faye, Buddy still has problems controlling himself in the Veltal, though it seems to happen specifically whenever that guy Groff shows up. Probably nothing to worry about. This arc ends with a bang as a strange red gear shows up and trounces Ramses, because apparently they have history, and then challenges Bart head on. So he's cooked, yeah? What? Oh my god! Sigurd jumps their entire ship on top of the red gear, but I'm just gonna play this. Yes, he's dead now. I could recount the entirety of the next arc, if you will. Game's structured like that, a series of anime arcs, very intentionally. But this one kind of drags, with Faye taken to a prisoner colony and made to fight in mech battles to escape. Once again, arm twisted into full-on conflict. He's like the picture of the guy leaving his comfort zone, except he's personally vaporized his comfort zone. So now it's just Rico's introduced here. He's apparently the son of the Kaiser, who was affected by DNA-altering drugs to make him Brazilian. And that whole arc just fizzles, so let's see. Checklist here. Wise man drops in casually to tell Faye his father's name. We fight a mutant in the sewers. Veltal has a Shoryuken. Solaris attacks, and Faye once again stops Ellie from following orders and shows her the error of her ways. Faye really said, she has bad politics, but I can fix her. Who knew you could argue with them long enough to think humans are people? Only in fiction! We escape thanks to Ellie, and you're not gonna believe this, but...
It is I, Groff, the Seeker of Power.
You shut up! I'm trying to have a moment here! You're not gonna believe this, but Bart's alive! And he's trying to kill us! He's the stupidest person ever born. Sometimes you don't want to be the smartest in the room. You just want to blow up your friends with a giant missile. Xenogears takes the time to mellow out and break up the mood every once in a while, and it's really appreciated. The thing's great at spectacle and truly flooring moments. It really is not a surprise that people like this stuff, but the comedy helps massively. It sends the player high, slams them into the dirt, lets them recenter, and lifts them up to start again. People want to bemoan what it could have been had the full project come to fruition, but what's here is really impressively done. I think the worst part about Xenogears may in fact be the gameplay, but it could have been worse. It could have done less. We meet up with our once scattered party. This is what I meant earlier, talking about how the game puts value in different characters, drops them, gets you using every member. During this segment, Ellie's faith is shaken so badly by Faye that she needs to undergo psychological reconditioning, and in this unstable mental state attempts to destroy Bart's ship and kill the party along with herself. And in the same sequence, Ramses attacks, leading to Faye being severely wounded. So Buddy's out of commission, Ellie's back up, and we get a new party member, this kid from Ethos, who we need to work with to get Faye appropriate medical care. You have to appreciate the artistry, wanting to tell a mind-bendingly complex story, and watching every piece move as it must, but also in service to the gameplay. Now we have a great excuse to shove this new party member into the regular rotation and crank out death blows. And we gotta get our boy back, so if you've played this far, good luck putting that shit down. Ethos's HQ finds itself under attack because Faye cannot catch a break, and Billy's faith is obliterated when it's revealed that Ethos is actually a Solaris organization started to manipulate the war and capture human beings for research purposes. Okay, now we're getting juicy. Yo, I think I just got mail. Give me a sec. It is here, Wise Man is here, Graf is here, what is this, Smash Bros? And Billy's bishop turned enemy as a red skull face, and his dad, who he hates for being disrespectful about the church, morphs his gear into a giant gun that Billy can shoot to kill the Red Skullman? Whoa, getting a little heady here with the everything. What's the alcohol content on this story? Jesus. Early in the story, we cut a floating disc city passing overhead. That's Shavat, the other Sky City, except they're not deeply entrenched in the geopolitical situation on the surface. Faye wants to go because his father allegedly came from Shavat, so we go. This all requires a notably insipid platforming dungeon, except actually, I didn't have a problem with any of that jumping business. I'm a gamer! We meet the Queen, learn about powerful mechs called Omni-Gears because this game's priorities are straighter than a fucking Chick-fil-A, and we get a fairly heavy info dump. The leader of Solaris, Krellian, is a brilliant scientist and implemented limiters in the current generation of humans to keep them controlled. Xenogears plays with pop culture, interesting sci-fi, and even conspiratorial crank stuff, which works really well in a video game. The story does get into a long slog around this point. In the early game, the mysteries are something like a lure to the next cutscene, the next reveal, and the spectacle is practically unmatched for PSX, but as it drags and intersects with gameplay difficulties, I think the ambition starts to weigh on the project. How many people perfectly understood Xenogears on their first run? How many people drop partway through due to frustrating mechanics? I've seen people drop the game over the platforming segments and the death blow system. There's an argument that Xenogears should simply be multiple games, made digestible, instead of the Leviathan remake some fans want designed for those fans specifically. At the very least, I think the scope could tighten and not a whole lot would be lost. You actually meet Maria, another party member, on top of that tower, and she joins up with you during the eventual attack on Shavat. But the sheer weight of knowledge, the length of this notepad, eclipses any other game I've ever played. Period.
There's just no... Okay, shut the f*** up.
It's not that there are no words. It's that instead of brain, there is choo-choo. Longtime fans will realize I'm expediting things pretty rapidly and cutting out certain reveals. After the choo-choo scene, Maria has an emotional payoff scene regarding her father, but goddamn, she was not served well by the development, and I struggle to care about her. She's not even irreplaceable in the party. Maria, why are you here? Anyway, our party's limiters are released throughout the remaining runtime, which I love narratively. You know, directly speaking to the rejection of the material in Gnosticism, this is an inner power unrelated to equipment. But unfortunately, we're also hunting for Omni-Gears, so never mind. And we're given another breadcrumb quest to pop 3 gates to enter Solaris. This mini-arc involves killing Shakan and truly installing Bart as the ruler of Av while making Solaris accessible. And setting aside that Graf is here and Shakan gets powered up to stop us, this is like the third or 4th time this scene has happened, so I don't need to talk about it. The war is officially ended with the tendril of Solaris influence yanked off the surface and Bart made king, only for him to turn around and ask for a republic like he's Emperor Claudius. And everyone's like, no democracy, they need a king. Bart, I'm gonna acknowledge that you tried. We're not even at disc 2 yet. Kill me. After all 3 gates are down, we get a bonus party member. Emeralda, the nanomachine creature. Apparently, she's one of the better party members, and she remembers Faye from long ago, so now we know... Okay, we all knew there was some ancient version of Faye long before this, but now we know for sure, so let's just go to Solaris. In Solaris, the elitist sky place that controls the surface dwellers whom they derogatorily call lambs, the working class lives in beehive homes and are literally referred to as the worker bee class. Because subtlety is for Mario! Like in one way. Really great work illustrating it so even the dumbest person in the audience knows this is an explicit critique of hierarchical societies writ large, but God... like, even one layer of subtlety, even one, so it didn't look physically comical, man. Unfortunately, most of the party was captured during entry. Faye and Ellie plan on rescuing them, but share a little relationship moment by taking a shower one after another. Guys, you could die at any time. You could have been lasered in half, like Resident Evil, or blown out of the sky. Have sex. It's a classic story of boy meets girl, girl's dad meets boy, throws him out, police come for girl, but dad capes for daughter, and kind of by proxy for boy. Love to see it. Very classic scene. Oh hey Shaitan! What you doing here? Traipsing through a factory, or the Soylent system, the place where Alexic was made, Faye and Ellie grab some snacks, but, well, Shaitan isn't feeling hungry. When they're about to enter a particular room, he warns them that they won't like what they see. Hey Shaitan, how come you know what's on the other side? Oh, what the fuck? So, if the translation is accurate, Shaitan knew about the Soylent system and how it takes human chattel gathered via ethos and other means for experimentation on DNA, transforming them into mutant dwells who are later ground up for food and medicine laced with the means to control the populace, and chose to let these two eat corpse. So first of all, you're a traitor for sure, and second, Shaitan's been shady all game. He's known too much, done too much, and literally moved through Solarian-only checkpoints whose credentials can be revoked at any time. So obviously, I am gonna run you through with a very sharp fork like 10 times. We're shown this floating orb of televised dickheads pretty early, but this time Shaitan's with them. The elders here explain their plan to resurrect God and awaken their source of knowledge, Mahanan, and build an ark to leave the planet because the human race originated from another planet. Yeah, well, you're all digital. You can f*** yourself if I told you to. Lol. After another blackout, Shaitan ends up rescuing most of the party and freeing us, because his true motivations involve determining if Faye is fit to fulfill his destiny and save humankind. And he even antagonized us earlier to draw id out for that purpose. So welcome back, bro. Let's get that bread. Okay. You know, there were a lot of crummy people in Solaris, but, yeah, some of them were children. Well, anyway, Faye and Id, Veltal and the Red Gear, are one and the same. I'm not even getting into this plot point till the very end, Jesus Christ. Just how Faye saved Ellie when she was having a mental breakdown, Ellie now saves Faye. So Shaitan sits down and says, listen, Faye, you've got a mental health problem. Dissociative identity disorder to be specific. Because all the best plot points are spelled out explicitly. There's a line with Xenogears. I dog a lot of games writing for needless exposition, and admittedly it's hard and different than novel writing or whatever else, so we can cut them a few breaks when some clumsy exposition pops up for player benefit, but deliberately spelling it out so nobody misses how smart you are. I mean, all I'm saying is the word Gnosticism doesn't appear in this text, and yet fans managed to piece that together just fine. I think showing it communicated the issue pretty effectively, TBH. He also explains that Faye has an original persona, Coward Faye, who conjured Id, the aggressive, unhinged version of himself, to cope with loss and trauma as a child, and that the Faye we've seen throughout most of the game is a construct made to fit into regular society sitting somewhere between the coward self and the id, explaining why he's naive and prone to emotional swings, I guess. That's right, I've got mental illness and I'm crazy. Oh hey Dan, Xenogears hardly forgets a payoff scene. It creates so many powerful moments out of the sheer length of time the in-game events occupy. Dan gets to grow up even after being physically assaulted, and experience empathy for the person he hates the most. Eventually we're sprung and shot down once again, but what's that below? That massive whirlpool? No, it can't be. It's Disc 2! No! A few times throughout this run, we've had the name Lacan thrown our way, like Jacques Lacan. I wonder if that intersects with his character. Disc 2 intros with Faye in a chair, expositing about a dream he had wherein he was himself, but named Lacan. And Ellie, also called Sophia, the Holy Mother of Nisan, and also Ellie, I guess, was seated and being painted by our boy. So that's just not a dream, And anyway, most of Disc 2 plays out like this. You'll be given chances to roam the world, explore dark depths, and do regular gameplay stuff, but the minute Buddy hits a chair, you're strapped in for the Square Product Development Division 3 Deadline Special. Game had to ship, and corners were cut. Enough that whole segments of gameplay that would have been in the game are narrated instead, before tossing the player into the end dungeon boss fight. And you know, this stuff gets a lot of criticism, but frankly, I don't know how you play a game this long with mechanics this repetitive, and don't look at Disc 2 like a vacation. This is awesome. My hand is healing in real time. We're shown all kinds of scenes. Ellie having a nightmare where she's doomed to be eternally straight for one man only. Both of them recovering. An old man who once taught Krellian planning to release nanomachines into the atmosphere to release the limiters of all humans. And Ramses casually showing up and getting trounced. Things move fast, and really, this is a pattern that would repeat into Xenosaga and arguably Chronicles. Takahashi, being in the director's chair, did not know and struggled going forward to learn how to crop something for consumption. I think passion and vision are admirable and fascinating traits in people, something to be celebrated. But if you're intending to sell art in a market, it needs to be digestible in some way, or even compartmentalized so the people who really resonate can dig into it in their own time. A lot of important information that informs Xenogears is extracurricular stuff, homework, and Disc 2 reeks of it. It's what happens when ambition is unchecked, when your dreams of creating a multimedia franchise with the one chance you have grow further out of reach as you realize it all looked so clear, but ends up like the sun, distant, untouchable.
In case you've never read up on Xenogears, it's important to know the full scope of the project. This is a game whose events span one episode of a planned 5-part mega concept. This is a game whose composer ended up in the hospital, though, to be fair, that was a pattern for that composer. This is a game whose concepts laid the foundations for Xeno as a franchise, whose founding ideas were reused or repurposed as late as the last Xeno entry. This isn't a game as much as a fragment of a life work. So when people cut it some slack for being incomplete, that's why.
Because events are so expedited, they tend to bleed together and get fuzzy. Bart gets in a super gear and destroys a mobile fortress. Great. It probably would have been such a cool section, but now it's a footnote. Woof. The war finally, truly ends for the surface dwellers, but Tora's nanomachines designed to release the limiters of humans ends up transforming some of the populace into wells. Except Tora's nanomachines don't actually turn people into wells, Krellians do, and they were released at the same time to trick the party. Man, there's a lot going on. Chaos ensues, something like a zombie outbreak on Earth, and the people are both made aware of and in response destroy the Soylent System facilities. Just another set of culture cache ideas to blend into the old Xeno smoothie. A lot of the work here is fundamentally syncretic, piecing together many fragments of cultural touchstones and academic literature to create this whole new thing. I think that's part of the draw. It's not all original, but the way it's been pastiched together is, making it both recognizable and discoverable at the same time. Most of Disc 2 hinges on the quest to collect the Anima Relics, a series of artifacts, super gears that'll grant the party more power. This is one of the issues I have with the game incorporating so much foundational material. All of these concepts from philosophy, and all apparently cast under the broader concept of Gnosticism, but it doesn't follow that the party should be seeking strength via material means, mechs. So at what point does the work actually use these ideas to tell a meaningful story? At what point are these concepts meaningfully commentated on? Or is all of that questioning hand-waved with a simple, the gears are actually controlled via will or spirit or something? Who knows? Fire away in the comments. The party acquires several anima relic gears. Ramses' backstory is revealed, explaining that he was engineered to be the perfect human, but once Faye was born, he was rejected by his mother and discarded, fating him to be Faye's rival until the score is settled. Krelian uses Ramses to kill Cain, the emperor and technically most powerful man in the world. Krelian unleashes a seal by turning a comically large key with the help of the television people, then kills all of them by wiping their memory banks because they were merely fragments of lingering data in search of true bodies, even as Mahanan, their precious seed of knowledge, is rising from the depths to become the single most powerful person in the world and lead humanity unto his own vision. Ellie and Faye have You might be thinking this is all too complicated, but really, if you think about it, I told you to bring a notepad, and so did the game. So who's the real dumbass within Mahanan at the Raziel tree? Because goddamn if we don't affix a relevant religious name to everything, we learn, finally, about the Zohar, this slab of gold with an eyeball. And to make a long story short, like this many, it's the cause of everything. But Krelian interrupts along with Graf, and the party is taken prisoner once again. Only Ellie wasn't present during this excursion, and Krelian uses her friends to bait her out to test a theory about her origins. Then he said to me, "It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end." Yes, I did just reorder some events to tell the summary cleaner. Big Whoop want to fight about it? One of the really out there reveals happens pretty deep into Disc 2, and I appreciate that the game manages to keep me on my toes, or whatever you call the events I'm about to describe. The party escaped with their lives during the crucifixion scene, but Ellie was captured. Now she's used as bait for the party. So cool, Ellie on the cross, frustratingly difficult boss fight, literally my DPS though. Turns out we were baited and outsmarted. Krelian counted on the party collecting the Omni Gears and anima relics, which was necessary to advance his plan, and they're sucked into Deus, this massive fleshy creature. This'll make sense in a minute. Ramses, in a fit of disobedience, strikes down both Krelian and Myung, the purple-haired woman who's been following Ramses and your boy around for tens of hours now. So Myung thanks him, hops into Ellie's body somehow, and Krelian gets up like it's nothing. Okay, there's no other way. I'm gonna have to dump in full here. Me. 15,000 years ago, the Zohar was discovered. Humans left Earth around 2510, and we enter TC, the Transcend Christ era. The Zohar was a source of infinite energy, so it was planned to function as a battery for a weapon. That weapon was Deus, this abomination. But Deus went rogue, obliterated a colony, and was contained and disassembled into three major pieces: the Zohar, the body, or Deus, and the Kadanomy, a supercomputer which regulated the functions between the Zohar and Deus. These parts were transported in a ship, the same ship seen in the intro cutscene, the Eldridge, which was ultimately destroyed by the captain when he realized Deus somehow awoke and rebelled. At the same time, by pure chance, a young boy named Abel faced the Zohar, sensing a holy presence within it. And the Zohar in that moment sensed a deep wish within the boy for a mother, and so through the Kadanomy creates a mother for the boy named Elhaim, aka Ellie, via a function called System Hawa, and the ship crash lands on a nearby planet. The only survivors, this purple-haired woman and Abel. The purple-haired woman is, in fact, the consciousness of Deus, which leapt into the fabricated body of Elhaim because all women, having originated from System Hawa and therefore genetically modified to be capable of housing Myung, can house Myung. So even your mom can be Myung. Myung goes on to recover the Kadanomy and birth the first humans on the planet, Cain and eventually the Gazelle Ministers, or TV people. Myung then divides herself into two, and Ellie is officially made Abel's mother. Myung effectively guides humanity for 10,000 years, with the intent to revive the body of Deus and reunite the separated pieces that make it whole, including the Kadanomy, the Zohar, and the various relics that unlock the processes necessary to accomplish these things. Deus also needs human flesh to be reconstructed, and thus humankind's evolution is directly guided so as to evolve into a perfect enough state for absorption into Deus. In short, the utter extinction of the human species is necessary to resurrect this false god. This is absolutely one of the most cracked concepts I've encountered in media and ranks up there in my mind with Dune and a certain organization implanting their religion's concepts into disparate cultures, manipulating and controlling the natural progression of those cultures, and ingraining their values into the fabric of those civilizations. It's a fascinating story that reconsiders fundamental human questions, the creation myth, the purpose of life. It seems fundamentally cynical in its worldview once the microcosm of cultures and politics ebb, and the cosmic magnitude of this parasitic entity and the scope of its machinations are laid bare. But Xenogears aligns, like many RPGs, with hope. That hope is the wave existence, a resonant entity from a higher plane, and the reason why comparisons to Gnosticism are so prevalent in discourse surrounding the game. We have something that can be viewed, by its own admission from a certain perspective, as God, and another material and otherwise false deity anchored in this mortal realm, literally constructed by man and all-consuming in nature. The parallels write themselves. Several other events occur between this deeply reveal. Faye ends up in Carbonite for a while, many humans are sucked into Deus. Krellian's backstory is exposited at length, specifically regarding his loss of faith in God and intention to create God himself and guide humanity towards a better future. Krellian's background is further explored. He likes to read books, I guess. Hey, shh, not around the gamers. They're not allowed to know about books. They'll discover other powerful stories. Think, showing that Lacan is just Faye from 500 years ago, but doomed to become Graf through despair. And that means Graf is Lacan, but also Faye's father. Faye's other personalities are explored, the Veltal evolves, and during a battle with Id, Wise Man protects the group, and Faye's father, Kan Wong, is revealed to have been Wise Man the whole time. Later, Graf/Lacan, did I just say slash out loud, is shown attempting to jump into Faye's body, which is how he's been staying alive all these 500 years, because Faye is enabled to be reborn due to the wave existence, but Khan protects Faye, and regardless, Faye explodes with power, killing his own mother, and this is why Faye is so demented, you see. He had to create multiple personalities to cope with how strange and practically unparsable his childhood was. Epic, when the convoluted plot is actually trauma. If I can be genuine for a moment, I do appreciate the love story in this title. It's worth remembering that, again, this was penned by a husband and wife combo, and the commitment to telling a powerful love story that isn't simply love at first sight or it's complicated, but involves actual exchanges, efforts made, and a scene showing how Faye and Ellie's reincarnations have lived all of these lives, always loving each other, and always dying tragically together, is moving beyond what most of the game is capable of. It's the aspirational sort of love story that can only be told in an experience this sweeping, and it's told in a video game, that medium which really never gets enough credit for the stories it's capable of telling. I don't know if you get the same punch out of some cropped 4-hour experience. We've been with these people for ever. If you're gonna go big, you know? There's this bonus dungeon, a couple, but there's this one bonus dungeon where you learn about a 4,000-year-old civilization that several characters were once a part of. Big Joe, Emeralda, technically, Faye, and Ellie. And it's used for explicit, pointed social commentary, and it's tucked away in this optional endgame area. We see glimpses of a dying species unable to procreate and placing their hopes in science, into future generations, into the indomitable human spirit. So if I'm editorializing too much about Takahashi being unable to crop his vision, they did crop some things, and it makes those moments all the more special for dedicated players. The wave existence says it was trapped within the Zohar, but wanted to return to the higher plane it came from, and Abel was the one who could make that happen, and so its power embodies Faye, and its will is within Ellie, so these three must unite to do that. But first, we gotta stop Deus! Graf gets in the way, Faye rushes to save his father, but it was actually Graf trying to unite with Faye, and he's been ambushed. Zong! Graf wants to kill humanity because he doesn't see the hope in the situation, and he's Lacan, who succumbed to grief, so we beat his ass and turn him around. He can pass the mantle of his quest off to Faye instead of shouldering the burden. Nice payoff. Anyway, Xenogears acquire Deus battle scene. Shaitan believes the resulting shockwave of the wave existence returning to the Zohar will destroy the planet, so Ellie flies off with it to sacrifice herself, and you know the rest. Almost. As Faye pursues her, Krellian's heart's been changed, and he wishes to atone for his actions, preventing another lifetime of misery, another gruesome end for the pair, and they get the chance to live happily ever after.
Krellian is a strong villain that I haven't written much about, so let's fix that. He's a powerful man near the very height of the hierarchy in Xenogears, and his effective rivalry with Faye, or Lacan, goes back to their earliest days, where his unrequited love for Sophia festered after her death. Also, he got flashbanged by the reality of humankind at some point, and now his psyche's like the personification of testicular torsion. I like Krellian for acting as a foil to Faye in the plot, and there's a lot of plot to run through, so I won't. The villainy simply runs too deep, but to cut it clean, like, Faye runs from his problems pathologically, maybe just characteristically, according to the game text, but this is Faye's journey of self-actualization. Over the course of the game, he centers himself, unifies his identity, becomes. Krellian, by comparison, was broken long ago, but picked up his own pieces and, instead of running, challenged his reality. He's a willful character, ultimately undone by, yes, the indomitable human spirit and transcendental love. I like that conclusion, not because the indomitable human spirit trope is good, even though it is, but because Krellian, who declared himself an agent of his god, his false god, is ultimately saved by something we can understand as truly divine. Of course, we never fight Krellian in-game. We weren't ever supposed to. It's a powerful way to convey something profoundly spiritual or religious in such a positive, deeply human way.
I think there's a version of this video where I plumb the depths of referential significance to extract the full value of Xenogears, but I think I've come too late to really find it foundational for my own life, that is. I think Xenogears' greatest strength is inspiring questions and community. The Xeno series, in sum, probably only exists how it does today because fans got rabid for the thing, and the vision is solid, if a bit complex. There's another timeline where I really want to know about Faye's relation to Jacques Lacan, and I'm floored by the meaningful commentary on university reading material as conjured by a game dev studio and the director's madcap ambition. And another world where I'm tearing down every piece of the game for having holes and so many blatant flaws because Rico didn't get enough screen time, and some of the story elements were ultimately published in perfect works. I want to call it a lore manual produced to fill fans in on the true girth of the ideas informing the game. I also don't want an unhealthy relationship with the media I'm engaging with. It doesn't speak particularly well to the work on display that I needed an external lore book to piece together some of its history at all. But it's irresponsible to blame a work of art for the conditions it was produced under. There's really nothing else like Xenogears. Its class commentary is meaningful, especially in a time when developers were piss scared to stir up too much controversy. Its scope is ludicrously broad, a love story for the ages, a multi-season anime condensed into a video game, an omni project, one that, while I've been fairly harsh on its academic influences, actually managed to illustrate psychoanalytic theory and the mere stage of Jacques Lacan's writings in its protagonist. Whether or not it deconstructs these concepts or delves into them or draws new conclusions, maybe that's an unfair expectation for a highly experimental and far-shooting game. And if it gets people reading and learning, it's doing better than most games ever produced. The Xeno series is weird and janky and beautiful. Perceived flaws or not, it can be learned from. So get in game, then get to the library, then get online and make one mistake in fandom discourse and make peace with your choo-choofication. Oh god. Please don't crush my pelvis. Please don't crush my pelvis! Xenosaga poses a simple question. What if you couldn't let it go? If you're 30 or getting there anyway, maybe you've heard the name from, like, Soul Calibur 3. Xenosaga is an old PS2 RPG developed by Monolith Soft and published by Namco. Wait a minute, that ain't right. Tetsuya Takahashi of Xenogears fame left Square sometime after heavily compromising on his baby, leaving it a shell of a vision, boxed or not, to form his own dev studio, Monolith Soft, with help from Namco. It was his new studio's first game, and it kicked ass, whipping up enough interest to greenlight its 2 sequels, and a whole host of side projects, or, you know, franchising. But it's more than its numbers. Xenosaga explores powerful themes, interesting characters, new vectors in RPG combat. It's a campy sci-fi epic and a second chance for Takahashi's grand multimedia vision. It is most certainly not
garbage.
The The games still linger with fans today. They're impactful if nothing else, even to high-profile dudes like Tekken's creator, Katsuhiro Harada. Well, damn, there's gotta be something in there. Let's see how long they take. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, him. That's just KBash, the man who played one long, complex RPG too many. Now, fair warning, Xenosaga is expensive to buy, upscale, and record, even before the market went insane. And I've opted for the non-existent PC versions of these titles, which are all notoriously difficult to get running well. I tried my best, but I'm gonna apologize in advance for any inconsistent or questionable footage. Yes, it'd be great if we all had upscalers and physical media and multiple months to meet project deadlines and stay afloat financially, but I mean, that's like grocery money, bro. That's a car payment. And I think we can all agree I could pack a few more bergs if you feel me. Xenosaga 1, Dervilles are mocked. Hey, nice! Ooh, good nature reference! For all my sweeping declarations in the intro, Xenosaga is pretty tame overall. Okay, never mind. It's the story of Shion Uzuki, a scientist in charge of developing a synthetic humanoid weapon, Cosmos, to protect humanity from the invading Gnosis, an extraplanar threat that's entirely immune to mundane weapons. It's set in futuristic locales, but nothing abnormal or even particularly unique for the genre. So the question becomes, can this blue-haired person, and all these other people, carry the plot? Please say yes, please! Xenosaga immediately cues in Xenogears fans with an introductory cutscene featuring the Zohar, unearthed by excavators, and a jump 4,000 years into the future. Humans in space. We're given time to integrate into the world a bit. Shion's not your average RPG protag, you know, just a mousy waif with a big-ass robot arm to make her combat viable. But that just means she's got room to grow. Can't wait to see what they do with that. At the very least, Shion comes off like a person, full of quirks and faults, not some destined super person. In this case, she's pushing her Cosmos battle simulations to the very limit at the risk of her safety, driving her team, and especially Alan, her direct subordinate, completely insane. So, we simmer in the kind of brilliant mundanity of space for a while everything truly alien, not biological but extraplanar, drives the tension. The recently acquired Zohar, the eventual Gnosis attack. We even see someone who looks extremely suspicious and definitely not from Xenogears. And all of that stuff is itself grounded by the very banal tensions of unrequited love and bureaucracy. It tugs a lot of strings to pull the player into the world. Also, I'm sorry. I was told going in that many Xenosaga elements were like Xenogears at home, right? Legally distinct counterparts. But bro, that is just Ellie. That's just the Zohar. That's just General Vanderkam. What? That's him! He's a side character, bro, come on! Shion keeps having visions, mostly to do with that little girl, and she definitely reacts to the Zohar. So if you played Gears, you've got an idea of what's going on here, and if not, well, you don't need to know everything right away. Not everything's about you all the time. Xenosaga is very ambitious. We know this in retrospect, and from the pedigree, but also because it's balancing like 3 dramatic threads. The commander of the ship, Cherenkov here, is acting under secret orders from a pink guy regarding the Zohar, so we're suspicious of him right away. The ship has secret orders the crew isn't privy to, so we're leery of whoever's ordering the ship. It's a multi-threaded mystery and pretty engrossing. One last thing. Early on, the game makes a point of showing off these realians, basically synthetic humans built for combat purposes, who are treated like second-class citizens in general, but specifically by this military tough, Virgil, who does a whole bigoted spiel. People like me have to sit here and listen to people like you prattle on about this oppression in the Federation. It doesn't exist. Also, wealthy realians commit more crimes than poor humans. That's a fact, look it up. While we sit there like, okay, the game's gonna do an inquiry into personhood and the purpose of life, which, among the various realians you meet and work with, including Cosmos, is basically the thing to watch over the course of the games. Anyhow, Gnosis suddenly attack, phasing into the ship, somehow incapable of phasing through doors. Oh, shit. Alright, bro. You're a f***ing idiot. They shatter some people and almost kill our protag until Cosmos mysteriously awakens, walks in like the f***ing Terminator and... Can you believe they chill out with the Cosmos scenes in the later games? I mean, I don't even get... She got the whole damn IP on her back, bro! Cosmos is compelling early for more than just her gun. Like you'd expect from a game this intricate, mysteries surround her and her creation. She mysteriously awakens with no prompt or warning to protect Shion, and there's tension in that. The last time she awoke of her own volition, she killed her own creator, Shion's boyfriend Kevin. And she does end up killing someone.
Why did you shoot Lieutenant Virgil? With your power, you don't have to sacrifice anyone to—
At that time, Lieutenant Virgil was in my direct line of fire. Any changes in my firing position to avoid Lieutenant Virgil while protecting you would have resulted in a 30% depreciation in my offensive capabilities.
Eventually, we meet up with the other party people through a short series of cutscenes and gameplay vignettes. Cosmos commandeers a ship, rescues the escape pod-ridden Shion and Ellen. If you don't come back right now, I'll kill myself! And... Chaos joins up shortly after. Ziggy and Momo have their own contained adventure and basically crash land into the party. Oh, Junior here. Christ. Joins up after rescuing everyone from an attack. So cool, so fine, let's play a game. Xenosaga's core is immediately familiar to anyone half an inch into the genre. Nothing about the basic systems is high-minded or strange. You run through zones, completing puzzles and blowing up objects, and fight through turn-based battles, not random battles. You have to run into them intentionally, and combat is pretty darn recognizable. Simplified dial-a-combo from Xenogears, attack and magic options, jeez! What, do you want people actually playing it? No further questions. Play itself, though, is kind of secondary here. Xenosaga is long, and it burns a lot of its budget on cutscene content. I mean, huge, gaping cutscene interludes, which I love.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me, define me. I am the infinite telemirage.
Or maybe I don't. Watching anime instead of grinding through content is one of the more relaxing parts of my job. Storytelling is a priority, enough that they had to break the game into chunks. Whole episodes, but that doesn't mean the play is crap. If anything, and especially for an RPG, seeing interactable stage elements, optional battles, the ability to replay any stage for missed items, additional side content, and simple combat means it was designed with approachability in mind. They clearly didn't want players getting bored, complaining about encounter rates, missable items, convoluted systemic crunch, so we're left with a 40-hour run that's pretty hard to whinge about, at least compared to its contemporaries. Takahashi wrapped it up special for me, with a bow and everything. The individual parts that make up the Xenosaga games are so interesting to highlight because the team iterates and innovates with every entry. At least it's fun to watch, playing them marathon style. There's a sort of dull, plasticky vibe to the original title's visuals. It's not a grim vision of the future, but a relatively restrained one, where technology hasn't as much advanced the species as burrowed deep into the vein of human culture. You know, fewer miracles, more materialism. The models are interesting too. Star Trek-ass scientists, an absolute clash of aesthetics as people of different backgrounds intermingle, and characters with eyeballs fit to rival a reunion.
Oh my god! The commander's been shot in the eye!
They're a little uncanny, but I think it works for the story, which directly tackles the value of synthetic life.
Excuse me, but these people are highly qualified soldiers.
These people? You're treating equipment like people?
Bro, you are talking to a brat stall! And if you're having a hard time with the visuals now, don't worry, they get fairly normal in the sequel. and it somehow works less. Xenosaga is dripping with early aughts Web 1.0 charm. This is a game where you receive little emails while the bunny mascot tells you things on the interface. There's a word for this, and it's soul. Despite occurring in a futuristic setting, you don't do much space exploration unless it's for the plot's sake. Most of the game is actually based out of this place, the Kukai Foundation, a multiplex whose various sectors you visit for shopping, etc. during interludes. There's a good chunk of time spent on this spacecraft, the Elsa, as well. The bulk of the game's environments are fairly barren, crushed by time or technology, but the few bursts of color in the ship's private quarters, the visual quirk and charm make it a lived-in space. And the same is true for a particular portion of the Kukai Foundation, with its boutique shops, side quests, and various NPC personalities. And that's critical for carrying the torch Xenogears left behind. Xenosaga cannot commit to obscene levels of detail. It's not a Square project, and the tech was newer, but it saves the texture for where it counts. Xeno is nothing without human lives. Can't complain about the levels. They're there. You are in them. You can blow shit up. I can't get over this mechanic. Many of the levels tell minute visual stories, right? Profane laboratories and dilapidated war zones, but the most you do in any of them is screw around with puzzles. Like real video-ass games box puzzles. Oh yeah, hit me with the good shit and blow stuff up.
To destroy me? You're Tom's friend? How's Tom? I don't know. Who? What is it? What kind of somewhat interesting story? Oh. Die.
I get what they're going for. It'd be boring, just doing nothing, and I bet they wanted to spice up the moment-to-moment play. To the system's credit, every character can be party leader, so you can watch them perform little personal property-destroying animations. Don't park your car near these guys. They're worse than Street Fighter characters. One square button, $25,000 of damage. Otherwise, actual play in the levels is fairly minimal. It underlines that design quirk of the genre. I'm not usually looking for this stuff, like things to do in, say, Persona 2, etc., but the second I have even one option, it actually highlights the sparseness of the world. This stuff's hard. You go from hopping around in Xenogears to steadily charting a path through zones in Saga. Not that that's some huge issue. I can't imagine the game would even function otherwise, different tech and all. There's a good chunk of side content, things to explore and play around with. You're expected to trawl the levels for keys to open big, ridiculous red doors littering the world, mostly containing quality treasure, and I just know some fucking idiot is whining about how unrealistic it is in a story-driven game to slap big ol' red doors in places. But you know what? That's video games. That's celebratory of the medium, and we stand! It even directly feeds into a video-ass game side quest where you collect a number of robot parts through these doors and unlock a summonable Voltron Fang to deal 9999 damage to any enemy at all, even the final boss. It's like the Master Sword, but optional. I hope you understand that at the very least, Xenosaga knows what medium it's in, and minds that fact. The game kind of expects you to do this stuff too, because these side quests introduce at least one character and a noun that come up in later games you won't have encountered otherwise. So naturally, I didn't bother. You can play extra mini-games, including unlocking a multiplayer mode. Most of this stuff is kind of extraneous. Filler, I guess. Relics seeded into the game to make the purchase more premium. Hard to comment on, though. Basically only good. Like that deck of cards in your coffee table drawer. You could play Euchre. You could! You won't, but what if? Optional bosses exist if you feel compelled to hunt them down. Man, this game really has it all. Like Digimon Freddy Krueger. But what about fundamentals? You can pick your battles most of the time, but it requires sneaking and abusing the environment to stay out of most fights. Enemies are fairly quick and relentless. Battles aren't new on the surface. Physical attacks, ranged attacks, attacks with different elements, swapping to the front or back line, summoning a temporary power-up, a mech in battle. It's very much, oh yeah, I've done this before, at a glance. You'd think riding a mech into battle would turn it into an extra health bar, but if your character goes down in the mech, they need to be raised later on, and human and mech healing items aren't the same. Spells don't resurrect mechs, so I avoided using it for most of the game because you can't really account for when a boss will one-shot you or trick you with some nonsense. You can just out-attrition every fight regardless without worrying about hopping in and out of your little mech. Otherwise, they're big, tough, damaging, and you save them for important encounters where you can. It's not as cool as Xenogears, but I like the idea of an RPG staying focused on its characters instead of whatever weird tech the characters own. Combat does have a few quirks though. You unlock and allocate new combos over the course of the game. You can control how your characters function in battle, including spell or ether utility, whether to focus on healing, buffs, or damage. That's pretty significant. I like having defined character roles, but it can lead to a character being left out or disrespected if you've got the choice. I mean, that's your terrible build perma-stuck on the character, but it's okay. I'll put it on the fridge. The real shakeup is action points. Not unlike Xenogears and its own point cap for cranking out death blows, Saga lets you combo out by tapping these points with various moves. You can only hold 6, you gain 4 a turn, you burn 2 per basic hit, so the idea is to build up and do a full-strength 6-point combo, but the context changes based on your own personal setup. It's intuitive enough and not particularly punishing enough that how you manage your action points won't really change fights over much, except against some bosses. The combo strings you unlock often have elemental damage tacked on, or hit either near or far, so it's important that Saga hands the player the reins. It wants you to be the architect of your success by strategizing, really digging into your characters. I think that's a smart way to get players into characters. Not everyone will resonate with every story arc, especially with such slowly unfolding arcs stretched across 3 games. But if you can transpose a character into a set of combat or utility options, some players will gain new appreciation for them, recognize their value, and celebrate their uniqueness. Action points are an explicit action economy. You can only do so much. You need 4 points to even cast a spell, but the system isn't as restrictive as it sounds. If you have a dedicated healer, they probably won't need to cast on the first turn, and you can always guard, so any potential or expected clunk tends to smooth itself out as you familiarize yourself with the system. Battles aren't so swingy that it's vital to perfectly manage your points. The system crunch only expands game over game. Oh yeah, there's this rotating tile system that grants bonuses to different actions as the battle goes along. I'm gonna do you a huge favor. Except on some boss fights. You can boost in combat too, which lets you steal a turn, or more specifically, immediately act upon spending a boost charge, something you build up by fighting. That means you can instantly heal on a whim, or just pile on more damage. I like that the team accounted for its action economy restrictions by allowing players to break it specifically by engaging with combat consistently. It makes combat seem hopeful, like you're always building to something, not just slap fighting with computers until the numbers trickle down. Easily the least interesting part of Xenosaga is its boss battles with ugly, abstract Gnosis enemies. You'll fight a couple mechs and people too, and those are great, but wow, most of those bosses look like creatures out of Akira or something. Overstuffed, weirdly mutated, or outright bizarrely shaped, something like eldritch aliens. Only, because we're free to engage with them like any enemy, they're hard to look at as terrifying. They don't have the same mechanical impact as their narrative weight implies. Early in the game, Cosmos is shown using this ability, the Hilbert effect, which draws the Gnosis into the same dimension as everyone else, making them attackable. But it's not really accompanied by any mechanical value either, it just is, all the time, whether or not she's in the party. So yeah, most bosses are DPS races or mechanics checks. Skip over their turn with boost or they'll blast you. Put enemy mechs to sleep. It's fun enough, especially for a first game, so I won't whinge too hard. And most of the human battles are really good. In a story-driven game, open conflict with others is the best. I mean, how often do you get to scrap with your enemies in real life? Why is someone always standing in front of whatever I need at the grocery store? I don't want to give the impression that the system is overly simple, just approachable. Bosses still challenge the player and need to be engaged with intention, with strong character builds. Maybe that's part of what makes Xenosaga so enjoyable, facing down legitimately difficult battles against important people and being made to enhance your own so thoroughly to succeed. Characters aren't damage sheds or ability factories. They're people you're guiding towards success. You are mechanically involved in these people's struggles, beyond just hitting the attack button and showing up for cutscenes. What's an RPG without characters? What's a rhetorical question without rhetoric? What's a pee-pee without a poo-poo? Shion's the chief of development on the Cosmos project funded by Vector Industries. Her boyfriend Kevin died prior to the events of the game, and can I just say how weird it is to play as a protag who loves a man named Kevin. Shion's a headstrong young woman, the kind of energetic all-rounder personality you like to see at the helm. She's a total shithead boss when she needs to be, and it's great. Chewing out her underlings, making sure her vice chief Alan can't ever confess his love for her. Cuck! She's also deeply human, eternally conflicted, made vulnerable off the hop as aliens attack the ship during the inciting incident, and the reality of combat, of war, manifests in ringing gunfire. We watch her baptism by bloodshed, moving from pissing her pants to knocking the hammer. Yeah, shoot that shot! You just know she's gonna level up, like as a person, over the course of the games. So I'm instantly on board for more Shion. Also, Uzuki, huh? Shion Uzuki? Like Shitan Uzuki? Okay, so quick hypothetical, ma'am. Say you're in a food processing factory, and the food is made out of people, and there's 2 hungry young folks nearby. Cosmos is more or less the real star of the show, at least for the first game. She's doing the flips, throwing the kicks, and hauling a giant Gatling gun. She's turning the tables and saving the party just about every time. Love her, love when she's on screen. There's only one problem. The developers thought it'd be real funny if she had a trash speed score in every game, so she's never superior to anyone else, and even loses out in general combat utility despite being a walking Swiss Army knife of murder implements. There's this guy Chaos. That's Chaos with a lowercase c. Okay. He doesn't think he's important enough to deserve proper noun status. Dude, you just evaporated a Gnosis by touching it. That's supposed to go the other way around. Chaos is a bit of a mystery right away. He's also the weirdest looking person in the game by a country mile, like basically a tan dark cloud kid. But he miraculously saves the party multiple times and seemingly knows when bad things are about to happen. Also, he has little angel wing attacks, which for sure isn't suspicious. Ziggy's an interesting character, this terminally depressed looking dude, because he wants to be put down like a animal, but only after his contract to rescue a young synthetic girl, or a reality in Xenosaga terms, is complete. So you'll never guess what gives him his new lease on life. Ziggy is a tank, I guess because he's a battle-hardened soldier, but more than that, his heart is calloused with the wear of loss. He's genuinely compelling, and his only real downfall is being less colorful than some of the other characters, so it's easy to shelve him early. Whoa! Momo is the Realian Ziggy's sent to rescue. She's similar to Cosmos in that she was created to combat the Gnosis, having access to the Hilbert effect. She's also the synthetic version of Joachim Mizrahi's daughter, the man who was blamed for summoning the Gnosis, which creates a conflict over the course of the game. Because she's a strange child thing, I stuck her in the party reserve bank ASAP. Momo is the closest proper healer you get, with quality utility spells and healing. She's not even your typical child character. I guess she kind of is, but she's programmed to act at least a little bit rationally, and her relationship with Ziggy is endearing, so. And last, there's Junior. What is it with these tiny kids? Junior's also a Realian, but unlike Momo, he's in a position of power, leading the Kukai Foundation's field operations from his own spacecraft, the Durandal. Junior gets significant development in the second game, and here he's just kind of okay. A real out-there design, like Dante, but 10. Heh, pass the pizza bagels. My tumbly's feeling rumbly. According to the wiki, he's an avid reader and an intellectual. But you never know that without the wiki because he's the resident hothead in just about every scene he's in. Though Shion is employed, like her tag-along Alan, by Vector Industries, the party coalesces pretty quickly into a unit working with Junior and the Kukai Foundation. It gets into space politics and chain of command disputes, but those are just background noise informing the actual story, which unfortunately only unfolds in chunks. Different characters' value levels will rise and fall as you play, like a Xenosaga character's stock market. For example, Ziggy here matters, and his story is really compelling right away. But he fades slightly as the games go, enough that the bulk of his backstory is relegated to a mobile game. So try not to sweat about equal rep, okay? Game dev is hard, and things fall through. The key feature of this first title is Cosmos herself, which is a huge benefit to the game. Emphasis on huge. She's on the cover, she's the thing, right? But the story is much more about Xion and other characters by the third entry. And that flat out sucks to experience firsthand. Cosmos is great for selling Xenosaga. She kicks ass, gets most of the crazy action sequences. She's quirky, like a much more dangerous Aegis. In the very first area, right after the Gnosis attack, Cosmos blasts through an anti-Realian bigot to secure a kill because it's calculably more efficient than saving him. She even has a conflict early with her programmed mission in protecting Xion, where Xion needs to threaten to kill herself to get rescued. She's not this perfect badass, she's still learning to be reliable, wrestling with her programming and how it interfaces with human beings, and we're gonna get to watch her become more human. Or not. Like I said, plenty of the story is told through cutscenes, and she gets to absolutely carry the plot in this first game. Cutscenes are a little weird, like not just because of emulation or whatever. The real cutscenes have syncing issues and other quirks that make them pretty rough. But I'm staring at upright humanoid insects, judging by the eyes, so we're just gonna deal with that. And how they're directed is noticeable, so that could be bad. You'll notice, if you watch, how often the party is in utter peril, like gonna die for real peril, but the tension will loosen because someone had the trick to solving the problem. But then, something else goes wrong, like an interloper or a malfunction, and then the tension will ease because someone else had a fix. And that happens a lot. Constantly, like a lot more than other games anyway. It is perpetually twisting and untwisting the plot-sticles. Kind of like if a plot had truck nuts and they were being I pretend I'm a writer. This makes them really engaging, but like to the point of exhaustion at times. Otherwise, peril moments notwithstanding, there's a pretty heavy reliance on Deus Ex Machina type moments. The party being saved suddenly by some quirk of fate or unknowable ass pull, like Cosmos actually has the super omega laser that can save you in this exact instance, but you feel it in the moment. And knowing Takahashi, Xeno writ large, Deus Ex Machina or God out of the machine moments feel pretty appropriate here. The party rapport is fairly strained, just by the general clunk of how they panned out. Designs haven't been iterated on, early PS2 stuff gets a little weird, and it swaps between rendered cutscenes and MP4 files or whatever equivalent alongside a healthy dose of text. But the party's still getting to know each other. I like listening to the old captain of the ship, Matthews, call everyone stupid.
You moron, you moron, you moron!
I like how Chaos is obviously not normal, absolutely weirder looking than anyone else. Video games. The game takes its time to show off character flaws and weaknesses, like how Ziggy doesn't enjoy being medically assisted, but how he'll fold for Momo. How Xion isn't just a shy, sweet person, but genuinely aggressive, hates her brother, is probably getting canceled on Twitter for perpetuating a toxic working environment. How Junior loses his temper despite his cool guy shtick, and Momo still has enough childlike tendencies to not be a perfect robot. They're easy to like when they're people, messy, imperfect, just like me! Unfortunately, Cosmos has no flaws. Xenosaga 1 is also the setup game, so doesn't veer into deep, dark reveals regarding the universe, certainly as much as the following games, but it does sell drama, and dangles plenty of threads to bite at. Not unlike Xenogears showing the Gazelle ministry extremely early without contextualizing them, we're occasionally shown this pasty white hair every once in a while, talking in vague terms about world events to people in monocolor bodysuits, so you know without even guessing that he's up to some troublesome antics. We're more immediately resisted by this military branch of a religious group, the UTIC organization, and their goons, like this tan woman who doesn't do anything until Game 2. And conjunctivitis man! Otherwise, it's Gnosis who get in the way, and not much actual human resistance. I think that's why the plot is constantly making the situation tense, because the actual movers and shakers of the Xenosaga story can't reveal themselves too soon, so they need to spin up other kinds of drama than interpersonal conflict. That said, one walking interpersonal conflict does drive the first game's plot for a good while. Cherenkov, the commander of the ship Xion's assigned to, ends up hanging around with with them, though he's unplayable. We know he has an ulterior motive thanks to that early reveal, so he's basically a walking time bomb. You even have to bring him dinner. I don't want to bring him dinner! He goes to shoot Cosmos early on, being reminded of that previous prototype that killed Kevin, but can't bring himself to pull the trigger. He grows progressively sick throughout the game, enough that he starts fading. Like, out of plane. So we know the Gnosis got him and his time is short. We watch him murder a group of people, admittedly in self-defense, but something's clearly wrong with the guy. The party is eventually sucked into a giant Gnosis around the mid-game, which is littered with debris from Ariadne, a planet that vanished one day. Don't even need a perception check for what's going on here. But that's not the story Xenosaga actually cares about telling. It's mostly used to explore Cherenkov's past as a long-suffering human, who died in combat and was resurrected by horrific advances in technology, the same program that brought Ziggy back from the grave. We could just get like flashbacks of his past, but Xenosaga makes a point of implying that the Gnosis and the space around the Gnosis can warp the rules of the material world. So he's confronted with a door, and his past is behind the door, and it isn't cheesy at all. Cherenkov sees horrific visions of war, but also his own past, having a deranged personality, presumably due to resurrection, marrying his own lawyer who exploits and abuses him openly.
I can get all the love I need with this.
And killing her, leading him to a cycle of clashing with society, murder, personality reconditioning, ad nauseum like 3 times because he's deemed too valuable to dispose of, apparently. But he even gets his human rights demoted to that of a Realian, subhuman. Of all my questions about the overarching plot of Xenosaga, Cherenkov's story is at the heart. There's a genuinely compelling narrative about personhood, synthetic life, man-made nightmares beyond comprehension, empathy, etc., and all of it is more or less dropped or shuffled off in the name of the grander plot for the next 2 games, which sucks because this drama is compelling. The art is speaking to me, bro. I'm feeling the sci-fi vibes and not just, like, Xenogears vibes, regurgitated. Secondhand waves. Oh, also you put him down like a dog. The Cosmos mystery unfolds pretty substantially as well. She was made by Kevin, who died, and there's an interesting backstory there that we're not going to get for a couple games, but we know that Kevin programmed secret functions into Cosmos, like this insane Gnosis-obliterating laser womb cannon. I don't even think I could write a joke for this. She can also distinguish between the real Zohar and Zohar emulators, so she'd make for a pretty good Nintendo cop. And what would an RPG starring a woman protag be without fan service? Club off at KBash, it's just a beach scene. I see your complaint and raise you a Shion-only costume. Though she does look like a weird doll, so, I mean, I'm not trying to simp for Megan, if you feel me. A brief Momo diversion. If you're wondering what Momo's relevance is, she allegedly has the data needed to find the original Zohar and then befriend Ziggy afterwards. That and Yuli Mizrahi, her effective mother, is used in the sequel to explore other synthetic life stuff, but we'll get there. Realians come in a lot of shapes. People like Momo, for example, and Junior are all built like children, which, well, that's incidental, but not all of them are like that. Junior's brother Guinan is normal, and he runs the Kukai Foundation the party chills at for a while. He's the younger brother with... Guys, please, there has got to be a better trope than old child. Politicking actually does affect the plot in this game, as the party is framed for the original Gnosis attack on the Waglinde, that spaceship from earlier, and they're made to not only break free with the power of love, the power of incredible violence, but delve into Cosmos to find evidence and clear their names, physically tying that go back to any level system into the story. Nice. Xenosaga does well converting insane tech nonsense into interesting visuals. We get to run around a city and even talk to Nephilim, who confirms that Cosmos has a greater history than her mere life as a combat droid, deepening the mystery. We're constantly fed little snippets between characters we haven't met, or at least in person, discussing plans, nouns we haven't fully grasped, that sort of thing. This first game packs an incredible number of questions into the runtime and keeps players engaged through endearment, interest, and intricacy. At some point, in an altered reality state, the party arrives at a church, search. The scene is mostly used to seed Febronia into the plot, a Realian that Xion knew in her past and we've seen earlier in a vision. And Febronia is here now to have Xion and Junior face themselves while everyone else watches. This stuff gets a little heady, like why is this happening? How is this happening? Should I even be asking questions? But sometimes you gotta brain a bottle of soju on an empty stomach and fall off your chair. Yo, they got Vagrant's story in this. Nephilim shows us an apocalyptic vision of Cosmos assaulting some energy mass known as Udu, the mass which engulfed Old Milsha 14 years prior, kicking off most of the plot events, and further explored in the later entries. And Xion was picked for the main character role because she's special somehow and unaffected when touched by the Gnosis. One thing I love about Xenosaga is the time it takes with inter-character relationships. You don't just get scenes between the combat party members, you get Chaos and Alan, the crew of the Elsa, and Xion. Plenty of little interactions that fill out this world, these characters, so much more than you might expect. I love how consistent this and inner character struggles are highlighted, making even the most difficult to visually accept people that you care about, or at least care to see on the screen. After Cherenkov, the villain role shifts to a more permanent fixture. Albedo, one of Junior's brothers, all combat Realians designed to destroy Udu by canceling out its waves. Albedo is a little different than Junior and his brother Guinan. He can regenerate himself, and he's gone kind of insane. Y'all can keep that to yourself. Albedo uses the Song of Nephilim, a space vessel that generates a special wavelength resembling a song. And it's a weapon as well, but ignore that. The Song of Nephilim attracts Gnosis, who appear and make a big ol' mess of everything. And Momo is captured as well, leading to perhaps the most disturbing scene ever viewed by a young fan. And funniest by a 30-year-old man, aka me. This scene was censored in the Western version, by the way. It's just that vile. Kind of a hard sell for the country where, for example, 4 kids existed at any point, but it's still hard brutality, a straight shot of trauma, so the effect is basically preserved. The party eventually confronts Albedo, naturally, but we're interrupted by these blue and red suited people who we've mostly seen in short clips previously. Still no clue what they're up to, but we learn that this dude is Virgil. Now, transcending basic rules of reality isn't new for Xenosaga. It plays with space-time anomalies, delving into people's psyches as though that's a physical space you can occupy. It abstracts a hell of a lot, and again, for the world's strongest RPG soldier, it's just another bottle. Yeah, crack that plot! Let's get... In the final confrontation, Albedo uses a new power. Will made manifest. Or will to power. Yeah, cool power, bro. I want to see the new KBash lore right now. KBash's special move is actually cultural hegemony, where I can make people agree with my opinions via propaganda. I will never understand Takahashi's fascination with representing classical philosophical concepts in his art, but I respect the need to read. We beat him back, but only temporarily, and after a fairly blah final Gnosis boss, we escape the crumbling vessel. I'll hold back too many conclusions because a lot of them would be informed by later entries, but I have to mention the closing scene. As the party barely rescues Cosmos through some stroke of divine brilliance, or Xion having special powers, or mother's love, whatever, Cosmos having stayed behind to ensure the destruction of the vessel in a last-ditch effort to accomplish their goals and save the planet below from a rain of debris, we're treated to this absurdly heroic, strangely moving conclusion where Cosmos, once again, must put her very existence on the line to save the party. It's implied that she'll die, burning away as she supports the ship, once again carrying the plot on her back, slowing its descent so it doesn't burn up in the atmosphere. And yet, miraculously, she survives. It moved me, despite its obvious saccharine nature, the "of course she lives" cynicism that would otherwise creep in, because by that point, I was in love with the story. I was engrossed by the characters, and all I wanted was for Cosmos to live, to validate her existence, the hope seeding the work. and the game delivered on that. Xenosaga 1 is easier to write about than the other games. It establishes so much, spins up this fantastical web of interconnected moving pieces, and keeps you grounded in the characters' lives. In the flagship characters arc specifically, that it's hard to lose sight of the point. We've got a fairly long RPG, something like 40 hours, with side content and endless interactions between institutions and political movers and shakers. Yet the central tension was established very early and very loudly. Is synthetic life true life? Does it have purpose beyond programming? Is it meaningful? Many characters struggle with these concepts. Cosmos is at the forefront. She struggles, even improves, like any person, makes incredible sacrifices, and displays superhuman courage, and her will is her power. Beyond programming, her bond with Xion transcends mere numbers. It's powerful. To mock Xenosaga is to mock convoluted premises, hopeful messages, arguably goofy character designs. In short, to mock Xenosaga is to be wrong. Proudly. There's a tendency online, especially in fandom, Twitter spaces, etc., to elevate the artistic qualities of video game to truly mythic proportions, like this is exceptionally genius work from the master, etc. Now, have you ever watched a company establish the visuals and then decide this shit is just too anime and chuck it all in the bin? Lays a real wet blanket on that entire narrative. Oh, Jesus. You're not ready for this. Xenosaga 2 gets a lot of crap. Not sure it's entirely undeserved. So what happened? That's realistic! What happened to my Idri Union eyes? What's this combat system? What happened? Let's get into a little dev history. Tetsuya Takahashi directed Xenogears, a project of incredible scope. A heckin' chunker mega work that needed to be crushed into something saleable, losing aspects of its potential final self in the process. Xenosaga was Takahashi's chance to do things right. Starting his own company, getting Namco to publish, Xenosaga was originally planned as a 6-part series. But as you'd expect, when creation meets the market, money matters, and infinite development cycles aren't feasible. Takahashi stepped down as director for this sequel, which probably means more than just stepped down, but let's ignore that. Saga's remaining parts were squished into a mere 2 titles, leaving the trilogy, not unlike Xenogears, a representation of some grand platonic ideal self. The sales tanked from 2 on, and this title in particular was criticized pointedly for all kinds of things, but what do you do when your leader can't lead? Creatives need limits, at least in the video game market. It's deeply romantic to think every creative given sufficient time and resources can be equally creatively resonant, or that the sheer investiture will pay off necessarily. Regardless, Saga's now the least notable of the Xeno series, and maybe it didn't have to be that way. We intro with a tutorial segment featuring this guy named Kanan. Okay, and Chaos. This event takes place 15 years before the plot. Chaos? Why? You even meet Jin Uzuki, Shion's brother. Probably a scummy person in general, if we're being honest. It's a fun jog through a war-torn city the old Milsha referred to in the original so much, while we learn the new combat mechanics and mech battle system. Xenosaga 2 scored about 70 across outlets, and part of why that is the combat. Imagine playing Dragon Quest whatever, and then you pick up the direct sequel, and it's a weird, boutique, Epicurean system that has almost no relation to its roots. At least in terms of flow, even if it's using the same terms. I'll dig into it later, but the very first boss, Margulis, acts as a hard filter if you're just using the combat's basic tools and not actually engaging with it. This is an RPG you can turn on, run the tutorial, and get hard filtered by within 10 minutes. Not a great look. Really funny though, just immediately disposed of less competent games journalists at the door. And half of the people behind the tweets I've seen about the game on that note. Zero fun, could not turn off brain, cringe. But see, the difference between them and me is I'm getting paid to play. And that pattern actually continues going forward as the bosses get increasingly specific in required strategy, or increasingly punishing if the player gets lazy. I can respect that to a point. It's so easy to turn your brain off in turn-based systems, so making fights feel threatening, even vital, bestows a level of importance to the regular play, which pairs well with the non-random battles and shorter runtime. Winning has so much more to do with mechanics than raw levels, stats, even builds, as long as you know what you're doing. It's really not that bad, but it feels punishing and confusing to learn. Definitely not doing itself any favors, anyhow, or nearly enough onboarding. The UTIC organization was invoked frequently in the original game, but now it's at the forefront, enough that it's Jin's focus in the flashback intro. Apparently, the UTIC organization is a cover, or front, for some other entity, and we're gonna learn all about him through Margulis, the pink guy, who, maybe surprisingly, is a religious zealot serving this Pope-looking individual. Sorry, literally the Pope. The Pope, though, of interstellar not Catholicism? I wonder if fundamentalists were as pissed about Xenosaga as they were with Xenogears. Okay, get in the cuck shed! The game picks up where the first left off. Ziggy, having successfully brought Momo back, needs to deliver her and her data to Yuli Mizrahi, and Shion needs to get back to Vector, so they go their separate ways. Shion finally meets up with her brother, Jin, who lives in the darlingest little Japanese home. Shion, hey, come on, I know you have your differences, but those aren't your possessions! Meanwhile, the Chuckle friends get shot at in a drive-by! Aesthetics. Ooh, they grow on you? I'm sure someone thinks they're a raw upgrade over the first, but it's not the best play to hard swap in the sequel. People don't like change. Episode 2 is going for a more photorealistic vibe, especially in certain parts of the game, thoroughly grounding this sci-fi universe in grass, rocks, and dirt. Things aren't dull or plasticky anymore. It's hard metal bathed in light, smooth and clean-cut alien fixtures, plenty of glowing lights to put a futuristic spin on things that might get a little overly real in places, especially for a series with big eye syndrome. The models are the most realistic of the trilogy, and man, it's jarring coming off the first. Like, bro, that is not Shion. That's like Shippupi or something. I don't know. Can you imagine Jin Uzuki in the original game? Dripped up like a motherfucking Chibis or Chibis. It lends a certain weight to the designs, makes the events seem more dramatic. It's arguably an appropriate tonal shift and won't break weirdos' brains as easily, but the first game handled trauma and emotion just fine, regardless of its visuals. The only Xenosaga I teared up to was the first game. At least Shion's actually got drip this time, even if the rest don't. I've been highlighting through these past 2 sections mostly sci-fi visual stuff. 2 creates a believable, compelling environment, but Xenosaga, all of it has an acute interest in the natural world. Even the first game took a bizarre detour into a deeply shadowed forest area with light filtering from the boughs above. Nice, even if it was undercut by an insipid mascot rabbit. But episode 2 takes it further, with long, deliberately planned walks through stunning garden space as a means to deliver background info about Junior, and further than that, it dives into his past with these pastoral, nostalgic countryside spaces with shocking nonchalance. Suddenly you're on a rural road that, man, I feel like I've been on before. That harsh juxtaposition between the technological wasteland and the defiantly natural elevates these areas massively. It's not common for the game to slap you with a romantic, picturesque setting, but when it does, you don't want to leave. They're also used for transitory purposes or for the aforementioned backstory segments, even for spirituality, implying an inherent, intentionally invoked nostalgia. These were chosen for artistic reasons. In the case of Junior's backstory, they convey a simpler time, long since left behind, visually implies simplicity, peace, innocence. In the case of the small church you find tucked away in the woods, the pervasive overgrowth implies the enduring strength of life in the face of humans. That humans are much smaller compared to the things which were and which will remain long after. You can see it in the church itself. Ancient, yes, but drowning in greenery. Notes that were eventually returned to in Xenoblade writ large. That's what I love about Xenosaga, the sappy, heart-tugging sensibilities and the badass sword fights. Oh! no! Oh my god! Despite aesthetic and combat changes, the core structure of Xenosaga remains. Run around in dungeons, or whatever words you want to use, generally places you're up to no good in.
You can't just go in.
Okay, Alan, why are you even here?
I'm going. I've already made up my mind. Please don't try and stop me.
Yeah, that's right, Alan. What the fuck? The game's world is broken up about the same as the first. Huge, explorable areas eventually cropped by story obligations. That said, you're given a fair amount of free time, especially early, to run around completing side content before even the halfway point of the game. This title runs shorter than the others, which I really appreciate. You can see the intentions informing the design, mechanically codifying combat such that mechanics reign over raw numbers, streamlining the adventure, and even handing the player a side quest guide that'll direct you towards all the bonus stuff, really getting you involved in the characters and the world. Maybe let's actually just play the game. You solve a lot of puzzles in Xenosaga. I'm not a puzzle fan. I don't enjoy puzzling over things. I would like to proceed to the next room, actually, but instead I'm here, flipping switches and fiddling with improbable video game-coded transient challenges. Video games are probably the only entertainment medium where occasionally, at least once an hour, the creator decides to drop an IQ test on the player. That doesn't happen in films. I don't need to rearrange crap to advance to the scene where the man with no name blasts 4 dudes. Okay, that just happens, and it's beautiful. I mean, I'm really getting tired of these. Oh, sweet. Hey, look, I did it. We need to dig into the combat. It's the real elephant in the room. I mean, even today, I can go online and find people currently struggling with Xenosaga 2, bringing up the combat. And I sympathize completely. I think the combat's fine, it's playable, but it's very specific and fairly opaque, so let's get digging. It's a 3 party members setup like before, but this is not combat. This is the Shadow Realm. You've got basic attacks that can be chained like before in pairs, with more hits available depending on how many stocks you charge up to a maximum of 3. You can guard, run, etc. The paint is standard, but the battlefield is veering on tactical at times. Enemies will flank you, leaving you open to back attacks which are flat out more dangerous. Damage is high in general. The enemy doesn't have to do anything special to fuck you up. They can just pull out shotguns. You, on the other hand, are expected to use your basic attacks to suss out every individual enemy's weak pattern, so to speak. The combo of moves necessary to inflict break on your foes, leaving them vulnerable to combos, knockups, slam downs, and big schmeedy meat-slinging long schlonger damage. Literally, why do I breathe? You can use ether or spells, but we know that... Did anyone not know this? The whole strategy is basically stocking up 3 times per character at the start of the fight, figuring out the break pattern, then unloading with it and a flurry of extra hits, generally using boosts during your turn so other party members can extend the combo and magnify the damage. Some characters can knock foes up or smack them down, and repeated combo hits deal compounding damage, so you can absolutely trash someone, like I said, with only mechanics. The whole system is great for boss fights. The problem is, it bleeds into regular combat. I know, the visuals, the crunch of the combat, the danger, it all amounts to a much more grounded, gritty feeling experience, a totally different texture that I bet some fans fall in love with, but the sheer tedium of having to take these fights seriously through every dungeon does grate on the nerves. There's a point where you should, in your RPG, simply be spamming AoE elemental spells to burn down trash mobs, but here, oh no, Shion and the gang gotta take everyone seriously. Hey devs, sweet, awesome, you elevated that mook to legitimate threat status, mechanically implying that we're all people and our team isn't full of superhumans. Except Cosmos and some others who totally get disrespected and underserved narratively by the system, but ignore that. This is still an RPG. You still fight loads of battles, and grinding regular encounters out with intention is never going to feel good past hour 4. It gets old. You tend to hit a point in RPGs, even tabletop, where things that were once problems for the heroes eventually aren't. And shouldn't be, because you've fought and grown as heroes, you know? Xenosaga throws that simple joy of the genre out. And maybe that's fitting for a second game, but this is a one-time deal, guys. Regardless, boss battles are well served by this system, like it was probably designed with boss fights before anything else. I mean, who hasn't built up their Jin in Golden Sun and unleashed a torrent of summons? That's the stock system, basically. Building up and breaking it all down is exactly the kind of vibe Xenogears pushed in its mech combat, and the stuff that makes turn-based combat compelling. Having something to work towards instead of merely using your moves, the game within the game. It's probably the best part of Xenosaga 2, landing increasingly powerful hits on a boss like you're really shoving them further into the dirt. 12 feet under, double dead. Mech combat hits okay. It's a simpler system and moves fast. Like, it's a lot more fun to actually engage with because it's a break from the tedium. You pick a move, you do it. No combos, just build up a little power bar through attacking or passive means and unload bigger moves when you can. And they're not even really necessary. Every enemy, and this goes for regular combat too, has a weakness. It's just that in mech battles you have limited access to weapons, beams, guns, etc. Less elemental business going on in general, and so among your moves you can pick and hit, find the higher damage one, and don't stop shooting. I got tripped up early in one fight because I didn't understand the piloting mechanics, so let's make this clear. Nobody can cast spells in a mech except for Momo's mech, and she needs to be trained in what you're casting for the mech to use that stuff. So don't be me and neglect your characters intentionally. Like the first game, Xenosaga allows players to build their squad up however they like, and even more freely this time. Like, you end up tapping into a pool of licenses, basically different schools of magic, and slotting up your character as creatively as you want. So take all the healing spells, buffs, and debuffs, mix and match, who cares? Xenosaga wants you to use who you want, how you want, and characters come and go. You're ultimately made to use everybody somehow, or you'll end up like me, battling a pair of mech bosses with no healing spells to my name.
I hear you. KBash, it sucks when you're not 100% in on whatever game you're playing, and fair enough, but judging by how the story unfolds over these 3 games, I don't know if they were either. One thing fans really didn't like on release was the decision to swap out roughly half the voice cast, which can only be catastrophic for a multi-part, story-driven game. Fans are gonna have questions. I don't like to bring up voice acting a lot. Like any aspect of production, it's a weird, chaotic gig that not everyone can last in, regardless of skill or talent. And I trust that hardline anti-English dub people will suss out an undub patch online since they're already down the rabbit hole. Many of the original cast members were solid all around. The only change that really stung for me was Chaos, an already bizarre character made somehow less appealing by swapping from this.
Everyone has at least one skill that they excel in over all others.
Yes, that's right. We need to protect them from the coming crisis.
God damn, someone sucked every last ounce of soul from his body. Poor bastard. At least in Cosmos' case, it serves the plot. Don't get me wrong, I think she looks ridiculous, worse than the original, and I'm not sorry. And it sounds like a different person too.
If you destroy the exterior wall, you should be able to rendezvous with it.
But if Cosmos is becoming more human through interactions with the party, it follows that she'd take on new vocal patterns and mannerisms, have adaptive tech to simulate growth. I don't know, let's be clear about something. Xenosaga 2 lost its original director, and the scripts for the remaining 5 entries after 1 were condensed into a mere 2 games. Not literally condensed, I don't think there's any evidence that they were completed or anything, but conceptually compressed. That means we're on an expedited schedule, no matter how you slice it. Things were cut, events were probably shuffled, and the story gets into some fairly strange territory. Not that Xenosaga 1 was grounded, but rather that the series forks off pretty severely from the tone, vibe, delivery method, and even message of the original. It can't be as intentional with its themes or as leisurely with its delivery because, yeah, 5 potential games, a million threads, a bucket of nouns, all thrown under the hydraulic press. So how's that play out? The party, en route to deliver Momo for analysis and routine maintenance, is attacked by the UTIC organization, a pair of their mech operators, and this woman who only spoke a few lines in the first, Pellegrini. They're driven off by the party in tandem with Kanan, who swoops in to assist. While this is happening, we learn that Gnosis are killing off whole planets, just wreaking utter havoc on the universe. The writers, knowing this is way too broad scope to worry about meaningfully, shifts the drama to the protagonist.
protagonist, Shion, who's pissed that Vector has their own plans for Cosmos. Heading into town, she meets up with, finally, her brother, Januzuki. Bro, you've officially evolved from dripless to drip minus. Get help. Albedo's still floating around the stratosphere. The plot, mostly because he's got regenerative powers, and peace talks between him and Guinan go poorly, but we kind of expect that. Can't take a dude that creepy and expect a simple talk to resolve, traumatizing a child. Endless murder! Albedo is also involved with Utic, but more choosing to cooperate with Margulis, who serves a greater religious body, Ormus. Their ultimate goal is securing the Zohar, and so the hunt is on.
Race to the finish!
Momo is finally delivered, which ends up being an important scene. Not only do we see the initially cold Yuli Mizrahi forced to reconcile with her grief over her lost daughter, being the wife of Joachim Mizrahi, but also pushed in 2 separate instances to accept Momo as her daughter, even if she's a Realian. After all, she's fashioned from the same data as her daughter, and she's all that remains of that girl. Would it kill you to act like a person for 1 second? Having a child supercomputer character is weird. On one hand, she's more mature than she lets on, but still delivers her lines like a baby.
Mommy!
Like she still has child tendencies. Some kind of human element imparted so she, and other Realians like her, don't seem like fabrications. Still gotta be weird walking around knowing, people of programming are all around you. Probably could have delved that angle a lot more thoroughly, but unfortunately that was the last game's deal, and it's not gonna get enough plot time to be expounded on further. The data extraction goes poorly. Albedo hacks into Momo remotely somehow, so Momo does some counteractive action that stuffs his attempt, but damages her systems in the process, causing the party to once again delve into a robot, which leads to more memory adventures because we love those. We do love those, by the way. I appreciate Xenosaga's total non-commitment to the traditional sci-fi expectation of multiple worlds and fantastical spaces, choosing instead to deliberately ground the player in high-minded science fiction-y concepts contrasted directly, aggressively by these deeply pastoral spaces. It's far more evocative than going to, say, Bungo 12 with its 37 moons and radioactive fart gas atmosphere. We're treated to this protracted sequence detailing Junior's backstory alongside the girl that Momo was based on. Now, I knew frame 1 that I'd be spending some time here. You can't walk into a garden that opulent, spanning that many in-game screens, and not expect either a very long gameplay segment or a very long story segment. It's one of those senses you pick up digging into games more deeply. Like, oh, team must have spent some time on this. Guess I will too. Junior's relevance grows pretty rapidly through the first game, despite having little to do with Shion and her arc, enough that he had direct beef with that game's acting antagonist. That entire history is dug into here, flashing the player glimpses of a strange upbringing, notable Realians born amidst a sea of clones, all made for the purpose of confronting Udu. Rabido, or Junior, Albedo, and Negredo, or Guinan, were all granted unique abilities in pursuit of creating the ultimate weapon, and that created tension between them. Albedo didn't understand, as a child, that his regeneration was unique to him, so dude, for fuck's sake, get a new party trick. Get a new party trick or no more coleslaw at the function. Albedo gets knocked flat on his ass for his light treatment of life, and it sticks with him, clearly shaken up by fear that his brothers will die one day. It's a neat little story, contextualizes the greatest villain we've fought so far. Unfortunately, this entire sequence is exploited by Albedo, who manages to acquire what he hacked Momo for in the first place. As the plot picks up and the party gives chase, Shion finds herself in a bit of a pickle.
I thought you were a man. Quit whining and shoot something!
Shion, as someone named Kevin, feeling a sort of spiritual connection to you because your boyfriend is named Kevin, I really don't appreciate your gender essentialist BS, and I know you wouldn't like me, but you're really publicly small-minded for free, just for free, and it's really not a great look. Sweaty. But it's okay, we're friends with the walking Deus Ex Machina Cosmos, and she's coming to save Shion. Alright, Cosmos on the motorcycle. Where you going with that? Oh no.
Chief Uzuki.
I like how they built a holographic set of what appears to be stairs just for such an occasion. Come on. There she goes! On the way to the plot, the party runs into Richard and some other guy, this pair of Ormus pilots who appear again in the third game. And Xenosaga does this really funny prank where they're never seen outside their mechs, so they're never given portraits, except in the DS version.
Destroy everything.
That is not what you thought he would look like. Now, a lot of moving parts start jittering around this segment. We beat up another cultist. I mean, a religious fanatic. I mean, man, you can't kill a character that cool on first blush. Dude, she had a choker. What are you doing? We escape from the installation. Guinan's having mental problems. Been happening all game, actually. Oh, his consciousness was displaced by another person remotely. Well, I have no issue with that. We land on Milsha in pursuit of the Zohar. Jin takes center stage to explain that he has plot relevance and knowledge beyond most characters. Joachim Mizrahi did not actually cause the Milshan conflict, or at least wasn't directly responsible for the outcome, but received funding through a dummy corporation owned by a man named Heinlein, a cardinal of the immigrant fleet, which, ignore the noun, has direct ties to Ormus, the religious group, and the Utic organization, the military branch of said religious group. This gets fairly complicated and beyond the need for a full retelling, but in short, we gotta stop the church. Here comes the church. Sometimes this game owns. Let's do more of that. Anyway, the Realians from the Vagrant story tree are actually here, kept alive in life support pods, apparently keeping the system containing the Zohar intact. We got our first confrontation with Heinlein, the Cardinal, and Udo itself speaks to Rubido, telling him to shut the system down, so Cosmos goes to blast the pods. Shion freaks the f*** out as usual, and Fabronia appears to tell Shion that it's fine actually, and their bodies should be ripped to shreds with hot steel. Finally, they can rest in pieces. But too late! The Zohar is inside the mech now. Already got out of there, don't worry about it. Dimitri steps into the active villain role for this title. He's the creator of Junior, Guinan, Albedo, all them kids. And he designed Guinan as a vessel for his consciousness, so he somehow takes over Parliament and begins to further his strange designs. You can see how this game gets a little confusing, yeah? Not only are 3 to 4 factions vying for control of any given situation, those factions all have various characters, subordinates, whatever, each with their own arcs, relations, etc. This really could have used the 6 originally planned games to expand things in a more digestible way, because these pieces were originally put in place on set trajectories that got all and even then, we've got Fabronia over here choosing to suddenly appear and speak with Shion. Like, what is that? It's not a hologram, it's not anything quantifiable, she can just do that, even though she's not alive anymore. Like a Force Ghost, the plot is kind of like a floating island country, okay? And it starts falling, so all of the people, or the plot elements on the plot, fly up and off because their mass is lower than the plot itself. Just free fall insanity. It's hard to sell a political conflict without having party members directly involved in the political body or really meaningfully affected by the politics, being in the building where it happens. This stuff is loose and abstract. A bad bout of diarrhea. It's hard to grasp at. Why is Dimitri suddenly able to seize control of Parliament? Why a lot of things? At least the plot's riddled with plenty of conflict. It's not just big old groups bumping into each other like bumper cars. Within Ormus, the Patriarch and Margulis have a light conflict that begins Margulis' crisis of faith, something that comes to a head in the third game. Shion and Jin consistently struggle to be a family.
I said leave me alone!
Shion, come to your senses. You are simply on your period. And it's not really well explained beyond, well, Mom and Dad are dead and Jin wasn't super close and his house is so late. So anyway, you fight a church.
Dude, what? Is that a church?
I have to wonder if the 6-game Xenosaga would use this many rotating villains. It really is villain of the week out here. Heinlein gets axed by the suit people we've been catching glimpses of, which means the smarmy white hair is probably gonna make himself relevant. But not just yet, because first we need Rubido to steal the final scene again. This final sequence is insane. The party half succeeds at most of what they do, and that's great for keeping the threads dancing, but at the end of 2, Rubito goes alone to fight Albedo, which leads to this annoying, weird final battle that's mostly a gimmick fight. I wish I had commentary about his arc really mattering as the one created with the power to destroy Udo, but Udo doesn't really do a whole lot in this title, or the first, so we've got Rubito's insane backstory figure to deal with instead. Albedo is a creep and mentally unstable, but the games take a good chunk of time trying to redeem him and other monsters in ways I have a hard time grasping the purpose of. Ultimately, Albedo isn't even killed in this final clash, just lingering in the plot like an unpoppable zit. I'm not like the Twitter fangirls, okay? I don't care if you're insane. You're just unpleasant. Do you have hobbies outside of laughing weird and traumatizing people? I don't think you do. Plus, he repeats this one voice line all battle to the point of full nausea.
Oh, this pain feels so good, so good!
I turn my volume down, it's so bad.
Look, Rubito. I'm free.
I don't know if I can do this. We fail to retrieve the Zohar, the big bad's given the chance to step in finally, and there's only one game to go. Xenosaga 2 was good for fleshing out the world, adding more characters, deepening the experience, and showing what could be done mechanically with the core pieces established in the first, taken to the next level. But it feels mostly superfluous in retrospect, an entry with some incredible scenes and plenty of rushed stuff. Orgula, name had to be someone until she was relegated to one pump dump status. Rubito, all these guys' backstories matter to a point, but at the expense of Cosmos and Shion getting more screen time, getting more at all with their characters. This kind of feels like Xenosaga Junior Edition, or like the series is wrestling internally to pick a protag. I appreciate complex parties, but it's never ideal to lose focus when you're crafting an experience, a consistent narrative. All that's left is to see how 3 ties it all together. Xenosaga 3 had a lot riding on it, both in terms of sales and the burden of wrapping up a story, with fans that are 3 purchases deep. It's a lot to ask of someone, maybe too much for director Ko Arai, who took over from Takahashi from the second title onward. This is an individual who handled map design in Xenogears and, after Xenosaga, would work on level design and, quote, structural art in Breath of the Wild, among others. If nothing else, it's an interesting lens through which to view the game. It's worth noting that while Takahashi was largely absent from 2's development, he returned with an expanded role for 3, albeit not in the director's chair, mostly handling scenario stuff, and it's that tension that ended up defining the broader Xenosaga series. People tend to like this final entry better than 2, which was confusing, highly mechanical, not as immediately rewarding to pick up and play. Like getting into your first fighting game and you picked BlazBlue. Oh, my head! I don't think it's worth tearing out the games. They've got their quirks, and they're taken as a package, at least where story is concerned. The saga on offer. At least it's fun to compare. Xenosaga 3 intros with Shion, her underling Miyuki, and that guy Kanan who never does anything, infiltrating some cyberspace dungeon. It's just a quick tutorial to get players into the action, vibing with the new mechanics, and eventually getting back to the party proper after babysitting the literally who duo. Apparently the crew here is diving for vector data. Cool. Love to see Shion all grown up and ruthlessly engaging in corporate espionage. Such a leap from the girl who almost died rounding a corner. Every year I say, this is the year I take a break, take a vacation, whatever. And this is the closest I get. Beach scenes in summer games. Every year. The visuals take yet another turn, this time recapturing the essence of the first game with the slightly more realistic proportions of 2. It's a decent compromise, directly invokes the vibe of the original while naturally visually implying that things have advanced, that characters have grown. It's probably a best-case scenario for this sort of series, challenged as it was. I mean, damn, girl! Shion looks amazing, a proper protag, spunky outfit, and pouty face. That's someone fixing to kill God. Oh, they don't do that? What? But my tropes! One very noticeable change, like level 1 noticeable, is the attention to camera work, or framing the scene, even just the raw environments. 1 was much more cramped visually. Things were practically top-down to account for sneaking, evading the Gnosis, infiltrating facilities. It made sense contextually, but wasn't very evocative on its own. 2 changed things by pulling back slightly and creating a sense of imposing grandeur in the world's general construction, though it was a bit of an odd shakeup considering the expanded need for stealth strikes on enemies. 3 proudly shoves incredible views and vistas into the player's face at multiple points in the game, casting the player as small in the bigger picture, but still the central figures. It's your party's time to act in this wide-open universe. Am I reaching? Maybe. Do I like the visuals? I think they're f***ing brilliant. Another game, another set of overworlds to travel, but due to plot events, this title jumps back to some strange places, and you're mostly stuck dealing with the raw plot as opposed to, you know, dicking around with fish or whatever. Though you can always double back with the EVS unit here, letting you delve into old levels and grind, treasure hunt, whatever else you weirdos get up to. Keeping up with its early aughts tech business, you're forced to play this ridiculous minigame Hackox, where you walk... I love the introduction too. Shion's having a bad day and needs to relax. Hey Chief, why don't you play our new arcade game, Hackox? Oh, I don't really want to play. Actually, you can exit right after touching the thing and continue. And I did that. Level design has not changed. It's a series of gated paths unlocked by faffing around, getting in scraps, picking up items, and finally clearing the way 5 to 10 minutes into any given roadblock. What else is there to say? It's amazing that this late in the series, no major shakeups regarding the regular non-combat play took root. You're still blowing up objects without discretion. You're still running away from monsters. You can trap them now, or like, place traps and detonate them to stun enemies. They can't walk into these, so they might as well be like, stunning C4 or something weird. There are puzzles. I am puzzling over whose job it was to craft so many puzzles. Like, was that your day job? How'd you come up with all these? Did you source them from other games? Is there a big, silly design book for puzzles? When do they stop? Can I play the game? Combat changes are significant, so let's go over them, including mech combat. The sharp mechanical nature of the second game was cutting fans' hands, so they had to swap out the pointy bits with something softer. So, Xenosaga 3, a game where, until about halfway through the run, you'll regularly use basic attacks and ethers because you just don't have all that much to do in the regular combat. Okay, it's kind of like the first game, but with new break mechanics and an altered boost system. Loading up your party with new techs and ethers is streamlined, looking very modern-era game design, right? You level up one path, and preferably only one because you want the maximum return on investment, and that's your character. Jin's either a sort of dodge tank or a big slasher. Junior can be a mage for some reason, or not. Shion can support the party, or throw a... Yeah. It's like you're picking your party members' classes, and it makes things easy, at least. Fair enough for a last sprint near the finish. Regular encounters are handled like any Xenosaga game. Blast them. You've got 6 party members and can swap new ones in to fit the situation. Basic attack, hit weaknesses with tech, or just spam AoEs, which is surprisingly easy to do because boost charges are acquired by hitting people. So hitting 4 people at once, for example with an AoE, gives you 4 times the points. So you can AoE, boost, AoE, boost, AoE, but the real challenge is bosses, obviously. The break system was reworked, so instead of hitting a target break combo, you have to build up the enemy's break bar, generally by hitting them with break attacks, throws, spirit strikes, slams, God that's good, and keep the pressure up, at least if you want to make it expeditious. So plenty of characters have dedicated break attacks for inflicting the status faster. That is the funniest thing in Xenosaga. This can be abused and optimized, allowing the player to steamroll several difficult fights, but you know what? I think that's fine. The enemy certainly is not holding back.
Okay, whatever that is. Oh, what the
Xenosaga doesn't do that stuff very often. It can have one. I will say the system really incentivizes abuse over straight-up engagement, because your damage, without breaking the enemy, is minimal, and break only lasts a few turns. Generally, you'll save up your boost charges to unleash powerful special moves the second you break whatever boss. The system works. It's fun, but it does feel an awful lot like pillow fighting until like 10 minutes into any battle, and only for a moment. I feel like 2 did a much better job at feeling rewarding, technically being able to go whenever, just as long as your team was all charged up, and that damage was a thing of beauty. I appreciate the intricacies of 3 and the way it gets you into your characters more. I ignored Chaos for all of 2 and most of 1, but here, he was a utility all-star with them team heals, break moves, AoE, he carried. Even Momo, who I neglected since the start, got used every boss fight because she was a quality swap-in once my other healers were out of juice. Tankier characters can use this heat ether to force attacks their way, helping them fulfill their tank role more effectively. It's a cool game, and I recommend sticking with it if you're still early game and thinking of dropping. It gets significantly more open and enjoyable as you level up. Mech combat was reworked pretty heavily. 2 was a dry run for what 3 did, more or less. A menu straight out of the shittiest joint in town. Minimal options, quick and simple, it got the job done. But in 3, they managed to get the player into the equip screen, meaningfully fiddling with parts, not just slapping on what's strongest. In 3, mechs have a finite cap of actions per round, which are pretty quickly chewed through by selecting multiple weapon attacks. But that's only the very surface of the system. You're actually intended, and especially with later boss fights, to go to the equip screen and ensure your weapons are capping your total hits and support score. Then pull off the greatest number of hits on an enemy, which will raise the percent chance for an ally to tack on an additional attack free of charge, all of which boosts characters' anima gauges up to a maximum of 3 charges, and powering up this way further greenlights devastating super attacks. Okay, if you don't quit it right now, I'm gonna get into mechs. Noted mech poo-pooer KBash is looking respectfully at the mechs. I would be so mad if you continue to make them look cool. That said, we gotta talk about them endgame mech fights. I mean, Jesus Christ, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, the endgame falls off hard. I wasn't expecting a lot, but eventually Xenosaga 3 decides to start wrapping up some of the villains' arcs immediately, like one after another, in a grueling and unnecessary series of boss fights, all in mechs, that suck any kind of joy out of the play. There's artistic value in that. Shouldn't the end of a dignified life be represented in some epic battle of attrition? But in reality, I'm sitting there, bored out of my skull in a Discord call, not because this stuff is challenging or complex, but because I have to consistently keep up with the damage, and when the party gets low, pop a heal. It's annoying. It's incredible how padded out these guys are. I mean, my gear was practically top class, and my stats were really good. First one wouldn't have even been a problem, but by the third, you're just flatlining, dude. Regardless of my griping, all of these disparate pieces, visuals, level design, combat, really highlight how little the core gameplay has evolved. I love what they did with the visuals. The evolution over 3 games is interesting to dissect and think about, especially in terms of tonal conveyance, right? What they want to say with them. The combat's gone around the world, from fairly basic to deeply nerdy, all profoundly player-driven with customization in every entry. Both of these parts feel like compromises, picking the best parts of the 2 preceding foundations and crafting something new out of them. Simple but complex combat, cartoony but adjusted visuals, and yet, we're still just wandering around blowing shit up, playing with silly little puzzle sections, and kind of half-engaging with the sneaking possibilities because we need experience and ability points. It's a real video games problem to have, parts of the whole that feel ancient compared to others because other parts have been iterated on, but it's such a standout part. Maybe more was planned and it got scrapped because it surely isn't broke, so why bother fixing it? But it's interesting to see a game so intent on telling a story to maintain its obvious gamey drapery. I like to celebrate that aspect of video games nowadays, even if it's kinda jank, but you've gotta wonder what Xenosaga could have been if its shell had as much attention paid to it as the combat, for example. They're fine plays, long, arduous, but fine. As for the story, Xenosaga has, since the first entry, showed off Xion's dead boyfriend Kevin in various flashbacks. Someone we're led to believe is the benevolent, visionary designer of Cosmos who engineered her to protect Xion at all costs, and with secret functions her current designers are unaware of. Kevin has largely been left out of the games otherwise. Xenosaga 3 intros with a young Kevin being deeply traumatized by his mother, who is turning into a Gnosis, getting blasted into space. So you have to figure he's gonna be relevant this time. Cutting to the current day, the Soup People, also called the Testaments, are gathered around a burial site. Did I just catch y'all sniffing a tomb? Back with the people who actually matter, Xion, Miyuki, and Kanan virtually raid Vector for data, and it's revealed that Xion's out on some beachside getaway chilling. The sheer envy, bro, come on. She left Vector, stepping down as chief, feeling responsible for— I left a hole here in my script, and it's only briefly alluded to in this segment with the mention of Gnosis terrorism, but this is all to do with a side story not published in the main trilogy that was released for free on the Monolith Soft website in Japanese only, though it's been translated since, called Xenosaga A Missing Year, which honestly I don't even need to go into because it's pretty short, but let's just say it involves a guy from Toronto. Xion's called to action when Alan rings and mentions that progress on the Cosmos project is being halted. She can't stomach her life work, her boyfriend's life work, and practically her daughter being scrapped. Meanwhile, the other half of the party goes to Rennes-le-Château, the seemingly cutaway landmass for research purposes, but they're intercepted by Margulis. We beat him down in battle, but end up plummeting topside while he escapes. On 5th Jerusalem, which really is not a great name for a city if we're being honest, Alan fails to express his love. As usual, I'm used to the blue balls at this point, and frankly, I think he likes it too, and Xion collapses after Chaos informs her of the party's perils. Xion's been spacey throughout the series, not just because she's an egghead or flighty or whatever, but because Udo keeps contacting her, and she keeps seeing things, experiencing supernatural events that nobody else can really assist with. And by this entry, it's really starting to affect her. She faints twice in the first few hours of play, and continues to over the course of various missions as the party asks time and time again, Xion, are you okay? No, she is not. She's a concussion risk. Tape a pillow to her head and leave her at home. For f***'s sake, who's planning these adventures? Xion goes with Alan to see Cosmos in a demonstration of new vector weapon Telos, a clone of Cosmos that outperforms her in just about every way. And Omega from the last game, whose pilot absolutely mops the floor with Cosmos. Things are grim. Not only is Cosmos to be scrapped, but she can't even justify her existence to this corporate entity, despite her relative humanity. It's bizarre. And obviously more is going on behind the scenes. You don't just can a super weapon because you made a better super weapon. This is literally a holy shit two-cake situation, guys. And for Cosmos to lose to a version of herself, man, come on, game. Don't ask, what if Cosmos had sex appeal? Just don't. She's great on her own. Just stop there. Don't get preoccupied by what ifs so much. Before we try to save Cosmos from her fate, we learn that Omega's pilot is none other than Fei Fong Wong. I mean Abel. Abel is the pilot. Legally distinct? Character Abel, directly pulled from Xenogears, is the pilot of the Omega. And he draws Ellie, or Nephilim. I'm sorry. What, do I have to worry about the Gazelle Ministers and System Hawa here too? When's Blanca-chan coming back? Where's Dan?
I mean, I came here to finish off the losers. I need you to gather your things together at once.
I'd be pissed right now, but you're literally voiced by Alan, whose voice actor also voices Kevin. So Xion's surrounded by men of increasing shrillness, and only her dead boyfriend sounds even kind of acceptable. You don't fit into society, and people don't care to try understanding you. Stew in that. Oh hey, confirmation that Chaos is gonna do stuff this game. I don't know, he sat out for most of 2. With all the floor slapping Xion's been up to, she's forced to cancel plans with Alan. Thankfully, she remembers to be a human being for 5 seconds, and they eat food together. I mean, I don't care for a forced romance. Alan obviously has no riz. Xion clearly feels nothing about him, but it's still nice to see the harmless boob get some joy. You know, the party infiltrates Vector to steal back Cosmo. Okay, Jin? Junior? Ziggy? Whichever one of you idiots is planning these excursions, I'm gonna politely ask you to step up, okay? This character is not fit for space travel, for operating large machinery, or for handling weapons. This is not difficult, okay? Please, someone be an adult. Oh, look, Abel is there. Cool. Like, how much of this is supposed to be a supernatural occurrence versus security really needs to work harder? So we find Cosmos intact, and that's great because I am gonna fuck. Is Fit Jerusalem just the United States? Is there a reason she's not admitted against her will? Will it bankrupt her? I have all these notes detailing different conversations between different characters, and most of them really amount to contextualizing things slightly. Nothing really suited for recap because it's fluffy information that's hard to make interesting or immediately valuable. That said, Xenosaga is great at making use of character interactions wherever possible to more thoroughly dig into events. It's just that it happens to be more effective after your first playthrough and you're familiar with all the nouns and less anxious to move on. We eventually get the gang all together, delve the dungeons, but we're attacked by Telos and eventually Virgil. It's an excruciating scene because, unfortunately, the tests didn't lie, and Cosmos is far weaker than Telos, only able to stand bravely in defeat. Before Cosmos is killed, Shion's necklace magically saves the party by thrusting them 15 years back into old Miltia, mostly to dig through any lingering plot questions regarding the origin of the Miltian conflict and the pasts of a few characters. Also, old man Bal from Xenogears is here, alongside his granddaughter, not Maria from Xenogears. She is the worst person I've ever met.
I can't believe you'd use a child to try to convince me. You're despicable. Don't tell me you already got grandfather. Time to feel my father's wrath.
It's actually pretty impressive, I think, to drop the ball on characterization for Maria in Xenogears, and then turn around like 10 years later and make her the most insufferable person in the story so far, in a game featuring that guy and that guy.
For humans to live, we have to conquer and destroy and eat other organisms.
Wow! Powerful stuff. So from the top, Shion used to live here and visited the church where Fabronia stayed. One day, Virgil the Bigot was wounded by combat Realians and brought to the church for healing. Fabronia was the goodest Realian and almost human-like, one of the few designed to be compatible with humans in the case of a transplant, so she shared her organs with this dirtbag and started a small romance. At least we're back on the synthetic people are still people bit, but we've been past that. Spoiler alert, Shion's dad was never a bad guy, just a brilliant scientist used by others for their own ends in ways he was ignorant about until he lived to regret it. Part of why I like Shion is her individualism, something that stems very obviously from not being able to rely on others, having dead parents, an unreliable brother, and a dead boyfriend. She knows what she wants and goes to get it, and that makes her pretty ideal in the protag role, minus the fainting. But Shion's role is larger. Her father experimented on his wife in the pursuit of discovering a potentiality for human-Sohar connectivity in his effort to save Shion from her Udu-caused disease that we really knew nothing about until this game. Meanwhile, Cosmos is rebuilt by the Professor on the Elsa, but they're stopped by the Black Testament. So anyway, started blasting. That guy? Even the captain! Holy shit! Despite being incomplete, Cosmos awakens far more powerful than ever, and we beat down discount Darth Vader. Oh my god. In the final stretch of the flashback level, Momo is validated by Joachim Mizrahi, her creator, who mentions Momo wasn't created as a clone, but as a second daughter, so her story can end cleanly. The game basically pronouncing her canon personhood. Great. Awesome. Now get in the reserve slot. As the Miltian conflict, this historical event of enormous weight, unfolds before the character's eyes, Kevin tempts Shion to his side, but Cosmos intervenes, breaking her own programming in a sense because though Kevin wrote her original code, she was scrapped, he abandoned her, and the crew built her back up. A sort of spiritual found family moment. I'm telling you, Cosmos carries the plot here. The final church scene is a bit odd. Realians, having lost control, attack Fabronia. It's a fairly gross scene, nothing really unheard of for Xenosaga, but it's still pretty visually powerful even after all that's happened. Shion has a self-destruct switch he hands to Virgil, who ends up immediately throwing Shion out of the church and blowing himself and the Realians up. But, and wasn't he didn't he die? Blue Testament Virgil, as distinct from past Virgil, takes a moment to call Xion a hypocrite and stupid because she allowed Virgil the choice to do evil, making her bad and dumb. And then Xenosaga 3 attempts to humanize a bigot because the ghost of Fabronia says, "I love you." This is probably the least interesting and most questionable scene in the game. I don't buy the cheap "no you" rhetoric. I don't buy the redemption. I'm still not sure why Fabronia can be anywhere she wants to, but goddammit, we got hella dranks. The takeaway from all this is that young Xion called the Gnosis, not Joachim Mizrahi, something about the Testaments collecting data on her and all this being a simulation. I don't know, who gives a shit. Xion's gonna die. Kevin pulls the "I'm saving you" card and it almost works. We also learn that Cosmos' power is derived from the Zohar, and because Xion reacts to that, she loses life from Cosmos using her abilities. That's a cool idea, really highlights the motherhood or even parenthood as sacrifice conceit we see with Xion's own parents sacrificing in their own ways, and her being forced into a similar position. With Milsha plunged into chaos, Dimitri makes a play for the Durandal, Junior's ship, because it contains the Zohar emulators. Mary takes a goddamn bullet to the chest?
Mary!
Dimitri ascends to godhood using the emulators, or at least intends to, so we pull a sweet spaceship maneuver into the color dimension or something. So the devs do some surreal, video gamey visual stuff, and we break all the emulators, Dolphin, Duck Station, PPSSPP, to fight Dimitri head-on. In the boss room, Albedo warps in to assist because apparently he's got it out for his father, after a ton of inane babbling and again, redeeming villain characters for some utterly inscrutable reason, as though the player loving and forgiving Albedo of all people is even a future menu offering at all. The trio with the power to destroy Udu, and also Dimitri for foolishly evolving into their natural prey, link up and send him to the Shadow Realm. Wait, Rubido has a true form? And you stuck us with this weird child all games? Why? Margulis enters after a prolonged hiatus to finally resolve his crisis of faith. He didn't realize his religiosity and zealotry towards his homeland could possibly be exploited by men more cunning than him, rendering his entire life's work false. So the party gets to work dismantling Ormus. This segment is among the very worst in any Xenosaga title. You're expected to run this ridiculous series of boss battles I previously explained, including the Faceless Duo and Pellegrini, Jin's ex-lover, who really didn't get enough screen time for us to really understand or care about what she represents. She's Jin if he took another path. Sure, whatever. And now she's dead. And now Margulis is dead. And I have a feeling that the major religious organization turning out to be a fraudulent cover for some white-haired fop isn't the most gutting conclusion they could have come up with. But it does suck. So much needless death and energy spent on this nothing organization. You see why that's frustrating narratively, right? In the race to pull out Le Epic Churcherino dunk, or just wrapping up Xenosaga, all that's effectively been accomplished is wasting these characters by reducing them to gullible, unserious idiots. And yeah, I'm being a bit glib about things. This is all basically the critique of blind religiosity seen in Xenogears via ethos, not actively dunking on the church as much as denigrating zealotry and, at worst, idolatry. Hence why you fight a physical church in 2. Near the end of this run, Kanan, who never got enough party or screen time, only truly playable in the intro of this title, is confirmed to be a Realian programmed as a spy, feeding data on the party to Wilhelm and the Testaments. Kanan basically suicides to kill the Black Testament, finding purpose in his life. I remember disliking this scene a lot on first pass, thinking, wow, that's absolutely not how to resolve a life purpose arc, but what can you do? It's like this. Synthetic life has no innate purpose outside of programming, according to the game, and that bugs Kanan. His whole life he's been doing things practically against his will, and so to resolve this issue, he takes matters into his own hands and ends his life instead of submitting himself for reprogramming or anything, and gets swept off stage in bits more or less unknown to the player. He was introduced as a cool guy with a mysterious past, and that's just about it for Kanan, but at least it was his choice. Ain't no way, man, that's Jesus the Christ! Chaos was a disciple? Cosmos is Mary Magdalene? What? Ah, yes, see, making Yeshua a party member is symbolic of, well, Yeshua is Joshua, and he was the successor to Moses who led Israel in the conquest of Canaan? Oh my god. It's boys' love! Do you kind of get why I like Xenoblade so much and struggle with these stories a little? I like the themes, I like the ideas, but the tendencies to pull and compile from great works as though the pastiche is inherently meaningful, understandable. This isn't a story. Chaos is a disciple. Wow, cool. Why can he kill Gnosis in one hit but not mechanically? Am I supposed to feel something about this? Like, what? I'm sorry. This is like Old Testament, New Testament mishmash nonsense. Even the interpretations I've read online don't seem to draw conclusive or meaningful points out of this presentation. It very much feels like biblical blasphemous fanfiction for Bible nerds. So please, write your theses in the comments below. Interpret wildly. This is the part of Xenosaga that's broken me up the most because I'm looking for something meaningful. Like, I'm trying to extract value from this, and I'm struggling. Maybe it's because I'm not a practicing Christian per se, so meeting the material where I am, my issue is that Xion is a descendant of someone who worked for Mary Magdalene, like her maid. And this all seems to imply, with Mary Magdalene, with chaos being, extant in the present day, saving the world, that you need to be of particular heritage or adjacent to particular heritage to meaningfully change the world. And that doesn't really sit well with me. Like being uncharitable that it's perpetuating Nepo baby lamer fiction. If the central conceit of Xenosaga, seen in the first entry via Nephilim, is that even the smallest ripple can resonate throughout the universe, I don't know that Xenosaga actually meaningfully demonstrates that. The final confrontation with Telos is cool to watch, but we obviously win because we're the heroes, so thanks for having a dark YouTuber persona, Cosmos, but I feel like she kind of got trotted out to die for no real reason. Excuse me. It is the end game. Shut up! Kevin successfully tempts Xion to his side. They can be together, and he can heal her. Awesome. But maybe break out the band-aids right now, because these boo-boos might sting a little. The final fight is a simple standoff between the player and Wilhelm. Wilhelm represents a lot of things. He's the head of Vector Industries. He's the head of Ormus, and by extension, UTIC. He was the executive committee director of the Galaxy Federation a decade before the events of the plot. He has a finger in every pie. While it's not exactly clear what he physically is, we do know he's something of a supernatural, or at least above mortal individual who's been planning for the eternal recurrence, or the collapse and reset of the universe. The party, naturally, is inclined to stop him and extend the time before the event transpires. This is all jumped on the player in the final cutscene, which makes it pretty hard to swallow, this single person to blame for basically every event set in motion for the purposes, apparently, of acquiring the anima relics and Cosmos and all of this other to do the Xenogears. And man, am I glad Xenoblade exists. Cause yeah, sure, Xenogears is cool, and the story is good, but doing it all again in a different context just sounds like an eternal recurrence. And if that's what the villain's working for, and the plot point in 3 I might add, maybe it's not the way to go. You can't brute force success on a project. You can try, but goddamn, that's a lot of life burnt up in pursuit of this one idea. Xenosaga isn't Xenogears. It hits similar notes, and yes, Udu might as well be the way of existence, the resonant entity that more or less functions as God, but the series still plays at different things. It explores family, parenthood, and personal sacrifice alongside the pursuit of meaning, predestination, and free will. It illustrates an understanding of human suffering, motivation, and joy, and does its best to tell this perpetually unwinding, intricate ball of yarn, unfortunately choosing to tie it all up with one single pin. The guy, the big bad sort of deity who's at the heart of it all, passing off any potential for a resounding and specific critique of society, industry, and even faith onto Wilhelm's shoulders alone. Maybe one got my expectations up a titch, because for the first time in Xeno, I left mostly disappointed. The ending wraps itself up quickly enough. The characters who need to stand and fight to protect the universe do so, and die with their memories intact, carried by those who fly off into space with the weight of the world on their backs. It's almost tragic. The sense that things didn't wrap up cleanly, that the battle was lost in a way, that people had to die so the rest could live. So Shion can give us a quick hope always prevails monologue that I want to believe in. I do, but can't help feeling it's all a little too easy for this series. At the same time, life in the universe is doomed unless future generations can resolve the issues. We only bought time. Though fate is solidly in our hands, I think that's where I'm struggling. It's a fine message, something that has meaning today and probably always will. Xeno, all of it, wants me to believe in humankind, and in some small way I do. But I also know that meaningful structural change won't occur for human beings until I'm too old and broken to reap the benefits. I know that the climate crisis is going to displace millions of people in my lifetime, and that people are massively susceptible to hate and propaganda, especially the people who think they aren't. The Xenosaga universe is riddled with very human horrors that get very little reflection or resolution. People are still, at least somewhat, anti-Realian bigots. Realians aren't afforded equal human rights and are broadly disposable. Man-made life has less inherent value than life itself because humans make for gods. The Federation raised dead human beings with advanced robotics to create super soldiers with no meaningful care or support given to them, boldly transgressed the natural order and suffered no effective consequences during the plot. Tech is advanced, but people haven't. Poverty, hunger, and war are still rampant. It's horrifying. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Xenosaga wants me to acknowledge that nothing really changed. We fought a Herculean, almost unknown battle against shadowy organizations, and nobody will know or care. We can only affect change in small spheres of influence, and it's gonna take every last one of those 10,000 remaining years to fix the species, or lose everything. And maybe it won't amount to anything. And maybe we won't even deserve it. Shion's hope speech is nice. It's the comforting illusion we need to operate under to improve. Shion's hope speech is hollow. It's the saccharine delusion that distracts from action. Two things can be true. Xenosaga kind of fell flat. Xenosaga is kind of brilliant.
So, what was this game about again? Xenoblade Chronicles, a series of 4 lengthy, girthy video games developed by Monolith Soft, a studio populated by plenty of ex-Square employees. This particular collection sits at the tail end of a greater saga spanning several console generations. You might have played 1 or 2, but few players pulled a hat trick, let alone the round-the-world run. It's a famous name for a reason. They're mechanical, poignant, incredibly intelligent games. Masahiro Sakurai loves them so much that both Xenoblade characters present in Smash are allowed to cheat. Move cost $6.99. You know, I was worried walking into this project covering all 4 games. More worried than usual. It's a massive undertaking, juggling 4 enormous titles in one enormous video, fishing for some cohesive point, a wispy thread to string them together. It's a Patreon vid after all, gotta give it the riz, but it never even occurred to me to cover Xenogears or Xenosaga first. And now, after experiencing every entry, I don't think I should be worried at all. I don't even think the devs would judge me if I got something wrong, if I'm missing the complete picture. Chronicles is itself, and nothing else hits the same. They might be built on a lore book thick enough to kill me, but the real stories of Xenoblade Chronicles happen between characters, not in the endless cosmic strife that underscores the series. I'd go as far as saying that Xenoblade Chronicles resists the need for perfect knowledge at its core. In the end, we're all sitting around the same garbage fire on this earth, talking, sharing, being, and making mistakes, letting things slip through the cracks while we focus on ourselves. 3 years ago, I implied that the lack of rollback netcode in Grand Blue Fantasy Versus wasn't that big of a deal. Yeah, you can say that and still have a career. You can say that and still have a career. Yeah, you can do that and still have a career. When are you going to learn I'm too gamer for that?
Go on, load up another one. Idiots!
Xenoblade Chronicles is a game that made me think.
Nowadays, you can just pick up the remastered Switch version like I did, and while plenty of things were altered, including the paint job, the aesthetic core of the experience, it means the game's a lot less funny. The characters transform from weird mutant peephole to anime dolls. It might sound strange, but I'm basically 80 years old and crusty graphics are kinda my jam. I regret not playing the original with its dusty tome look, its withering charm. Things slid from austere to fantastical across versions, and it's kinda jarring. But it's worth remembering that the change wasn't only to keep this early game in line with other entries, but to take advantage of more expressive facial animations that weren't possible with the old models. And with that in mind, I think it's the version that devs want me to play. It's the definitive version. This is what they're hiding from you. This is what they took from us. It's a smoother run, especially getting into Xenoblade Chronicles for the first time. That said, calling the remaster a smoother experience is kind of like chewing a celery stick and hoping it's enough to regulate your bowel movements. No matter which version you play, Wii, Switch, or 3DS, you've got a lot of game to churn through. Out. We intro with a prolonged cutscene to illustrate the main conflict, humans battling with synthetic beings called Mechon. Thankfully, mankind has a special weapon that trounces Mechon, but only one guy can effectively wield it, and it happens to be killing him slowly. He's betrayed by a comrade and wounded before the cutscene wraps. Directly following is an establishing sequence to ground the player in the world. We're introduced to the protag Shulk, his buddy Ryan, childhood friend Fiora, and meet up with the war hero, Fiora's brother, Dunban, the only guy in town strong enough to wield the funny plastic sword. Yeah, you thought it was all about strength, didn't you, Ryan? Well, guess again, dipshit. I really love the intro, enough that I think it deserves its own segment because, yeah, it's the tutorial, and yeah, it's where the world-building foundations are laid, but more than those things, it's also home to some of the strongest foreshadowing and intelligent narrative work I've experienced in a video game. Let me paint a picture. You just watched mankind fight a losing battle with an unstoppable drone army. Then you're dropped into this wistful, pastoral landscape surrounded by the beauty of nature, and you almost get your ass kicked by a hermit crab. You're barely higher on the food chain. Then the game has you walk through a field teeming with monsters more than you would ever bother killing. And while you could, you're probably excited to get playing the game you bought. Naturally, intuitively, the player is guided through this microcosm of a tiny colony's lived reality. Threatened by lethal Mechon hunters and thrust deep in a gorge, humankind is cast as animalian, kept human by the small dignities they assert: color, clothing, personality. Through side quests, conversation, and conflict, you embody the hunter-gatherer lifestyle your people so thoroughly understand in-game. You may have a name and an outfit and a job, but in the bigger picture, you're just another organism, a part of the ecosystem. I thought all this during the intro and tweeted about it, which maybe qualifies me for a prescription. Turns out that's the single most important part of Xenoblade Chronicles, and they tell you without telling you in the first 20 minutes. If you haven't played this game before, timestamp this segment real quick and come back after the endgame discussion. Trust me. The whole conceit is also enhanced by the gameplay. It's not a traditional turn-based JRPG, but a real-time MMO-like system, minus the people. Put some quotes around that, and all the direct message harassment. We'll dig in later, but suffice it to say that MMOs tend to be pretty slow, at least compared to your Final Fantasies and Dragon Quests. And Shulk, who many players control for the bulk of the game, has positional attacks, moves enhanced by hitting the side of a foe or landing a backslash! And that means that even if you don't find combat particularly difficult, it can be physically demanding, intentional, emergent, and because it's based in the MMO gameplay lineage, it's slow, often a war of attrition. I don't think I can imagine a more fitting system to sell the narrative conceit Xenoblade Chronicles does. You are not better than these creatures, you just happen to stand upright and pay taxes. Get going, dumbass. It goes even deeper than that simple aesthetic meshing, but again, we'll talk later. The conclusion to this profound intro segment critically allows the player to witness a heart-to-heart moment with Fiora, where she's revealed to be genuinely in love with Shulk. Now, I didn't lose any points notes here because I can talk to human beings, but I like to think someone screwed up all the answers right before what happens 20 minutes later. This heart-to-heart system is extremely relevant to the experience, a game stuffed with elaborate cutscenes that must have completely devoured the budget. A lot of inter-character moments happen in these ambient character model and text box arrangements, so it's important to pay attention where you can to take in the totality of in-game character development. You might never know, for example, that this stupid critter offers to take Shulk in as a son freely if you missed the heart-to-heart. Anyway, mech on attack and you're powerless to stop them. Normal weapons won't work. The town absolutely needs someone to get the Monado and get killing synths. Only Dunban's still injured and the party gets held up by a lot of crap. Now I'm going to show the inciting incident on screen. It's technically a spoiler, but most people have seen it already and it happens really early, so you're gonna have to give me this one. First of all, amazing scream, bro. Suckering the player in with a 3D girlfriend, giving us just enough to like her, and then making her both a sympathetic badass and a corpse in an intro sequence is a powerful move. Shulk and Ryan set off on a quest to destroy the Mechon threat in Fiora's name, and free humankind from the yoke of their perceived oppressors. And that's a bit of a gamble. It implies that watching Fiora die, who we knew for such a dangerously small time, is enough to carry the story until it can catch up to a new motivation. Thankfully, Xenoblade Chronicles does amazing work with cutscenes, curating the fiery verve of each on-screen conflict to sweep players up in a pathos cyclone. It's hard not to be curious about what's coming, and it's partially thanks to the visions. Shulk ends up being the Monado's chosen wielder. The weapon's purpose is revealed over time, but in these early scenes, the characters only know that it can cut through Mechon. Shulk eventually realizes the Monado is more than it seems. Fair enough, right? Thing looks like some shit you'd buy in a Toys R Us. Its utility expands over time, but more importantly, Shulk starts seeing things. Visions of spliced up future cutscenes. You'd think that'd suck the joy out, but a particularly attentive player might realize the visions and how the cutscenes actually play out don't always line up exactly how they should. The first thing you gotta understand about Xenoblade Chronicles is this is a praise king game, okay? Like, every character is gonna shout, "Good job, bud." They're gonna high-five you after anything you do. They're gonna make you feel good about yourself. Apparently, the devs wanted it that way, and, I think that's a little weird. But feel free to write as much sickening praise in the comments as possible. I won't mind. Regardless, you'll eventually hit the open fields, Gar Plain, the perfect zone to illustrate the world, level design, map traversal, everything. You can fit a whole game in this place. While the intro made it clear that humans and animals kind of coexist with each other, your people were squarely on home turf and weren't immediately threatened by the wildlife. Once you're trekking through prairies and climbing mountains, the flora and fauna are a lot more considerable. It's a backdrop, a vibe that carries through every entry, and it kind of brings back vanilla World of Warcraft vibes, Any kind of enemy attacking you could be lethal if you aren't prepared. And that's true here, too. Enormous, level-inappropriate monsters roam freely, unimpeded, unbothered, in their lane, and flourishing. God help you if you don't stay in your own. They're beautiful environments, too, worth taking the time to see. A few, like this plain, are pretty believable spaces caught somewhere between traditional fantasy and dusty western, but many feature fantastical elements, key visual motifs that give an alien life and flair to these spaces, which, again, only reinforce the general WoW vibe. Some fans don't like the MMO comparison, but if you've played more than a week of basically any of them, the inspirations seem obvious. This is a game where a side quest makes you kill animals until you collected enough dropped quest items from a % chance loot table. I liked WoW a lot growing up. Man, that's game design from someone who hates themselves. Contrasting colors, glowing trees, enemy-obscuring foliage, real-time day-night cycles. The world is dangerous and enticing. Admittedly, there isn't much to actually do in the world. You go out and perform combat mostly, but that doesn't diminish the weight of the pathfinding, quest completing, and the danger. To move through the world is to be immersed by the world, as the gameplay systems magnetize the player to the experience. You're rewarded for exploring in a few ways. You get experience for reaching new places, you fill out the world map as you go, you unlock fast travel points in the form of landmarks, and you find heart-to-heart spots the more you search. And that's all sitting quietly alongside the combat, something you'll need to work through in huge quantities, absolute graveyards of monster corpses, until you're ready for the endgame. So, time in the wild is worth every second. Xenoblade Chronicles, and specifically this first entry, does a lot with elevation and space.
And are you supposed to go here? I feel like I'm not supposed to be here, right?
Here you're at the mercy of the environment. If you need to get somewhere, you need to find the way, and nobody's guiding your hand. It's not that the environments are overly complex, but between the monsters littering every inch of every zone and the unique challenges each location poses, it's easy to feel small and vulnerable more often than not, which is absolutely the direction to take considering the narrative thread about humans coexisting in an ecosystem with other life forms. The plot actually revolves around the world, and not just in a JRPG hero saving the world way either. If you've never played, it might be hard to visualize, but the entire game takes place on a pair of ancient monolithic mechs, the Bionis and the Mechanis. Organic, synthetic, eternally opposed. It's an incredible concept, physically scaling an inert titan, cutting through its insides. That little piece of context warps so much of the experience if you take the time to think about it during play. All of this scale, all of this grandeur, and it's not even a fraction of the life inhabiting the Bionis. This setting in particular illustrates the utterly microscopic power your party wields. The Monado, as powerful as it is still a fraction of a grain of rice in a conflict spanning two of these monstrosities. And what does that say about the struggle weighed against the planet these mechs stand on, weighed against the very universe itself? The drama of the story is heavy and pulses with genuine force, but it's entirely contextual, exclusively shared by this loose band of friends trying to change reality. This got way heavier than the cute anime game should have, huh? I shouldn't neglect the Mechanis either. Most of its surface is barren, rife with metallic outposts and filth, but internally, I think it's a feeling similar to seeing Dishonored's Clockwork Mansion for the first time. Such an intricate but grandiose interior. I was listening to King K's video and he mentioned that the Bionis and Mechanis are mirrored, organic, synthetic, etc., even down to their construction, where the Bionis is lively externally and somber inside. The Mechanis is dead on the surface and immaculate internally. It's the kind of thing that should naturally cue the player into appreciating their apparent enemy. It implies that though very fundamental differences exist among both factions, each has value. They just value different things. And you don't even see it until partway through the Mechanis segment. I'm constantly finding myself in awe of Xenoblade's general construction. Now, the size of this bigger picture, this war of nations, is enough to eclipse any kind of player motivation. It's too big to fit into. So the game gives you verbs. Find this person, retrieve this thing, investigate the disturbance, rebuild the town. Genuinely, for all the boring fetch quests and other MMO chaff, you're tasked with rebuilding a town at one point, something that lets the player physically enact change in the world for a handful of NPCs. That's a powerful way to keep players invested in the setting, give them some pride, inspire some heroism on top of the usual JRPG quest rewards. Unfortunately, it's located on the Bionis' What leveled the town, bro? I don't know, must have been an earthquake, bro. Side quests do have one particular quirk. Sometimes completing a task for one person will get you in trouble with another. Even in a world so obviously desperate for good, people still find the time to be petty, which is either the most realistic way I've seen a game handle NPCs, or it's a broader condemnation of this species. Maybe both. But let's take a look at the cast. The party consists of Shulk, Rhine, Sniper Medic Charla, eventually Dunban, the Princess Melia Antiqua of the High Entia race, temporary party member Ricky, and Spoiler. These characters each have roles, and it's worth dissecting them a little. Shulk might be a certain kind of character in Smash Bros.
Now it's short time!
But that's not really the complete picture. He starts the game as some kind of gearhead tinkerer. He's thoughtful and even-keeled. Nothing is exuberantly youthful as Smash portrays him. He's a melee DPS character, but also a pretty potent utility anchor. That is, he can handle almost any situation in the game, and his Monado arts make combat significantly more doable. So while you don't need him all of the time, you're kinda led into Shulk regardless. He's constantly watching his friends die in visions, and he's already pretty cerebral. And these traits combined create friction with Ryan until Shulk is able to trust in his friends enough to freely communicate about his visions and powers, enough that they can trust him in return. He doesn't work as a team member, as a person without the trust and company of his friends. That's kind of perfect JRPG protag construction. Finally, the Ortagonist. I think it'd be a short straw conclusion to look at Shulk as battle-hungry or a Genki shonen warrior type. Smash doesn't help that potential character read, but it's fairly accurate to the game, at least at a glance. Shulk is generally upbeat in regular combat, though in cutscenes he's more often strategic and deadly serious. But in those, the stakes are usually life or death. I think the character he takes on in regular combat is great, regardless of what's shown in cutscenes, though, because Shulk is both the Monado's chosen one and the last hope for humanity. After letting his friends in on his visions, he starts to undergo the process of becoming. Self-actualization. He develops purpose and pride and competence. It's a minor detail, but in case it wasn't clear yet, Xenoblade Chronicles games are well constructed in many ways, thoroughly intelligent, not just anime. Rein is a Mario. He's the raw beef, the tank who takes it on the chin. Guy's a bit of a doof on account of his low int, but we can love a doof. Most of his scenes are tied up with Shulk or Sharla, either smacking sense into vomit sound .wave or chatting up a married woman, a little too casually. That's fine, husband for bread, Rein for whatever, I feel you. While he's no good with words, he manages to be the emotional rock multiple characters need over the course of the game. Sharla is the party healer, like almost exclusively focused on healing, enough that most players consider her outright terrible, so many players keep her off the squad. Now, I suck at Xenoblade, so I used her a lot. There is no but. Oops. Sharla's ultimate goal is finding her missing husband, even when it feels like she's walking an impossible road. But she's still a regular person from a neighboring colony caught up in Mechon terror. People have suggested her arc ends early and she has no reason to exist after, but I think there's a quiet strength in searching for a loved one endlessly, with the whole saving the rest of humankind alongside the Monado's wielder underwriting the journey. She lapses pretty effortlessly from resolving one conflict into trudging towards another. Dunban is my personal favorite and unintentionally hilarious. He's a dodge tank, meaning he's supposed to evade enemies while sucking up their attention. A perfect fit for a master swordsman war hero who just lost out on the plastic destiny weapon. But he's funny for a couple reasons. In the original release, he was extremely effective as a dodge tank if left naked. Who would win, 1 trillion robots or a greased-up twerk competition contestant in the same bracket as Dante? Even his default outfit. I mean, this guy is part of a scavenging colony of browbeaten humans, and he still finds time to tie a cravat. I get that it's a visual signifier of refinement or nobility, but a cravat? Unbelievable. Think about who wears a cravat. Either he's secretly an aristocrat, or you know, seen Dixon's Dixon. Otherwise, he's Shulk's mentor, general, world understander, guide, and diplomat. Melia is a character I didn't use much in battle. She's a ranged DPS, a mage, but she's best controlled by a knowledgeable player because the AI has some shortcomings that make her subpar otherwise. That said, she's probably the most important character in the plot, other than Shulk, and her story not only gets DLC privileges, but echoes all the way to Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Unlike Dunban, she's a genuine aristocrat, haughty and curt, but she mellows out over time, and as she's a partial outcast among her own royal court, she fits perfectly with the main cast as a paragon of the High Entia. Now Ricky looks like an infant and talks like your friend trying to do a Russian accent.
Friends, jumping ball! All go to Eric!
But he's actually 40 years old and has 11 children, meaning that unlike half the people watching this video, Ricky comes like it's Street Fighter. More importantly, Ricky fills a utility role in party composition, allowing him to DPS and heal fairly well. Even tank if you want, and I won't spoil the final party member yet. Speaking of the party, I have immense respect for the voice work. The localization was handled by Nintendo of Europe, and contrary to what you might expect,
well, at least we're not getting slaughtered in mathematics class.
The entire cast is really strong all the way through. I believe the characters when they talk, when they scream.
Why can't I use the Monado?
Won't matter, you're still flesh and blood, and I reckon you're nearly done.
Leave this to me. Don't take him out.
And nobody is really annoying at any point. Like, yes, Ricky exists and his accent is something.
This is legendary hero on Ricky.
But to be fair, he dies in his introduction scene.
Watch out!
Get off me! To you!
Right in the... Take this, bubble!
I'm not sure why people write character build guides or write obvious fanfiction heart-to-hearts on the wiki when Rein very clearly murders him on screen. when Ricky violently exploded on impact with the ground that day. The poets say the Napon tree was bathed not in red, but white. Thankfully, Xenoblade Chronicles joins TWIWY and other Omega Brain Genius games for working its narrative directly into its gameplay. Here's the rundown. You pick a party of 3, load them up with whatever gear you want, select a swath of skills which have to be individually leveled up, and enter battle in real time. It looks complex, because it is, but in practice, it's complex. Characters auto-attack when in range, which builds a big circular meter around your center button. That button is your character's trademark ability, more or less. Every other skill is unique to its character of origin, but that particular ability is fundamental. For Shulk, it's Monado arts, which mostly take care of instant kill boss mechanics and other piss-offs, or it'll just let you tack on big veiny damage. Yeah! Otherwise, your normal arts are on MMO-like cooldowns. If you don't have effective loadouts or gem setups, these cooldowns can lead to long periods of downtime just auto-attacking, but for an effective player, it shouldn't be a problem. The combat really only improved as the games were made, if I'm being honest. On that note, this remastered version clarifies combat in some really significant ways, indicating when your backslash will actually get the extra damage, and readable buff and ailment indicators, among other quality-of-life changes. There's a gem crafting system that's weird and finicky and superfluous, but those gems can help shore up any kind of weakness or build to a specific combat role when slotted in gear, so you're really made to micromanage your characters. Add to this that combat revolves pretty heavily around turning the tide in your favor. You're expected to inflict a series of minor status ailments to gain control of the battlefield. The basic pattern involves inflicting break, then topple, then daze, which amounts to a prolonged stun on a single target. You might have figured that since the dedicated healer character Sharla is considered weak, healing isn't super necessary, and that's true. A lot of the game can be brute forced with a little mechanical knowledge and dodge power. Shulkrine Dunban burns through enemies when built right. Ricky and Melia can provide DPS and heals. Almost anything goes, but you've got to put in the work. And most characters can inflict at least one part of the break topple daze combo, so you can always form some kind of strategy out of your favorites. Between gem crafting and combos, it should be clear that nothing works in Xenoblade Chronicles without friends. Reliance on others and contributing in your own way is a concept that carries across entries. So I guess if you have no friends, Xenoblade Chronicles wants you to eat shit. Team attack is something you build up to and unleash to break action parity, letting you combo unimpeded by the real-time system. It's your strongest option whenever you have it, and it necessitates teamwork. Even lets you pull off your crowd control combo all clean and easy like. I wasn't kidding about teamwork, by the way. That gem crafting system is interesting specifically because it's a team effort. It takes 2 characters working in unison, and each combination yields different results. Camaraderie and relationships are kind of core to Xenoblade, and that's where you get heart-to-hearts. Those optional scenes only unlock when pairs of characters have high enough affinity, something you earn in various ways, but mostly through combat. And raising your individual affinities among all party members unlocks passive skills you can choose from. You can make your party seriously overpowered if you take the time off the main path to improve teamwork and relationships. In retrospect, it's hardly a surprise that there's significant crossover between fans of Persona and Xenoblade. No, not like that, not like that! While I don't love setting up characters meticulously, and being made to hyper-focus on the mechanics and inter-party relationships, because really, I'd rather just pick my guy and win, but it captures the essence of the narrative really well, this impossible conflict waged on titans that you're made to prep for by scavenging and scouring the world for little upgrades, new armor pieces, anything you can find, tweaking the minutia of your gear slots to triumph, teaching and learning from your friends. And no, it's not genius for that. So many games did this stuff already, but it's very thorough about it. I think the clunk is deliberate, functioning both as an MMO callback for people who remember ranking up individual skills for cash in World of Warcraft, and as a neat narrative enhancer. Before leaving combat behind, the game makes a point of hyping up the Monado, this alien weapon, presumably the titular Xenoblade, and has to account for its powers in combat. On top of the various enemy mechanics that the Monado neutralizes, it also grants Shulk in-combat visions that allow him to take an action or warn another party member with a button, giving you control over that party member member's next move. That's a pretty big deal. This isn't a BioWare RPG, okay? You don't have free control of every combatant. You're locked in at the start of combat. Only Shulk can have these, and it more or less guarantees that every player will use Shulk for the entire game, or at least have him in the party, unless they went down to easy mode on a whim because it's a real grind sometimes. I mean, you can't even damage mechons with regular weapons, you just clank. And yeah, you can find or purchase mechon damaging weapons for your team, but Shulk gets it for free. Otherwise, you need to break and topple to damage them effectively, meaning you'll need the Minato, or quality micromanagement / AI luck. Fits the story well enough. The sword's kind of everything. How's the story anyway? If I had to describe the story of Xenoblade Chronicles in a word, it wouldn't be enough. Ignoring the intricate setting and world building, all the world-specific nouns, the game hides so much stuff that it pulls out beat by beat, like constantly revealing flashcards featuring horrendous images. You know, this scene it's lamprey fingers, next scene it's goatsy. It really doesn't hold back with the madcap reveals, and that can make it hard to appreciate because work that aspires to an endless series of mind-blow moments runs the risk of being swept up in its own madness, the value and weight of the events obscured by explosions. Let's see how things go. The plot of Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is best appreciated after the fact, and it's for more than a couple reasons. It's kind of like being dropped into the middle of Game of Thrones without a lexicon, only you don't realize you're in Game of Thrones and think you're in the Shire for at least half the journey. It does this by concealing key premises and nouns until very late in the game that recontextualize most of the adventure. So the first thing to know is the adventure. Most of that early game revolves around the hunt for Metalface, or as he's known in Japan, Blackface, because he's black and has a face. And that early segment is really compelling specifically because of the high emotion and high stakes underdog vibe. You're a pack of regular people with exactly one ace up your sleeve. Eventually Dunban and Shulk's adoptive father Dixon step in to help drive off Metalface during a particularly lethal encounter. And during that fight, Shulk gets a vision of a strange place, people dying, and Metalface. Dixon figures it's Prison Island, and so the party goes. That's basically how the plot keeps itself lubricated. The world is big, but as long as you've got a kid wielding an oversized crackerjack prize and a worldly mentor to guide the party, you can go anywhere. It just takes an MP4 and some time. Chasing this vision, the party passes through a jungle and Shulk ends up separated for a moment. He's attacked by creatures, and this anime kid, who used to be someone's keyholder in the original, I guess, but they changed it, sweeps up the Minato and effortlessly drives the monsters back. Zero explanation given, does a miracle, refuses to elaborate, leaves. In seed planting ass game, the entire High Entia diversion happens in pursuit of this one vision. You rescue Princess Melia. Oh, and that's when you simultaneously meet and kill Ricky, by the way. Melia leads you through the land of her people who've sealed themselves away, literally made themselves inaccessible with their floating city, peering down above it all. The section drags a bit because Melia matters to the series as a whole, and the High Entia are ultimately instrumental in uniting the people of the Bionis in the war effort. Melia undergoes a solo trial to become the next queen, and is almost assassinated, but saved by you at the last second because, once again, Shulk is given a vision of the attack. You see how this works, right? It's a convenient plot device. In fact, some might say it's too convenient, but it's like that for a reason. Shulk and co. eventually hit Prison Island and meet this giant who offers to unlock the true power of the Minato. While he does, Metalface appears and spears the guy to death. I warned about spoilers, by the way. I wasn't playing around, and I mean it. A mechanized Fiora saves Metalface and flies off, leaving Shulk dumbfounded. The plot gets a good bit of lubrication out of Fiora. First, we're chasing her killers down. Next, she's being puppeteered in front of our faces. Unbelievable. Through the snowy peaks, the party finds and confronts Fiora, only to be stopped by Metalface. What the f***? Mumkar from the intro, Dunban's traitor war buddy, intercepts the party to keep Fiora in check. Dunban goes ape, and Mumkar only lives because a new golden mechon saves him. The party, finally at the relative peak of the Bionis, resolve to cross over into enemy territory, into the heart of the Mechonis. At this point, Shulk, Rhine, and Dunban are driven primarily by Fiora and Metalface. Charla remains hopeful about her husband who went missing. After all, if Fiora is still technically alive, why not him? Melia is the most recent party member, but even she's driven by the death of her father, also at the hands of Metalface. There's a pretty palpable shift in tone leaving the Bionis. It was lush and lively, even magical, and heading into the home turf of the enemy, a seemingly mindless mechanical death force that's primarily hunted humankind to near extinction and can't be harmed by regular weapons. Well, that weighs on a player. Nearing the Mechanis proper, the party confronts Mumkar again, and Shulk stops Dunban from killing him. It had me up and yelling.
Okay, let's go! This is a top tier reaction content on YouTube. Alright. Shulk, what the fuck?
Because setting everything aside, Mumkar was a worthless bum in his regular life and almost cost his comrades their lives. He's so bad, he's called Blackface, dude! Basically, he's totally irredeemable. Even the game agrees with me. Despite being spared, he still finds a way to get impaled due to his ego. Well, you can stuff a human in a metal suit, but you can't take the human out of the mech. Oh, that's gonna be a plot point, isn't it? The entire Mechanis section culminates in the Goldface Mechon neutralizing the Minato, causing Fiora to tank the fight, sending everybody sailing over the edge of a tower. Finally free of Mechon influence, Fiora is rescued by the party and brought to a local Machina settlement. It turns out there's humanoid life on this thing. I like this section for a lot of reasons. Fiora gets criticism for mostly being a Shulk support bot, and acknowledged, yes, but they were friends since youth, and she wants to marry the guy. I can dig it. And we've been fighting for actual hours to get revenge, and we're gifted this opportunity to save the character we thought we lost. After that last fight, we learned that the Minato isn't just fallible, it's counterable. But Fiora was able to contribute meaningfully, and now the entire journey up until this point, which stands dangerously close to being compromised, is suddenly sparking with hope. Not only that, but we've gotten triple confirmation through Mumkar, Fiora, and the Machina race that the Mechons are not mindless, and more than that, the very human desire to spare any needless bloodshed might be in reach. The party doesn't necessarily have to stoop to committing the same atrocities as the Mechons did in retaliation. In spite of all this new information, they might still be the heroes. Charla's subplot becomes relevant here. Her husband Gato is revealed as Jadeface, another Mechon warrior who ultimately sacrifices himself to save the party, again showing the resilience of the human spirit. Goldface, or Eggle, activates the Mechanis and attacks the Bionis directly, condemning countless lives to an early and unexpected death. Eventually, the party catches up with Eggle and defeats him in combat. Shulk almost gives into rage, but spares Eggle at the last moment, showing incredible discipline and not compromising on his ideals. For this, he's shot in the back by Dixon. Okay. After most of the grounded elements play their part, the story goes kind of insane here. Not that it's a problem, it's just that it flips the entire plot on its head. Zanza pops out of Shulk, just shoots out a god. Turns out Shulk had Zanza inside of him since youth, when his parents died in an exposition to find— Exposition. That may be the mother of all Freudian slips. Died in an expedition to find the Minato, which Zanza's soul was residing in, and Dixon rescued Shulk from. Dixon, Albus, and the woman who conspired to have Melia killed are all Zanza's disciples. Zanza is the soul of the Bionis, effectively a god who created all life on the Bionis. Not only that, Zanza also inhabited the body of the giant we met on Prison Island to manipulate Shulk into doing his bidding along with every major Minato vision, which a particularly attentive player might realize weren't just potential futures, but recut visions of a future used to manipulate Shulk into certain beliefs and behaviors, into not questioning the potential sentience of the Mechons because, as you'd expect, Zanza wants to destroy the Mechanis completely. And it's a complex moment, because we have genuine reasons to despise the Mechons. They kill people. They attacked the Bionis. But zooming out, the player realizes that the events of the plot, much the way climbing the Bionis illustrates the relative puniness of the struggle, are a single snapshot of an ancient conflict bigger than any single life, any person. And to complicate this further, the Mechanis also has a deity, Mayneth, whose soul was sleeping but awoke and was secretly implanted by Vinea, the leader of the Machina people and sister of Eggle, specifically to give the Mechons a champion. And she wields her own Mechon Minato, which Zanza swipes, giving the shit-eating Jod of the Bionis ultimate power, a trio of goons, and an ancient score to settle, which results in the annihilation of the Mechanis. In the end, Shulk resolves to destroy Zanza and create a world with no need for gods. After a really unnecessary boss rush section, seriously, this game adores its runtime. It's generously watered. You finally face down Zanza. You know, none of that ending bit really speaks to me. There's probably a very intelligent point grounded in philosophy textbook material about Shulk rising up to kill a godlike version of himself. Yeah, check out Juju of Nazareth over here. Instead, I enjoy the signifiers, misdirections, and the plain truth about the Bionis foreshadowed in the intro. From a storytelling perspective, I think it's really solid work presenting a very clearly understood good and evil paradigm and eroding it over time. It doesn't erase the goods and evils of the moment, doesn't make those conflicts futile, but placing them in a historical lineage demystifies them, doesn't cast them as irrefutable and inherent traits of these opposing powers, but contextualizes them realistically. We're also shown that the Bionis feeds off the very life it produces and enables a mutualistic parasitism. It lives because organic beings die, and organic beings live because they're granted the possibility of life. That's why the game positioned us where it did in the intro. It demonstrated this dark secret that's only revealed in the final segment, in the first hour. Not content to let mysteries remain mysteries, Xenoblade Chronicles shows us the point of origin of the game's universe, with the scientist Klaus doing something stupid on account of his hubris and roping his coworker into it. To make it simple, he flipped a very uh-oh switch that destroys the Earth and shunts both him and his assistant into another universe where they preside as gods, Zanza and Mayneth. All of this, every event, was predicated on some jackass doing jackass things and eventually, after the years weathered him, wanting to be remembered, leading to the war between the Mechonis and the Bionis. Xenoblade is really concerned with wrapping things up neatly and explaining itself like it got called into the principal's office. It's a very dense story, enough that I now know the Monado grants foresight because the ether of the world, the magical energy in the very air, is calculable, allowing the wielder to visualize where every particle is, was, and will be. Also, that the Monado wasn't going to be a problem in the intro because it actually can't harm the races of the Bionis. Except all those animals, I guess. I do think the love and effort seeding the work bleeds through the experience, even if I'm not crying at the end like some of the others. In fact, the devs themselves confirmed it was a fairly transformative process.
While gaining strength from failure is something that might not be very desirable from a business standpoint, he says that for creators, it becomes a huge driving force. Steady ratings and sales and establishing brands leads to creators working as if they are on top of an unmoving rock. And while this may lead to pride and confidence, it also has the danger of misunderstanding the reasons for success and overconfidence. Takahashi thinks that the power to struggle against adversity, the power to not fear change, and the power to change are born from failure, and Xenoblade is what taught him that.
So let's talk Future Connected for approximately 5 minutes. A new story was added to this definitive version of the game, meant to fill the gap between 1 and 2 and cap off Melia's plot. It features 2 Nopon named Nene and Kino, so you know it's good. Future Connected simplifies things from a gameplay perspective, eliminating superfluous elements like the visions, which always lasted just long enough to drive me insane, and skill trees, and chain attacks, which were replaced by union strikes that only unlock once you found a bunch of Nopon hiding in the wild? Yeah, good world mastery combat tie-in, but counterpoint. This epilogue mostly deals with the fallout of the party's actions. That is, once a real existential threat was dealt with by a handful of mortals, every other insignificant dicknose had to turn into a mincing, bigoted Actually, the world's extant races aren't terrible together, but they're beginning to form splintered groups. The High Entia in particular aren't great about this. They've got a pureblood faction that's just as scummy as any real-world faction pretending that blood has any bearing on the worth of a person. You want to be worthwhile in this world? Don't get a blood purity test. Get off your ass and do something. Future Connected is pretty, as in visually pretty, but also pretty slow and boring, and it can't possibly approach the weight of the endgame you just beat because the stakes are almost non-existent by comparison. And I don't know, calling the big bad the Fog King, a name associated with 2 cooler Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I mean, Getting your ass beat by King Fog, bro. Pack it up. I think it wraps up the story nicely anyway.
Oh, Sauron.
Putting Melia on the throne for good and tying into the third entry, but that's spoiler territory within spoiler territory. Now, I like Xenoblade Chronicles, and I respect the depth of its artistry. It's pretty clearly designed by people interested in the particulars, and that can only result in a world that people who appreciate the particulars fall in love with. It drummed up a strong fan base and set the stage for incredible sequels, myriad potential universes, and even more powerful stories. But before the true sequel, there was another game. If you had one chance to change everything, what if you changed your clothes? And also you had sunglasses now because you're really cool. Xenoblade X is simply one of the games made. What is it with y'all and X, huh? Before starting this project, and every other time I mentioned it publicly, I was asked if I would play X. Originally, I wasn't going to. I mean, that isn't a 2 or a 3. That is a 10, like Roman-wise, and on the keynote charts as well. I love fence-sitting on fandom issues. When you've got exactly one dog in the race, that being your own video-making ethos, you don't have to read or care about fandom opinions too much. And that's really freeing because I'll walk into something plenty of players won't even bother with and say it's easily top 2. But I would not say that because that would be a problem. Xenoblade Chronicles X suffers from an optics issue not too dissimilar from DMC Devil May Cry. Fans who played the original didn't understand the very clear shift in everything, and were probably afraid that Xenoblade Chronicles was over. The Fabled 2 would never happen, or at least not how they wanted it. It's a trap that I've fallen into, so I can at least sympathize, but time heals wounds, or at least scabs them over, and I got the best possible chance to play the thing at 1080p 60 FPS, something you can never go back to. I can't believe the Xenoblade Chronicles games are locked on the Nintendo Dungeon, man, for a series that cares about presenting enormous, lush worlds. Monolith Soft has to make a hell of a lot of technical compromises, and they're absolute artisans for it. And let's take my background into account here. I don't exactly drool over lengthy JRPGs. I'm interested in them, but won't usually make the time unless I'm getting paid. Because man, that is not a game. That's a full-time job. I like mechanically schwacked games, though, and I've read enough books that video game stories have to make use of the medium well to really impress me. That or make me cry by the end. Thankfully for Xenoblade, the games are so long, it's hard not to get kind of invested. X in particular cares more about raw gameplay and novel concepts, some that were never repeated again going forward, and that's where my appreciation lies. We love a black sheep, so in case you were worried about my coverage of X, we're cool. Xenoblade Chronicles X opens with a character creator, which is partly why I keep bringing up MMOs. Every entry is features of that genre, spun for a single-player JRPG experience, but this brought me right back to World of Warcraft. You know, minus the faces. You can even fill out your name. It's a bold choice, and definitely rubs some people the wrong way. It's hard to go from Shulk, you know, omni-important protag of the first game, to whatever crap you can stitch together in this weird anime doll factory, and you're a silent protag too, defined purely by cutscene actions, your in-game decisions, and the occasional dialogue choice. Seriously, the balls on these devs. Now, I have a partially functioning brain, even if it's somewhat digested by worms, so this stuff doesn't bother me at all. I think silent protags have a purpose, especially in a non-numbered, almost spin-off title, and story doesn't only mean writing and cutscenes. Actually, what is this story? Earth is lost moments into the first cutscene, and you're one of the last remaining survivors. Unfortunately, your ship crash lands on an alien planet, and you're awoken by Alma. Normally, I'd call her white hair and young face combo sus, but coming off that character creator, I guess I'm ready for anything. You're led through an intro section much shorter than the first games, and that's mostly because cutscenes are limited, and the cast isn't as obvious, if that makes any sense. You can work with every character you meet eventually, but the main party only consists of 3 regular fighters, and you're one of them. I didn't realize this little Korean girl was a main character, straight up no clue, until she was mandatory for every story mission. Of the 2 people introduced in this scene, which one do you want watching your back? This waif who engineers critical design flaws into her mech suits, or this guy and his enormous gun? You know, thanks, Lynn. I'll take Doug. X doesn't need an opulently directed, inciting incident like the first game. I mean, unless they're talking about the Earth. Nobody needs to get stabbed. Positioning the player as one of the few living humans anywhere in the galaxy, reduced to scraping out an existence on a hostile planet teeming with gargantuan creatures and alien species, is some pretty solid motivation. Really sucks you with the frailty of life, the sheer weight of responsibility. Oof. In case the player is lacking motivation, you find an alien species very early that you can try to make peace with, and they basically tell you to eat They call humans a plague, something that needs to be eradicated, and suddenly the stakes split the sky. Not only are you surviving, surrounded by danger, you're actively wanted dead by at least one group of people. With guns. It's a harrowing kind of experience. I think players are used to RPGs where if you just select all the good dialogue options, you can basically act as a paragon of righteousness and everybody will love you, save only the jerkest of asses. In Xenoblade Chronicles X, you might not want conflict, but you don't have a choice. And there, upon the plains, the crack blows in on Fell Gamer wins. The MMO begins in earnest. The player officially joins up with the Human Resistance Corps, Blade, or Builders of the Legacy after the destruction of Earth. That's an okay name, I guess. Back in my day, when I played MMOs, we called our guilds like Beep Beep I'm a Jeep lol. You can pick from one of several squads, each focused on a different task and granting unique passive bonuses, and you rise through the ranks of each in specific ways that gel with the fantasy of, say, being a mediator or a prospector, with the ultimate purpose of filling up a Blade experience bar to unlock more subsystem minutia. I can't help it, bro. Get me choosing a class in a guild, performing a role, and I'm cooked. I love this game. This feature also tied directly into the online mode. Let's see, Wii U only, released in 2015. Well, it's 2023 now. Good luck, bro! Once that's decided, you'll learn about developing weapons and investing in corporations to greenlight new shop items, which is the fastest and most reliable way to upgrade gear. X is packed with side quests, the number 2 reason to get out and do things alongside main story progression, and the number 1 reason to get out for Xenoblade 1 enjoyers. You got plenty of story cutscenes compared to other franchises, but it's gotta feel like a downgrade coming off the first. Not to me, though. I've got a gun! You've got some friends, a squad, and a million little tasks to complete. The next main story quest won't unlock until you're level 10, or you've worked up your affinity with a particular character, or you've brought someone coffee, or you've sucked someone's So it's off to the overworld. The zones you walked into, the paths you make, and the ways you find are handled so much better in X than any other Xenoblade game, and it's not close. The original title had solid presentation and obvious beauty, both in aesthetics and construction, but when you rub off the veneer and peel back the paint, you're left with boring overland slogs through seemingly endless battles. And that's true in all 3 major entries because all of them are lacking something very important: a good jump button. Why do you think the most famous video game guy's number 1 thing is jump? He's called Jump Man. You do the math. The overworld is vast. It slopes down and spikes up. It's riddled with danger. But you can run and jump and find your own routes through the zones. I have no idea why they never went back to this basic concept. I understand that allowing the player to jump can introduce bugs and unintended out-of-bounds moments, and X was designed in its own unique way. Maybe it just wouldn't work, but I'm telling you, I turned on Xenoblade Chronicles X and got warped all the way back to vanilla World of Warcraft, weaving through Stranglethorn and avoiding danger. It's the ultimate overworld experience in a Xenoblade game. It makes you a genuine explorer, not just some lumpy let free in a pen. But I got the sense the world was interesting for more than its jump button, and it turns out that the devs planned for it.
Also, when the player needs to go from point A to point B to progress the story, for example, however hard we may try to create something really worthwhile to be explored between these 2 points, it would be meaningless if the player could not realize that something might be there in that part of the world.
And there's plenty to explore, all kinds of wreckage, human outposts, caves, and secret ways. The entire field is literally dotted with materials for crafting and side quest completion. I won't lie, that part of the game is questionable. First off, you're driving the OCD kids nuts, Monolith Soft, come on. And like NPCs will ask for 3 dung piles or something, and there's never any indication in-game on where to find them. You're just expected to pick up everything. Granted, these items tend to spawn in specific areas, so if you go out looking on a wiki, You can keep your Travis touchdown duties to a minimum. Otherwise, the levels are all video game varied. You've got grass place, sand place, jungle place, lots of places, dangerous places, cool places. Admittedly, none of it is quite as varied or fantastical as the progression of the other games. It's just hard to match that imagery. But it does manage to feel like more of a contiguous, semi-believable world, a landmass to uncover, piece by piece, instead of, again, roaming through a pen. I love these little pop-ups you get when you find a really great view. Like, the devs swooped in all, yeah, great view, huh? Are you patting yourselves on the back for making that? Or just acknowledging that it looks good? I know it looks good, dipshit. I'm looking right now till your pop-up ruined it. Let's not forget the home base, New Los Angeles. I mean, of all the cities that needed a new one, it's divided into little districts, you know, shopping, residential, etc. Man, what a game. Jumping on houses. Buddy pulled out the moon shoes. His knees will be paced in a week. The scale is incredible, honestly, and that's true for most of this game, but no other Xenoblade entry is so confident with letting the player root around, gaze out, dig in. It just hits different. It's another flavor of epic. One that's exciting to be immersed in, one that feels viscerally real. Till you jump from 30 stories. Just kidding. He lived. Sure, that's nothing to worry about. Where are my manners? Let's meet the crew. The pro tag doesn't have much going on. You can make them whoever you want and class them up however you want. Tank, bruiser, gunner, mage, healer. It's an impressive system, and one that doesn't lock you in permanently. If you want to run down one single class tree and fire dual pistols all game, cool. If you want to jump around, why not? The joy of the character doesn't come from the story moments, but personally stepping into Xenoblade Chronicles. And I think that's worth the price of admission, at least for character builder types. Alma seems pretty boring at the start. This game isn't known for its cast, really, but she's the leader of your little group and handles most of the important dialogue. Given that she looks like an anime character with dual swords and guns, you get the sense that she's more than just another person. I mean, Lynn here is just some Korean girl, so Alma is a bit of a mystery by comparison, but good for landing the heroic monologues when necessary.
I cannot say I understand your plight, but humanity lost its home, just like you.
Oh! Lynn's the tank. Somehow. We don't ask, like, I don't see the point in asking. Lynn's some kind of gearhead genius, channeling Shulk's energy, probably through the hairpins. Yeah, you ain't slick. Like most child genius characters, she's fairly annoying because it's either weirdly cynical dialogue, unnecessarily cruel or ignorant fluff, edgy humor. I don't know. I think she contrasts well with Alma, at least. I mean, Lynn basically exists so the comic relief can receive regular harassment, so maybe she's fine, actually. Tatsu is... Someone on Twitter called Tatsu a KBash core character. Damn, that's good. While I, and most Westerners in general, tend to hate on cutesy humanoid mascot characters that seemingly break any kind of fundamental respect for the setting.
Welcome to Sandy Bum Canyon.
I have to admit, his brand of silly is really welcome in game. It's a stoic, austere, even dull experience at times, and Tatsu rounds it out. And he's from an established Xenoblade race, the Nopon, so he's a useful, friendly, familiar alien creature the humans rely on.
Or does Lindley think she's better namer than native Mirren people?
What are you gonna say now, you little colonizer?
The offbeat, whimsical bullshit works contextually. I mean, until Lynn kills him for dinner.
Time to eat, everyone.
Tatsu doesn't do anything in combat, like, actually, he doesn't appear in combat. His only real talents are being round and getting a little creamy.
Oh, it's the perfect size for Tatsu.
I only really bring him up because he occupies a good chunk of the screen time and mostly sits out so you can have a flex party slot, because there are a lot of side characters to chat up and quest with. That's another thing that grates original formula fans. Most of the characterization is fairly flat, and while piles of dialogue exist between different party members, X weights its budget very differently than the original. You just don't get the extravagant, epic cutscenes one used to illustrate the scale of the conflict. They were long and often cut back and forth to show different perspectives or simultaneous events. In X, you're usually being fed contextually relevant banter, and cutscenes are brief cutaways to show the machinations of your enemies, but the difference is palpable. And if you really want to watch everything, it's going to come down to side quests with the whole roster of people available in NLA. A lot of the scenes are mundane, down-to-earth, gag anime fare. It's nothing like the original at all, at least in terms of quantity. I don't hate it though. I think it's relatively profound to lay out an extremely heavy existential plot and pad out the downtime with humans being human, living their lives and finding joy in moments. I just can't find fault in that approach. Most of what you actually do with these characters is combat though, so let's get the teenager coated in Xenoblood. To make it simple, the core is familiar, but the particulars have been shuffled, shifted, or evolved. Combat's still a real-time MMO-ass experience, auto attacks and all, and really, the only major difference that warps how it plays completely is the jump button again, giving the player the freedom to position around enemies with maximum ease tied to a little dexterity application. Makes this particular system so hard to let go of. Monolith Soft continued to innovate on the established rules and flow of combat going forward, but I really feel that X was designed to bridge the gap between the original's combat and fun. It's not that the original was bad, it's that the downtime, combined with slowly trudging around any given enemy to pull off positional moves, starts to drag, especially in a game with such a slow overall pace, with so many enemies to beat. The time it takes to kill anything might be small in some setups, but it's still much longer than the time it'd take to clean up any random battle in most JRPGs ever made. X is a lot more involved, makes you rapidly reposition for efficiency. There's a greater demand for precise, deliberate action. This got you schmovin', bro! It wants you engaged, especially when you take healing into consideration. And because no major party member is a healer by trade, and because Xenoblade Chronicles 1 was a praise kink simulator, X builds on it mechanically with the soul voice system, which is pretty complex to describe, and you can get through the game not even interacting with the menu if you're really scared. But to be quick, characters will shout things out mid-combat, asking for a buff or a stagger or something, causing any appropriate skill on your bar to light up. And if you fulfill the request, you'll both get HP. Occasionally you'll have to meet a mid-battle challenge, like dropping your enemy to 30% HP, and upon doing so, you'll get a little QuickTime event. Success will make your controlled character request something from your friends, and if an ally responds, you'll heal or fill a gauge. This is all very complex and isn't communicated very well, but to be fair, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is very popular. The system is fun and frantic. You're often racing through your skill bars to slam the next button in order, positioning around enemies, reacting to soul voice stuff and QuickTime events, that kind of thing. It's serving, dude. It's offering up a direct through line from the vision system and tying party relations directly into the combat. I love a good ludonarrative harmony, especially when it makes the game more interactive. Admittedly, I played hard DPS with plenty of mobile action hero skills, and it's very possible to end up with a less enjoyable class, but you can swap and rebuild your character anytime. Maybe it's best knowing what you want to do in-game heading in, though. Save yourself some time and look at the classes so your skill points aren't wasted in other class skill sets. Like the original, bars and gauges matter. You can spend portions of a bar you build with auto attacks to resurrect fallen allies, just like before, or build it and blow for an overdrive technique. They're kind of unparsable visually, but it's just hella attacks that can have compounding benefits if your allies manage to pop theirs during the time frame. I played Xenoblade Chronicles X on normal mode and never really needed to sit down and rip apart the system. Despite its complexities, and I think the game is tuned for it, it's highly challenging at times, but if you're keeping up on all the little fronts you can, skills, gear, mechanics, levels, you'll be fine. Bad news for kids who ate homework. Outside of party shuffling, the only real shake-up combat gets, and world exploration as well, is the introduction of a brain-altering substance known as Skell. Little tangent here, I have never watched even one episode of Gundam. Anything. The closest I've gotten to mecha media would be Zoids, I think, and I've never been able to get truly into this stuff. Couldn't tell you why. But when Xenoblade Chronicles X injected the Skell serum directly into my brainstem, I experienced something totally new. Like joy. Like Logan Paul finally seeing colors, except real and not played for views. Skells round the game out so well. Just when you're exhausted with overland travel in beautiful zones, you can hit the skies and see them from a completely new angle. I can't even believe these sights, man. Shoot, even before unlocking the flight module, just driving around in your little transformer, finding new broken paths to engage with the environment, chart unintended routes, literally skip quest combat.
Oh my god.
Scales make the whole game better, and it's not even controversial, not for a second. They even improve combat. You can tinker with models and weapon parts, knives, guns, slap a 30-foot sword on that, fly around looking for trouble. Admittedly, G-Busters don't just break the game open, they cleave it in half. But not every fight lets you use Skells, and in prolonged battles you might run out of fuel. Speaking from experience, it's balanced well enough for a general audience. If anything, it's just another health bar packing some insane combat options. How? Guys, Monolith Soft, between jumping and Skells, all I can guess is you're scared of how those other games would break in half if mobility options expanded. You know, you can make them fit any given setting. There's always some kind of mech, and yet the game some fans won't even acknowledge in serious discussion. That's the one that gets it. Gets fun, believe me. I know. Everyone who asked if I was playing Xenoblade X did it because they knew the game was grindy and samey. Not as epic or character-driven as the other 3 games, but I'm gonna level with you. Doing a long, protracted series of combats into a boss fight, into a cutscene, into another long, protracted series of combats is what Xenoblade Chronicles writ large sells to the player. It's literally just the core loop, and this entry ain't all that different. Sanding off some of the story elements to make room for an ascended gameplay experience is a fine trade-off. I don't see the slog of 1 or 2 or 3 as meaningfully different from the slog of X. All of them have it. They're 60-hour games. I'm not going to be disappointed in X because the game let me jump and fly. On top of the hunter-level cunning of regular navigation and the free-roam potential of Skells, the player is also made to chart out a significant portion of the map. You'll be locked out of story missions if you don't probe every inch, and they tied it to the Wii U gamepad. Suddenly, I know a lot of the map, like the back of my hand, because damn, I planted those probes. I did them quests, I fiddled with the systems, I looked for the items that spawn specifically in this or that point, I was there. I think it's fine to be turned off by that level of exploration. It gets pretty thorough, thoroughly annoying, but at least the thing's beautiful and engaging to explore. This is a world you master. This is a world you become intimate with. It's not a world where you flit casually between colonies and talk to some dude named Peppino. Yo, wait a minute! And never finish their side quest. The worst part about X is that nobody except enthusiasts gets to play it, and the online's basically a non-option unless you've got friends. A lot of people wanted me to cover those things as well, like online raids and other things, and big surprise, but I'm letting those people down. They existed at one point, and I like the inclusion of online elements in a Xenoblade game, even if they clash with the original epic solo JRPG vibe. There's really no more appropriate framework for a game about banding together to save humanity, you know, joining up with your friends and hitting buttons. It also let the devs pull a dry run of what happened in 2. And by that I mean DLC, turning the games into content factories. Sorry, live service experiences. But I can appreciate a little old-era DLC before the EA premium currencies and anti-consumer practices. Back when you could buy a few hours of a good time and felt like you were supporting something you loved. Before heading into the plot, I'd be dropping the ball, not to mention the OST. X is the only game of every entry to include tracks with lyrics for each portion of the game. The OSTs of this series are incredible as far as video game scoring goes, capturing fantastical moods and vibrations at a consistent quality that's rare for many. I think they're approaching Chrono Cross in quality. Meanwhile, you're riding your Skell, flying through the sky with J-pop blasting, and you know, it's great too, they stick in your head. Most of the gameplay is nerdy mechanical stuff and MMO junk collecting, something not everyone is tuned into, and low somber tracks, reflective pieces, that sort of stuff might not have effectively carried the gameplay, but this stuff really does. So if the gameplay is good, and the tunes are good, what happened with the story? The plot makes use of several twists, almost all of which it pulls out in the finale, but one in particular is conveniently concealed by that most infamous of writerly cheap-outs, amnesia. Your character has no idea who they are or where they come from, and it lets the writers exposit about, say, the destruction of Earth, casually, and drop extremely key premises like 20 hours in. The main goal of Blade is finding the Lifehold, a big stasis chamber from that last remaining human escape ship, the White Whale, that apparently survived the crash on Mira. The Lifehold contains the majority of life on the ship. So, you go looking to populate NLA and save humanity. Pursuing this goal, the party meets up with Lau, another Blade squadron leader, and this Mira native, L, who humans would have surely tortured, interrogated, and ultimately dissected. But see, in this story, humans are at least kind of good, as opposed to realistic. You catch wind of a Lifehold pod in the region, but a Xeno blows it up. This Goetia character, part of the Ganglion, a group of alien races united in eradicating humankind. At least we know who the bad guys are. Jesus Christ. We also learned that the Ganglion were one of the major parties present in the battle for Earth, and they're here to finish the job. Sometime later, another alien ship crashes in Oblivia. The party finds a non-hostile alien species and helps them out, but during this leg of the adventure, you face off with a bunch of mechs, and Tatsu almost gets evaporated. Unfortunately, the protag selflessly jumps in the way. Your entire arm is blown to bits, but I guess everyone forgot to mention that you're not even in a real human body. None of you are. Silly amnesia, obfuscating fundamental realities of the scenario. See, everyone from Earth is stuck in lifehold stasis, apparently controlling these pseudo-bodies, these mimiosomes, or MIMS as they call them. I want to say that explains the ridiculous character models with their gigantic insect eyes and tiny mouths, but really, that begs the question why you'd ever make a child-sized mimiosome, or a weird, funny-face mimiosome, but hey, sure, maybe the scientists wanted to keep humans human, and I can respect that. Oh, and that number on the tower is actually how much power is left in the lifehold, and if a power source isn't found, everyone dies. I'm motivated now, but I'm also extremely agitated. I mean, this is a lot to deal with. During these adventures, Tatsu nearly gets the party killed by being an idiot. Twice. 3 if you count me, earlier. This justifies the prolonged series of jokes about murdering him and consuming his flesh. I'm somehow completely neutral about this. I don't think I've ever fallen so evenly on both sides about anything. Another lifehold pod mission leads to an attack by Ganglion at too perfect a moment. Alma believes there's a traitor but keeps quiet. Eventually, the Ganglion attack NLA itself, which leads to a pair of wacky malicious idiots getting beat back because my sword is simply bigger than them. Unfortunately, the Ganglion make off with a skell we retrieved that's particularly dangerous. Things come to a head in Silvalum. A third lifehold location hunt leads to a wounded Lao. We leave him behind and find the signal, walking directly into a Xeno ambush. The kitty cat people are on the Ganglion payroll, so we stuff him in a fight and Alma succeeds a charisma check.
Oh, I didn't realize the cat people were f***ing pussies, lol.
Turning these guys on the Ganglion leader, Luxor. To the surprise of perhaps one person, Lao defects with the data terminal that would reveal the Lifehold Core's location. So we hunt him down, and it turns out Xenoblade X is immeasurably based. Lao reveals that he hates humanity because the white whale is a product of unchecked hierarchical bullshit. The humans who actually got a spot on the last Earth escape ships were all wealthy, connected, elite. Every last one. And anyone else was left for dead. He's still seething with rage over the loss of those important to him and the utter falsehood of mankind's last hope. And ultimately, Lin protects him, the protag too. He gives up and sees reason. There's nothing to gain in burning it all up. The elites saved themselves, demonic shit, but it's all dust now. With Lao's terminal, we locate the lifehold and enter amidst Ganglion gunfire. This is where the game gets Xenoblade. We're in the lifehold. Where the hell are the cores? Where are the bodies? Alma says we don't know the whole truth, and we immediately cut to a boss fight. Luxor. We learn a lot of useful information here. Humans are descendants of a powerful race that created the Ganglion to be servile. This ancient race also built a fundamental weakness into the Ganglion, human DNA. So like spit, and he falls and we get another drop. There aren't any organic humans in the lifehold at all, only data containing the memory and DNA of the humans on the ship. It's already gone, but Alma assures us it can be rebuilt. Suddenly, Luxor gets up and unleashes the lizards, and Lao stabs him from above, which sends them both into the plasma of human DNA, killing Luxor. Lao ends up possessed by the protoplasm and we get the final battle. It's hard to convey how hard this story hits because really, for most of the game it was dragging its feet, boring and slow, you know? At least the game was fun. But now, you're pulling all this out? And Lao's rage is fairly sympathetic as a last gasp of revenge from every human sacrificed in the name of preserving the wealthy elite? It's powerful. In the end, we learn that there is one living body controlling a MIM in the lifehold. Alma, who is, in fact, a Xeno. Shows up, saves humanity with a convoluted plan, refuses to elaborate. Lamau. The post-credit scene really is the cherry on top. Alma probes the crashed lifehold after the dust is settled. In the ruin, she finds that the lifehold data was damaged beyond repair, but it was like that from the very beginning, meaning that every character should have been dead before the quest ever began. What the f***? This is the curse of Xenoblade X. It's not even a spin-off, yet it's totally isolated within its own continuity, and that universe is really interesting. It's straight up incomplete. The developers actually let the mystery of the planet linger, even post-credits. Presumably, it would have been solved by a sequel or continuous DLC. Maybe the title really was just an experiment with the engine they built, but it leaves the player wanting anything. Lao shows up alive in the final scene, and that's literally just impossible. This story never truly ends, doesn't it? Doesn't it though? Different alien species can all understand each other perfectly, a fact they bring up in-game, but which is never explained or accounted for. For all we know, the planet's a simulation. It could have been the bedrock for a later game. There could be a sequel one day. The chief complaint against Xenoblade X is the story. It's not part of the overarching numbered entry megaplot. It's superfluous and padded. It's not even interesting. You can't even kill God this time. Xenoblade Chronicles X is a game deeply concerned with the motivations of humans thrust into a hostile environment and put through extreme pressure. It's putting the player into a similar situation as Xenoblade 1 and asking questions of humanity that, for example, Dune would. The plot leading up to the finale is fairly predictable, but the actual story is found among its varied cast members, how they interact, how they exert their humanity and use their time, how you interact with them. People, even in dire situations, still play, still act selfishly and altruistically in equal measure. The species is impossible to categorize and fundamentally chaotic, but it finds moments of order, inspired cooperation in truly grim times. And beyond those qualities, it retains the ludonarrative harmonies of 1, and I think it expands on them while losing some subsystems in the process. Not being interested in the title is understandable. It's a pretty steep buy-in, and even if you can get it free, it's a lot to grapple with, but the end result is one of the most functional, playable titles in the lineup with some of the most effective and inarguably correct critique about humankind today. Sorry, what? You still don't— what? That's crazy, bro. I can't even think. Could you speak up a little? The jet engines are drowning your words. Now let's see if I can figure out how this is supposed to work.
Woo! The name's Dahlia. Allow me to make your life as enchanting as possible.
Well, mamma mia!
What's going on in here?
Well, my wife of 5 years. It appears I've summoned an artificial, servile woman. What an unfortunate turn of events. Oh, please don't kill me. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It was the best of games. It was the worst of games. It was games.
How may I be of service, Master?
You know, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is kind of a hard filter entry, so let me pull out a parody segment real quick. Just humor me a little. It's called Mimesis. Bro, look it up. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is a game where a scrawny loser with zero money and zero bills fails upward into the main character role because the universe felt so bad for his horrible fashion sense that they had to hand him a full-on harem of synthetic slaves. It's easily the most cringy anime schlock you've ever played. The writing and voice acting is embarrassing.
Pyra wouldn't do that.
Of course I wouldn't. I don't have a knife.
So serious. She...
And since it came from the land of crazy, wacky, cringe stuff, you should probably just pick up something with artistic integrity, like Call of Duty. Play the new Assassin's Creed for the low price of full retail, plus a full month's rent of DLC content. The discourse is foul, and somewhere, deep in the discussion, is a full-on content mine of legitimate criticisms that some people rebut in bad faith, and others with good intentions. It's a real muddy conversation, so I need you to know that everything else aside, this is a Xenoblade Chronicles game. If your first instinct is to cringe, well, all I'm saying is Monolith Soft happens to be headed by an artisan tier team. Every aspect of these games is deliberate and intentional, and if something is grating, there's probably a reason, or a greater purpose informing any particular creative decision.
That is just inexcusable.
And I dislike lots about the thing myself, but they also gave us the Torna DLC, so who can say what's good or bad? Xenoblade Chronicles 2 intros with this kid named Rex hauling up some treasure from the ocean. A sea of clouds, he dives for a living. It's the most fantastical setting of any game yet. The giant mech concept was fascinating, but all of human existence being relegated to the backs of these leviathans floating in something that looks like a sky, but isn't. It's a unique fantasy setting that manages to capture the original and spin it fresh. The game catches a lot of strays, and by strays I mean direct bullets to the chest over its intro sequence, something people consider slow and boring. And annoying. I'm a little torn. Yeah, lots of games could strive to be Vagrant's story, immediately suck the player in with god-tier cinematic framing, leading with the action, but this thing's a little more mellow, not dissimilar from the first game actually. They're both long, drawn-out segments that demystify the world a bit, ground the player in the setting. Yeah, it's all wood and metal instead of green fields, but the intentions are similar. Only the original made a point of establishing the conflict and tying the player directly to the conflict with Shulk succeeding Dunban. 2 gives us enough, certainly with the dive for the Aegis, the inciting incident, but just like Rex's costume, it takes time to appreciate. So, sounds like that filter's polished pretty well. The grand plot kickoff in question involves Rex taking a job to dig through a shipwreck for some treasure. One member of the group you're hired into is on the back of the box, and this guy straight up attacks you, so that's fine. I don't need any trickery or backstabbing. That'd just be tacky, right? I know what I'm in for now. You find what they're looking for, this Aegis, some kind of super weapon girl, and you're promptly stabbed in the back. Dude. What did I just say? An anime girl in basically Eden tells you she'll share her life force with you, allowing you to survive, bonded to this girl so long as you promise to take her here someday. Elysium.
Now place your hand on my chest.
What? Are you sure?
Now, this is fairly high concept and makes some non-JRPG gamer types trip, so let me just say in this universe, mortals bond with artificial life forms called blades and battle together as partners. The mortals who can do this, and it isn't everybody, are called drivers. Nia here is bonded with her blade, Dromark, this tiger thing. So no, it's not some perverted anime girl slavery thing the way it gets talked about, and if anything, Rex is a perfect gentleman who's made to deeply understand interpersonal relationships, even when it's difficult, for the sake of saving the world. And that's extremely fertile ground for a Xenoblade Chronicles story. Certainly if Xenoblade Chronicles is synonymous with people learning to understand each other, working toward a common goal. People doing people good like. But you know that if you care to look into it. Eventually you're left to your own devices after like 2 or 3 hours, and you can finally play Xenoblade Chronicles 2. This prompted me to experiment really early with the combat system because, this is the first area, guys. I mean, and I learned some things. First, everybody's favorite whipping boy complaint. The tutorials aren't great. In fact, you're better off finding a YouTube channel to explain basic combat flow and gameplay expectations because raw text boxes spat out one after another aren't exactly intuitive teaching tools. This guy has a job because of this stuff. Think about that. Some mechanics get a tutorial and they're not usable until many hours into the game. Talk about having schwacked priorities. But I learned something really quickly that kind of blew my mind. In a game series that revolves around basic attacks, you can reset the auto attack timer by tapping a direction, moving just a hair. Oh my god. You can absolutely cram damage into enemies like Thanksgiving turkeys, bro. And every hit helps lower your ability cooldowns. Rex has one that drops a healing potion, so you can obliterate the early game and a good chunk of the experience in general with a little mechanical knowledge. But we'll do the combat breakdown later. For now, know that even if things seem tough and complex and boring, you can find your fun in the game. The world itself is interesting. Those earlier titles had issues on their consoles of origin, but that was par for the course, especially on Nintendo hardware, and 2 here suffers occasionally from frame dips and slowdown too. It's more noticeable out of handheld mode, and frankly, I'm surprised Monolith Soft games even ship how they do. It's easy to call out technical issues when you see them, but not know anything about what's keeping these pieces together, and I'm genuinely afraid they topple like a house of cards in the face of a light, breeze. It's probably why no Skell or Skell-like concept returned, but genuinely, what do I know? The environments are heartbreaking, exactly the kind of places you'd want to explore with that Xenoblade stank, like the good kind. Varied colors, day-night cycles, glowing scenery, and endless variants. There's vines to climb, caves to find. They're great, except for the field skills. Okay, I'm sorry. They're not awful, but let's talk. Early on, you'll find blocked passages, gated with skill checks. Basically, you'll need a blade or a lot of blades with certain passive field skills that unlock the ability to move forward. Not unlike needing a rogue in a Dragon Age game to crack open a chest or unlock a door. So you think, okay, that means I'm supposed to come back here, which is true, except by come back later, the game's actually telling you, go play a stupid gotcha phone game, and my patience is already running thin. Yeah, on top of being aggravatingly slow at times, just with poor performance on occasion, it's the Switch's first JRPG, what are you gonna do? And having to sit through the intro, learning to like Rex, you're made to root around in the stinkiest RPG pit I've ever seen, to traverse the game world. In Xenoblade X, you got a jump button and eventually a flying mech. Jesus Christ! This title in particular loves depthy mechanics. It feels like they only ramped up as the series went on, so you'll forgive me if this gets a little complex. The gacha system, or lottery system for people who haven't heard the term, works like this. You find a blade core, soup it up with modifiers where applicable, and crack it to bond with a new blade. Yeah, you're not stuck with your main partner all game, you gotta diversify. Def not helping Rex beat the harem allegations, bro. And where did those allegations come from anyway? The fact of the matter is that Rex is surrounded by women, and most of the blades you pull are women.
So we worked with a large number of character designers on Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and when giving our requests for character designs to them, we didn't go so far as to specify whether we wanted male characters, female characters, or beasts. Instead, we gave them elements of those characters and how we would like them to perform in battle. We left it up to the designers at that point, and we ended up with a lot of females, and I think that's the best answer I can give.
Could this be a big titty conspiracy? And so, plausible deniability established. You don't unlock quality field skills until very late in the game once you've collected enough rare blade cores. Buy now at the DLC shop and collected enough party members to increase your chances of unlocking rare blades. Every time you get a rare blade, the character who bonded with it has a lower chance to get another. Some of these rare blades have useful field skills and some have crap. Some of their skills are so rare it's almost impossible to get high enough field skill ranks among all collected blades to actually traverse secret ways and paths. I barely passed some of the main story blockades, and that's using all available DLC cores because the Torna edition gives it for free. But you can engage with the Merc system, this passive quest dealie to send blades out on missions that take real time to complete. Yes, but they grant field skills, and I didn't use it nearly enough. Mostly because my head was spinning and I wanted to get on with the game. You can upgrade a robotic party member as well, and she has plenty of plot-important field skills, so is it bad to admit I didn't want to use her because the other tank was cooler? What I'm getting at is, after the intro, the combat mechanics, gacha system, the field skills, the subsystems, every little thing, is that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 can be a wildly different experience between two players. If you don't take your time, you're gonna get filtered. If you invest, you're gonna reap the rewards. And there really isn't an in-between. It's kind of mind-blowing because I believe in the title's good qualities. Things like its characterization, its story payoffs, the Torna DLC. And then I look at the base game, and I see something that's demonstrably less well-cropped than the original, that takes at least 4 to 6 chapters to get interesting, a game heightening its level of complexity well past the original without tutorializing effectively throughout.
Pulling through the walls. This is the state of play.
A game gating its own progression behind player engagement with a facsimile of the tackiest mobile gaming system known to man and real-time menu missions. And that's not even mentioning the schlock.
Did I what? You've got a lot of nerve, you one-eyed monster.
The joke here is that Nia has a noticeably weaker insult game than the other characters.
You have to put up with more than a little nonsense to get into Xenoblade 2. And that's no insult at the people who dig it or the people who made it. Just means they're extremely powerful individuals and they carry the weight of the world on their shoulders with ease. That weight got me kneeling, bro. It's no wonder the fans who love it fight as hard as they do for it. First off, things like 80 hours long, so you're gonna have something good to say if you pulled through. But more importantly, if my favorite favorite game were covered in targets, and I had to keep hearing that arrow thunking day after day, I'd probably pop a blood vessel myself. It's probably in the comments section now, and if we're being honest, every Xenoblade game has all kinds of crap, but most of them don't blow their load on weird weaselly microsystems dragged out over 30 hours crawling to the mid-game payoff. That's all. So let's talk about the party. If there's a Xenoblade character who most closely resembles Sora and gets hit with all the weird, obnoxious attitudes cynical Western creeps blast the guy with, it's Rex. And really, you expect some of that when first impressions are everything. In the internet age where everyone's looking for the fastest take, the coveted first, I'm sensing a weak bloodline here. If the JRPG protag's wearing literal clown shoes, or whatever this triple-belted monstrosity is, that's gonna happen. But if you play for literally 5 seconds, you realize it's a diving suit that's directly related to his job. And Rex is supposed to look like a doof. He's a guy who stumbles into the plot by accident. It's honestly fine. And his personality's solid. I don't trust people who don't like characters that never did anything wrong. Rex isn't insufferably twee or anything either. He's a little inexperienced, but he's about the most polite, well-adjusted kid you could ask for, especially when he's surrounded by jubbly anime girls. Rex starts as a DPS character with traditional positionals, Shulk 2.0, only he can heal by dropping health potions on his grappling hook move. Rex's blade, at least until you've gotcha'd up a full squad, is Pyra and eventually Mithra. These characters are the subject of a lot of criticism that I don't want to detract from, because I do think it's fair and valid to say that they're designed specifically to catch a certain kind of attention. It doesn't take more than a simple scratch of the surface to show, numerically even, that these characters are pretty popular in certain places. Really, I think with this game's optics and getting launched in the West, you're gonna need some kind of sell. You'd have to ignore basically the entire game to say it's purely bad faith pandering. One of the major narrative through lines is that appearances belie the reality of a thing, and that conceit transcends gameplay, story, characterization, even presentation. I happen to think that leading with Pyra, a soft personality whom Rex quickly falls for, and introducing Mithra later on, this prickly, impossible, and deeply sympathetic personality, after the Torna DLC anyway, is a brilliant bit of storytelling. We think we're getting Pyra's total opposite, someone brash and confident, a trope, but we learn over time that she's too insecure and damaged to feel comfortable getting close to someone, even her own driver, and uses Pyra to front for her, smooth things out in her place. And Rex learns that you have to meet people where they're at. No relationship, friends or otherwise, is completely smooth sailing. Unfortunately, these two are major spoiler territory, so we'll catch up with them later. Nia's the designated healer, and her accent makes me cry.
Normally, if a blade or its driver dies, it'll just go back to being a core crystal.
Laughing, that is. In a good way. This stuff's great. The raw contrast of it all. Nia chafes with Rex's naivete and general sense of justice, acting as a voice of pragmatism. Her blade fills a mildly softer voice of reason role, but otherwise they're not much to talk about, at least without getting into mega spoilers. Now Tora. Tora is a character that you can farm engagement on your YouTube video with by casually mentioning that he deliberately programmed the world's first artificial blade to serve him dressed in a maid outfit while being generally minor coded. Wow! Tora is weird and works decidedly worse in the West, kind of like how they changed the final Anna support dialogue in Fire Emblem Engage during localization. Kind of like how Lyn has revealing outfits in the Japanese version of Xenoblade X, but not in the West. But the good news is, his major plot relevance wraps up pretty early with decent cutscenes to boot, and he shuts up for most of the game afterwards, so if you hate him, no worries. His tanking duties can easily be compensated for by the infinitely cooler Morag, and if you like him, well, his blade Poppy remains pretty relevant throughout the runtime, even if she's weird and childlike. She ends up contributing in significant ways to the group dynamic, moving forward as a bastion of pure empathy and support. Morag helps round out the more colorful members of the cast. Hailing from a background of rank and duty, and unfortunately a super cop, Morag and her blade Brigid begin as antagonists that end up helping you root out corruption in her kingdom and eventually the world. Like most recruitable hater types, Vegeta and his ilk, Morag needs a show of force to join and proof of Rex's exemplar status. She needs to see him doing the work for the future they both believe in to come around. I expect nothing less from a character with her background, so she works just fine. That leaves only one, and the bards would spin their deeds into myth on winds of silken song. Zeke's the best. I think people find characters like this impossible to believe, and they kind of are, but when he's doing his bit, I'm having fun. I don't think you can like Xenoblade Chronicles and dislike Zeke. I mean, he's played as a minor antagonist and turns into an ally, so it's kind of like recruiting Jesse and James into your party wholesale. You think I'm turning that down? Zeke's the other DPS character, and it makes sense you'd get him late. The plot revolves around the Aegis, so like with Xenoblade 1, they probably want to incentivize keeping Rex around. Unfortunately, I like Zeke anyway, so Rex had to sit out for most of the run after. Zeke's chief value is underlining one of the key consequences of the world building. When you create a race of synthetic beings that bond to organic ones and function anywhere from partner to slave, well, it begs asking how blades are treated in society. And the answer is pretty badly by more than enough people, but by now you've noticed that blades can be animalian, but most are humanoids, and the higher ranked ones have pretty attractive features. Unfortunately, the nature of this arrangement isn't thoroughly inquired into by the plot. It's taken as reality, kind of like Pokemon pre-N, but Zeke helps demonstrate through his relationship, serving something as a model for Rex. The true bonds come from a place of altruism, giving first. I've been talking about blades a lot, but unless you've played, you're probably wondering how they actually factor into combat, so it's time for the big Xenoblade Chronicles 2 combat breakdown shakedown time. Combat is slow unless you're canceling auto attacks. It's got some interesting pacing, especially coming off X, meandering around dudes to land back attacks, sluggishly strafing for a side strike. Man, can a brother get a jump back? You dump arts and build them back up, and occasionally sync up with your blade, who accompanies you into battle with their own set of AI-handled arts. By sync up, I mean you'll have to land a quick-time event a la Xenoblade X to get a special move. Add to this a team attack system reminiscent of the original game, but complicated, with elemental orbs you have to crack to get more attacks in. Okay, cool, it's nerdy, it's good. Newcomers will find the system frustrating because, honestly, no matter how fast you auto-attack cancel, if you just use your main blade, there will be plenty of downtime. It's critical, absolutely necessary to swap between gacha-acquired blades so you can weave effectively between dumping cooldowns on one and moving on to another. The combat just doesn't flow without making use of at least 2 blades, and preferably 3. That means the combat tends to feel crummy until late in the story, and even worse, you'll need to be deep into the gacha nonsense and massively invested in training your blades one by one, getting them equipped with accessories, leveling their arts, unlocking and plugging points into their individual talent trees. There are a lot of dials to turn. More than the original, more than X. It's a real knob type game, you feel me? Notch and twist coded experience. Real build up and bust business. I am severely unwell. I am a person who's been playing Xenoblade for 4 months. I think the real piss off with the combat, alongside tutorials, is that all these blades you bond with have specific roles, so your DPS character might be loaded up with all 3 of their best blades, and it'll be DPS, healer, and tank, respectively. A full list of roles. I don't know how else to say this, but that's the most unintuitive setup I've ever seen. The game's trying to tell you that the roles don't really matter, regardless of if Rex is traditionally a DPS, but if you've played the other 2, roles absolutely matter to you, at least when it comes to tanks and DPS, so trying to wrap your head around your primary tank swapping to DPS mid-combat, or your healer swapping to tank, kinda drove me insane early game. It kept me avoiding blades on my allies in case they screwed around with the wrong blade mid-battle, which they always did. It's infuriating, but this entire problem is more or less irrelevant if you keep your blades competitively leveled and trust the system. Or get on YouTube and bring your notepad. Let's try making sense of this story. Like with everything about the base game, it's not that the story is incomprehensible, just that it ups noun usage and introduces a more elaborate conflict spanning several factions, housing sub-conflicts. So, I brought my notepad, where's yours? Developer interviews really only enhance these games. For example, this one in particular was very different at conception.
At first, the team tried to make a type of story setting in which the Blade characters would look like Ultraman, but as they couldn't put a 40-meter tall giant on the screen, they ended up reducing their sizes to be around the same as humans. They also made the story that depicts a hero and heroine, thus connecting it to the keywords boy meets girl and juvenile.
Now imagine that character from earlier, but 40 feet tall. I'm thinking someone on the team got a thing for Massive Dobanhankaros. Enormous Hunkabankalus. We watch a Titan die in the intro, and it's an important point to make early. The actual land masses that the sentient races live on are ancient. They're not immortal. Titans being the land means there's a very finite amount to settle and colonize, so inter-Titan conflicts are always boiling under the surface. Two nations in particular, more Ardain and Uriah, are at the brink of war over the dying Ardanian Titan, which underpins the events of the story. And I explained the intro with Rex awakening Pyra and all that, but the player is always aware that the end game is Elysium, at the top of the world tree. Why is it always a world tree? Maybe we can get a world reef or a fungus or a world rock. The escape from Malos early on only happens because Nia defects from Malos' organization, Torna, specifically because she's asked to murder a person, and because Azurta, the small titan Rex rides on, assists at the cost of his life. Or so we're led to believe until he pops out as a baby at the crash site. Couldn't resist having the cute animal companion. I swear this is intentional. He even seems to know Pyra, so slip that in your pocket real quick. After a bunch of very funny moments featuring Tora, a rescue, and an escape, the party's eventually led to the World Tree, but they're beaten back by some gigantic defense worm and swallowed by the Orion Titan, which is no different than the Bionis, thankfully. You can walk on through without getting digested. You meet Vandam, this person, and another member of Torna, this guy Akos, tries to hunt you down, but gets driven back thanks to Vandam. So there's two more characters to float around in your head. I know, it's all very simple. You also meet a turtle called Turturs. I don't think he appears ever again, which means it predominantly exists to make this Zeke character quirkier than he already is. But since the game isn't confident handing us another character, the plot hooks him off stage. Later, after a minor kidnapping in the capital, you're forced to fight Akos again, but this time, he brought the other Aegis, Malos. While you're getting your ass beat, Vandam stabs himself, creating a direct link with his blade and granting him more power than usual, I guess. I don't know, I can really vividly imagine half the audience interested and the other half glazing over right about here. It gets tiring having to make allowances for every little thing, but sure. Vandam's sacrifice causes Pyra to reawaken her other form, Mithra, and you trounce both Akos and Malos. Now this is where the story hits a lull, and it's partly why people dunk on the pacing a bit. Up until this point, we've been fed a lot of information and juggled a lot of characters, and now the plot's taking us back to Tora, the most morally bankrupt and otherwise reprehensible person in the party. Cute hero worship of Rex or not, so we can watch a slap fight between a maid robot and a child robot while introducing even more Torna goons and yet another mysterious blade to guide us through yet another segment. It's a lot. Epic in scope for sure, definitely ticking that box for people. I think Mithra carries this segment a bit. She's abrasive and short, and you're not meant to like her right away. It introduces some tension into the party beyond like Nia berating Rex for having hopes and dreams and being kind.
I don't know if you're stupid or
you probably shit in a box. The party is summoned by Amalthus, basically the Pope, so they go. On the way, Zeke shows up for a third time and reveals that he was only kidding about trying to kill us earlier. It was a prank! When he murdered my entire team with a gigantic lightning sword, he was fooling around. What a card. What an ultramarine. Well, he's dead now, I guess. War breaks out between Mor Ardain and Uriah thanks to Torna's meddling. We head to stop the conflict, and Jin kills the blade from earlier. Jin makes himself the scariest villain very early and leads the player to wonder why. It's so obvious that causing strife and destroying the world is meaninglessly cruel. So what happened to this guy? Thankfully, the Praetorium intervenes to prevent further conflict, and we get a Landsmeet scene, just without any interaction or head chopping. Mega spoiler moment. Bana shows up one last time to kill everyone and mortally wounds Emperor Nile, who defends the party. Everyone leaves to fight back some enemies while Nia stays behind, revealing a core crystal and healing the kid. I swear everyone's a bomb. Every character gotta have something. You can't just be cool on their own, huh? The party is sent to Zeke's home, Tantal, to retrieve something called the Omega Fetter. That might be a word? Which can control the worm guarding the World Tree, I guess. Unfortunately, they're locked up by the king, who rather just outright die to Malos apparently, and in attempting to rescue Pyra from his goons, Poppy inadvertently destroys what we came for, which sends the Tantalese Titan into a downward spiral. Torna shows up and we get our asses kicked, only for Pyra to threaten self-annihilation if they don't let us go. So we lose her and hit a huge emotional low point, and the game finally got a tear from me. At this point, I can't tell if it was the knowledge that I was past the lull, witnessing the culmination of an incredible series of story beats, or developing Stockholm Syndrome, but it got me. Rex is such a kind and positive character that seeing him in any kind of miserable state is emotionally jarring. But you can't hate the kid. He literally is his bond with Pyra. Without her, he can't fight. If she dies, he dies. Of course it feels hopeless, but this is a Xenoblade game, and if he doesn't find hope, derive strength from his friends, this plot's not wrapping anytime soon. So, the game takes time to work through party member stuff while they search for another Aegis sword to replace the one Jin shattered. On the way, Zeke explains that part of his partner's core crystal is lodged in his chest, making him a blade eater as a result of an experiment Amalthus performed on the pair. In the same segment, Nia reveals that she's a flesh eater with a pretty horrendous past that isn't materially relevant to the plot, but to cut it short, she's been living as a human, deeply ashamed of her true nature, and finally feels free to be herself. I'm not saying who asked, I'm more like, Rex lost his harem and immediately got a new sword girl to swing around, bro. Can this man take an L? Can he lose for real just once? With a new sword, a new blade, and newly forged resolve, the party heads to the World Tree to battle Malos. A lot of people like to meme about Malos just hanging around all the time, but I think it makes perfect sense in context. He may have the ultimate goal of destroying the world, that's his purpose, but he's the strongest being on the planet and bored to tears by everything around him. He's been hanging around on Allrest for at least 500 years, and he's probably seen just about everything. Bro's just waiting for the next great YouTuber or anime media in general to feel something again. And by that I mean a physical challenge to make doing his job fun. Also, he pulls out a Monado. I don't even want to know. Jin and Malos join up, and in yet another moment of transformative desperation, Mithra's true form, Numa, levels the playing field again while Numa calls in her planet-orbiting mech, Siren, to battle the worm, causing everyone to plummet into the depths below. What if I told you that this entire fantastical world was built on basically the human world, and gooey tar monsters dropped human ID cards? Ew. We are entering Xenoblade Chronicles territory, folks. There is some serious xenography occurring at this time. Amalthus tries to stop the party. He's a blade eater because he transplanted that priestess blade's core crystal into himself. He calls Titans to join the fray, Torna schlubs arrive, and some explode. Back inside, we battle with Jin at the last plot pit stop. The remaining Torna goons join up and die as Amalthus also jumps in. Jin and the party finish Amalthus, and Jin dies as a result. I want to take some time to talk about Jin and his actions, but it'll be better saved for the Torna segment, so let me hold that for now. In search of Malos, the players stumble into Elysium, exactly what you'd expect in a game like Xenoblade. Anyway, yeah, we do Christ allegories, yeah, we got the Bible, but we also kill John, bro. We wish for worlds without gods, and when the party gets to heaven, it actually sucks. Almost like the right place to make a heaven is down on Earth, but the conditions make it impossible. Considering this world is presided over by a deity, godly skill issue TBH. We're led astray briefly with horrific visions.
I'm gonna have to ask you two to stop cooking so white.
Until we muster our courage and confront the architect. He says a lot and demystifies enormous in-universe mysteries, basically admits that mankind was born from Titans, which, so they're doing the Bionis again, kind of? And life is cyclical and humans are treated as animalian. Fair enough. And blades exist how they do, all anime and weird-like, because they're artificial recreations of data mimicking the past life on the planet before it was destroyed accidentally by the architect. Which is why this sleepy girl has a giant polar bear friend. Who can say that that is not in our real world? After all this verbiage, Malos gets in a big robot and you know the story. Eventually the World Tree and the space installations start to crumble. Numa stays behind to pilot the mech and blow up falling chunks to save the land below. She says goodbye and grants Rex the complete core crystal so he can live on his own. Azurta turning into his full Titan self isn't too far off from the air taxi eagles in The Lord of the Rings, but shut up, dweeb. Unfortunately, the land below is ravaged, with most Titans annihilated. Guys, can we go one single game without a genocide? As the remaining Titans merge into a great green landmass, Pyra and Mithra suddenly appear, apparently granted individual bodies. And Rex gets his goddamn harem. Okay, penis game. It probably sounds like I hate this game, but I don't, and I need to make it clear. There are two kinds of storytellers. People who write such that the premise of a story is the bulk of the story, and people who write drama and conflict that comprises the story regardless of the premise, or merely informed by the premise. Obviously, it's not that clean cut with writers, but the Xenoblade Chronicles team is very clearly interested in selling fantastical worlds and big, sweeping ideas. If you don't buy the premise or just think it's kind of neat, you won't resonate. Filtered. If you think it's complex and beautiful, something to aspire to as a writer even, you're gonna embrace the thing. But Xenoblade Chronicles is a video game, and the traditions, values, and complications of game writing are their own, distinct from novel writing, for example. If you're writing a game, you should strive to sell the player on a world, or at least a fun space to interact with, taking mitigating factors into consideration like discrepancies in the translation and voice acting decisions. I think it's fine. A little high-minded, but still presenting an interesting premise, characters with genuine, sympathetic struggles, and powerful payoffs. It's opulently directed, not unlike the first, and it's got a whole universe to fit into. Can't go shying away from what's already built now. In that sense, I think I'd appreciate 2 more if I did have the full picture going in, if I ran it again with everything I now know. It's such a uniquely Xenoblade problem, and especially in 3, that the player's appreciation grows once the veil is lifted in the final moments. When you understand the depth and complexity of the construction, you miss so much just playing raw without the full context of the premise. 2 in particular keys into the notion that things are more complex than they first appear, that people aren't what they seem, and that everyone's motivated by their own experiences, which are fundamentally impossible to understand without building some kind of connection. It believes that so much, we get Torna as a DLC product. That makes 2 something everyone should play if they're looking to brush up on their moral fiber, I guess. Its messages are valuable. It just happens to take some kind of time getting there, and it's not easy. I wouldn't be shocked if the relative complexity of the systems was meant as a mimetic design implementation to demonstrate that very Xenoblade idea that human will triumphs over all. So let's take a look at 2, if it were made for regular people. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Torna. Torna my heart out. Unlike previous DLCs, Torna's getting its own section, so I hope that tips you off a little. I may have problems with Xenoblade 2, like any other game, but Torna's unique for fixing almost every single gameplay gripe I have. It's brilliant, genuinely exciting to play, and for a fraction of the time investment. The biggest problem with Torna is you can't buy it on a separate cart. I mean you can, but it's not cheap, and that's brutal because I can't recommend any of these games in good faith to most people. Not because they're bad experiences, but because their time sinks, and I don't feel comfortable pushing that kind of responsibility on a working adult, especially when most of them actually require the full playtime to hit the payoffs. Torna opens with Laura and Jin, a driver and blade duo surviving in the wilderness. You'll quickly meet up with Mithra and Adam, the legendary hero mentioned throughout the second game with his trusty Aegis, alongside the young Emperor of Mor Ardain and his blade, Brigid. According to the developers, Torna was effectively a repackaging of cut content that originally fit between the 7th and 8th chapters, and it's hard to convey meaningfully how interesting it is to load up into a fresh vision of the past to meet heroes and play as someone I knew as an antagonist first. And the game kicks ass, too. Unlike the base experience, which features endless number tweaking for your goddamn gotcha blades, beings you dragged screaming out of the ether to make servile, Torna gives us real partners and a complete combat experience, no strings attached. Every driver has access to 2 blades. Laura has Jin for DPS and Haze for heals. Adam has Mithra for damage and Minoth for damage also. That leaves Emperor Nile with 2 tank blades. Okay, now no one can switch off to something I didn't ask for. But like we established in the previous section, role isn't overly important, and really it means your team is damage focused anyway. The key is your drivers and your blades are both controllable. You swap between them with a button press, not unlike swapping characters in MVC3. Canceling auto attacks into arts increases damage, and auto attacks work off cooldown time, so the basic flow is lively and even beat-like. Auto attack, cancel, auto attack, cancel, auto attack, cancel, auto attack, swap, start fresh. It's a much more urgent and engaging system for a JRPG. Incentivizes you to move away from the endless canceled auto attacks. This actually has a pulse. I could cry. It's not that 2 doesn't do this, mind you, and it might be the reduced scope, but the beat is palpable now. Imagine getting a second shot at making your combat system, and you make it smarter. The framework isn't just playing a partnership or incorporating partnership, it is partnership. It's reached the platonic ideal of the concept. That's not just a ludonarrative harmony, bro. That's a ludonarrative embodiment. That's peak. Oh, but Torna's not finished. Traversing the world isn't much different than before. Field skills are still present, but you only got them blades, so it's not an issue anymore. I can't tell you how frustrating it was. Not even just the farming. It was trawling through the menus to find which blades had which skill, because by late game they're falling out of your pockets, and having to go through the whole de-equip, re-equip rigmarole to hopefully unlock one single corridor so you can go through the menus again to get back to your favorite setup, because 10 times out of 10, the skills weren't on your good blades. I mean, I think I just demonstrated how annoying that is. So anyway, that's not even a factor in Torna. You're just free to enjoy the world and engage with enemies through this sick-ass revamped combat system. You hit a field skill check, you're investing in the blades you've been investing with this entire time, not having to stop and invest in some garbage blade that you don't want to level that particular field skill, or some mission menu junk. The environments are just as lush and colorful, maybe a little less contrasty, but that's important. Some of them tones blazed off the screen in the original. Some people can't even look at my thumbnails without headaches on account of the saturation, so I'm gonna unfairly chalk another one here on Torna's side. Not that it's a competition, just a little sales pitch. And I gotta be real quiet here, so listen close. You're tired of questing. The sun dips far over the horizon, and darkness falls. It's time to make camp. At the campsite, a menu pops up letting each individual character, human or blade, craft something, make charms, make food, the little things. This legitimately rivals partner combat for peak design. Yes, it's just a pouch item and accessory crafting submenu, but it's contextualized. In this game about working together, driver and blade, as partners contributing meaningfully to the group. It's actually 10 out of 10 material. They brought it back in 3 to a lesser extent, because it's basically perfect. Everyone should know this feeling. Like you've got one single useless skill and you can't do anything else worthwhile. Or maybe you're good at a lot of little things, but don't seem to have any real talents, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. Maybe your talent, the thing you vibe with, has no real market value. Torna acknowledges that people have weird quirks and interests, and while every character can contribute to combat, not everyone would have equally valuable skills in the real world. Bridget's perfumes might be artisanal, for all I know, but cooking's a universal necessity. And yet, none of that worth scaling matters, because all of these skills are afforded equal dignity by the game, their own menus for crafting items that all have a purpose. It's such an individually validating and positive message, the kind I think doesn't get propped up half as prominently as it deserves. I don't really care about your crazy plot points and twists, not really. These are the low vibrations that resonate. These are the human elements. Pouch items were weird in the original because, while they were powerful temporary buffs, they were sold like this. Yeah, real enticing, just like everything else. But I'm incentivized to make and use these things and engage with the world for the necessary ingredients. These systems lock together so effortlessly, a perfect microcosm of the series' genius. I do want to mention the major gameplay issue with Torna that haunts discussion. Yeah, I kill my babies too. It's only fair if I'm swinging it too. Torna gates progression behind side quest completion. At first, you'll be playing along thinking everything's fine, but in the last quarter of the story, the game grinds to a halt so you can help people all across the land. Only it's not sold like that. You'll hit a wall and get a pop-up, and there it is. You must complete 40 quests to continue. Surreal prank, Monolith Soft. Transcendental humor. Now, I got paid to play Xenoblade. It was a Patreon goal, so I like to stick things out unless they're really awful. I happen to like the experience and adore these characters, so I pulled through just fine. All told, I took 2 play sessions to handle the side quest grind, and you could easily take longer and pace yourself. A lot of them are quick, easily found, and some are finished before they even start. Just small collectible turn-ins, so no, I don't think it makes the game garbage. Not even close. In the end, I spent infinitely less time on this entry because it's just that small, and 0 time grinding. And compared to what every single Xenoblade game put me through, in one way or another, I don't see gating progression behind some simple side quests as meaningfully different than the excruciating first half of 2, or the endless MMO grind of X, or even the back-to-back late game zones of 1. Every one of these titles is a thief of time. Torna's just honest about it. And frankly, being made to go through these to hit story payoffs that I really wanted to see got me more in tune with the world than almost any of the other titles. Side quests kinda suck by design. In JRPGs, the fundamental health of the world is often compromised, and asshat characters manage to find time to dick around in stinky backwaters and nameless dust bowls to save cats, and deliver letters and collect boar asses or whatever. And you really feel it in Torna too. The world's literally counting down the days until Malos launches an attack on the titular Golden Country. But I think it's essential to the message, even the identity of Xenoblade Chronicles. Yeah, plenty of RPGs are about gathering forces to beat back the darkness, and in Torna, a game that powerfully conveys the weight and value of friendship, partnership, camaraderie, love, togetherness with concrete examples, and flawless gameplay tie-ins, it's more appropriate than ever to make the player appreciate the setting and the stakes. And it really only makes the thing more heartbreaking when you get there. Really just shreds you from the inside. I mean, really, if Nier got to do what it did at the end, I think Torna can do it too. Let's take a walk through the plot. Torna opens 500 years before the events of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It gives the setting a mystique you might not expect from environments we've seen before. It's also worth distinguishing, very late I know, that blades are weapons in universe, not a race of people properly. They're thought of primarily as tools or partners depending on the character of the driver. Blades have no memories of their past lives, so if their driver were to die for any reason, they'd reset until someone else bonds with them. That's relevant to Jin, specifically. Amalthus may be a villain in the main plot, but he starts as a young man climbing the world tree and finding no architect in heaven at all, only 2 core crystals, the Aegises. He bonds with only one, Malos, and because these blades were found in basically Eden, they're seen as embodiments of the architect's will. However, Amalthus's horrible personality rubs off on Malos, and he comes to see the world as worthy of destruction. Hey Malos, bro, you tried Korean food? A little sundubu you get? Wanna try bubble tea, bro? Another driver is sought to wield the other Aegis, so we get Prince Adam of Torna. But since he's afraid of its power, Mithra, the watered-down version of Numa, manifests instead. The will of the driver affects the blade, the same way the will of the wielder affects the Monado. I guess you could say that will is everything in universe. That's a lot of setup, but beyond that, we also have to consider Jin and Laura. Jin was a blade of Tornan royalty stolen by a petty criminal, and at some point Laura was nearly attacked by the guy, but Jin stepped up to protect her and they bonded. So now it's me and my 6'2", never-aging hot anime boyfriend! They've been together a long time, which justifies the incredible partner combat you start with. It's especially powerful that their style, passing the blade between each other, evolved out of a lack of money. They never found another sword. They couldn't steal a sword, they just worked really well together. It's a little insane conceptually, but sweet. Malos is a threat even in this time, and the party learns of his plan to attack the Tornan capital. When confronted, he reveals that his true goal was to expose the core of the Tornan Titan. He attacks the capital during the fight with the party, which sends Mithra into a rage, in possibly the strongest scene in a Xenoblade game. Mithra clashes with Malos and unleashes so much raw energy that she kills Hugo and the Tornan Titan, accidentally a genocide, and receding so far into herself in guilt and horror she creates Pyra. It's why Mithra is like that in the main game. She's deeply afraid of the consequences of wielding her power and fundamentally incapable of being herself naturally. She's maybe the most sympathetic character in the game, a being born as a weapon, used as a weapon, treated well, mind you, but cruelly incapable of escaping her own artificial humanity. A sword can kill guiltlessly, but not if that sword is sentient. Now make that sword a bomber jet armed with nuclear warheads. After a sad goodbye, Amalthus succeeds to the heights of the Praetorium and orders an attack on Adam, and Laura is killed unintentionally. Jin, incapable of reconciling the loss of his memories of Laura, breaks the flesh-eater taboo and consumes her heart to keep his precious memories at the cost of his immortality. Jin, enraged by the futility of mortal struggle, seeks to kill the architect and destroy the world for the evil that both enable. He partners with Malos and forms Torna. Torna, the game not the organization, gets some of its kick from the context of the main title. Without it, you wouldn't get the same gut punch watching Mithra lose herself. You wouldn't care about Adam because he'd just be another smiley Xenoblade protag. You wouldn't think much of Jin in general outside of what's presented presented in-game, Jin is kind of the anti-Xeno protag. Like, forget Malos. What that character does on screen is effectively a short-sighted condemnation of humanity, born of the utter joylessness of deriving self-worth primarily from strength and duty, and never needing to achieve beyond that. It's believable, but, you know, just another outcome of circumstances. Jin, on the other hand, is what happens when a Xenoblade protag arc goes wrong. He's got everything he needs, a meaningful existence standing astride his partner Laura, and her totally unjust death drives everything good and even human out of him. And while that might seem ridiculous for someone who should understand the value of humanity, it's dangerously easy to slide into despair when tragedy strikes and nobody is there to catch you. Alone, viewing everything as fundamentally farcical, Jin is tortured from within, abandoning regular society after breaking a serious taboo, and ultimately gets recruited by Malos. That's who extended an arm, someone with the absolute worst intentions. While his story is depressing, it perfectly captures an unexplored potential in the universe. What if these characters, these friends, fail? Unfortunately, Xenoblade 2 is another half of one. Both universes ended up extremely relevant to the series' third entry. What happens when you create two immaculate worlds and experiment with another for fun? What does that look like in the end? What's all this now? What has happened here?
That is the flame clock. Your life force is now bound to the flame, and I'm going to dump so much exposition you'll die before ever playing the game.
No. Nope. No, I don't really care for any of that kind of thing.
So you gonna shoot me now, or?
No, I'm going to edit you being vacuumed up and shredded eventually by an animated sprite of Samsho character Tam Tam. That seems suitably whimsical. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Version 1.2.1 is the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 of Xenoblade Chronicles. I wrote down meticulous notes for this particular title after the fact, and I feel like I need to address something. The raw volume of notes I have about the world itself, the rules of the setting, the history of the central conflict, and how the universe's basic mechanics work, there's more of that than what actually happens on screen. I don't know what to do with that information. Should I dump it? What the hell? You'd have to beat the game once to appreciate most of anything on screen that isn't strictly between characters. It's kind of infuriating. So I think I'm gonna give the short version and leave the full dump for later. But man, Tetsuya Takahashi and co. love brain splurging. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is a hell of a lot of game, a lot to parse. It's easily the most complex and bizarre premise for the series, and the good news is, they've learned some things. Xenoblade Chronicles is fun to play sometimes, but most titles don't push snappy, responsive, interactive play first, and 3 here's got you covered, even if the jump is more Xenoblade 2 than Xenoblade X. The party matters. In fact, I'd say the party is more important than the story, the actual beats, at least to Xenoblade writ large, and we get plenty of conversational tidbits about everyone.
Gasp! Food is entirely missing! Gasp! Oh, the food's completely gone!
That's not a meme, there's a reason for that. I checked. The only material things hampering this entry, if we're being honest, are the same baseline issues you'd find in any of these titles, so no worries if you got this far. Things like playtime bloat, or, you know, peak video games according to others. Oh, and presenting a stunning world on hardware literally groaning under the weight of hardware limitations. It's extremely easy to look at modern games and say, that's ugly, or this is poorly optimized, without understanding anything that goes into them, so I'm gonna call Xenoblade Chronicles 3 gorgeous regardless. It's got a vision, but it's on the Switch, and if that's what keeps Monolith Soft making games on reasonable hours, fine. We intro with the conflict from Fire Emblem Fates. White-armored, not Japanese people fighting black-armored, not Europeans. I feel like if I were 10% more evil, I could find a horrendous joke to make about this situation, but I eat my celery, so my purity is high. This is gonna take a bit to explain. The The people of these warring nations live 10 years tops. They're shot out somehow around their teens, by the way. If they die in battle, the ether that makes up their body and souls is released back into the world by an offseer, basically someone with a little flute who plays for corpses. They wage war not for land, but to fill up their flame clocks, which visually indicate how much time they have left to live. And these clocks are connected with their colony, so people are incentivized to work towards mutual survival by fighting. Combat is everything to these people. The question of, do we live to fight or fight to live, comes up more than once. Various ethnicities of recognizable Xenoblade Chronicles origin are born into colonies and intermingle constantly, so racism is effectively written out of the fantasy work, something I'm pretty sure most D&D authors can't even imagine pulling without crying first on Twitter, but which the Xenoblade Chronicles authors pull off effortlessly. In case you're wondering if this all sounds too artificial, too constructed, well, I'm sure you'll be extremely unsurprised to find out that there's a reason, but it's a spoiler, so. And yeah, it's high concept, a lot to sell someone on. Bro, look at how low your ears are. But because it's such a specific and intricate setup, it gets the player wondering how these pieces are gonna fit together, what kind of story they'll tell. Conceptual work can be fun, so let's roll with it. Noah, Lands, Uni, and Riku are sent off to capture some tech when they're intercepted by an enemy squadron consisting of Mio, Senna, Taion, and Manana. And well, they're in all the promotional material, so this is the party. We get confirmation that regular humans who actually age normally do exist, but no one present has ever seen one. Then some kind of Evangelion spawn attacks the party, causing Noah and Mio to fuse. I'm gonna be really real for a moment. This is easily the hardest story to get into for people steeped too strongly in academic writing and film conventions. The sheer level of, oh okay, you have to do is a pretty huge ask, and people have been trained in both writerly and film circles by the critics they watch and the general meta of cynicism surrounding media to laugh stuff like this off. And even without that context, in the West, it's very easy to find stuff like this laughable. It's why you have Video Game Donkey doing hit piece after hit piece on JRPGs, because why engage with something earnestly and curiously if you've been trained to cringe and sneer and click the thing for fun? So I'm not going to blame you personally if you feel compelled to be cynical about everything. What I'm going to do instead is remind you that 50 Shades of Grey's author repackaged Twilight fanfiction and made $1 million. You can work your ass off, die, and get recognized after the fact, or you can write something that shouldn't even be viable for public consumption and strike it rich. So stop giving a shit about what's good on paper. You beat back the mech dude and every party member is paired off. Noah and Mio, Senna and Lands, Taion and Uni, and like Xenoblade 2, there's an element of, oh, did Jordan Peterson write this shit? I guess everyone's getting a plot-mandated girlfriend, but it runs with the premise pretty respectfully. Never really gets creepy. Noah and Mio bond over their duty as overseers. Lands and Senna are workout buddies. Uni and Taion have a dynamic. With the power they're granted, the so-called Ouroboros, they're free to their flame clocks and allowed to live without having to kill, except that they're suddenly seen as enemies by their respective colonies and made to cling to each other for survival, moving forward in a world that's openly hostile to them. I think that's pretty fertile ground for a deeply meaningful story. Literally anyone who's ever been an outcast in any context can get something out of the plot. So you're off to find a safe haven. You'll bounce from colony to colony, traveling all over the world, meeting diverse people from interesting walks of life. It's a Xenoblade Chronicles game. It's not switching things up this late in the series, but it has some buy-in features I really appreciate. If you don't like the sound of the thing so far, I can't blame you. But the class system kicks ass. Unlocking new jobs, mixing skills, it's like they took lessons from every game and grafted on elements from Final Fantasy Tactics. That's like the opposite of a Chimera or Frankenstein's monster or whatever other unholy amalgam, bro. That is a being of myth. One thing 3 does to hammer home the point about the Ouroboros here having the privilege to make choices is through little conflicts you're allowed to jump into or ignore entirely. It doesn't often matter from a story perspective, and really, it turns into, do I want EXP or upgrade materials, more often than it probably should, but an attempt was made. While you're traversing the world, you'll come across many different colonies, and they're often commanded by characters whose class you can inherit. The inheritor, a single member of your party, usually whoever makes the most sense for that given class, can then unlock the class for other party members through use, exposure. Kind of like osmosis, it gets you into the world, actually excited to do side content because, I mean, new ways to play your characters in JRPGs, so classes are kind of the ultimate player incentives. That means you power up by learning about other people, other cultures, people the game initially introduces to you as deluded, quirky, or strange. I don't think I need to illustrate why that's an important point to make regarding the real world, and how brilliant it is to funnel the player naturally into that understanding. And how is the world itself? What's cool? Oh my god. I didn't know the game was going to be good. Following the other titles isn't easy, but the team did well, varying the environments and the challenges they pose. You have to unlock field skills via side quests like rail grinding and dune walking to pass through every area unimpeded. And like I said in the beginning, it's a fantastical setting constrained by the tech. I should have busted out the PC edition for this thing. Can you imagine? The scale is palpable zone by zone. You feel exactly how you should in these games, a part of the world. Another animal. Think about the way old JRPGs had players enter the overworld, and the way their representational sprite towered over everything, like a titan or something. And yeah, that was a limitation of the tech as well, but the feeling of being no different than any other life on the planet, despite your hero's status, and especially in Xenoblade Chronicles games, is ambrosial. If you're gonna change the world, it's gonna come about through mastery and understanding, not just having the best number and the best setup. These are just little feelings I have playing these games, but goddamn, is Xenoblade good at producing them? And I don't think it's by accident. If it isn't clear by now, the designers are meticulous. The director knows what he wants out of these titles. You don't just base an entire game in like Jungian psych among many, many others and not have opinions on every element of design. I've managed to avoid talking about unique monsters and boss monsters up until this point. I'm sure we all remember the first time our whole squad was obliterated by like a really big monkey, and that's just part of the world's flavor. 3 picks up and runs with the idea, giving us a fairly consistent stream of pit boss rare enemies, or elite monsters that can be challenged for great rewards. It's particularly good for a game with such an open class system, letting the player take their team's temperature at any point, organically. Side quests factor pretty heavily into the title, just like you'd expect. I mean, you can skate on by just doing colony quests for new classes, but a lot of the most impactful writing is tied up in small diversions. It's hard to describe in a clean-cut way that'll convey the importance, especially in a game this long, but the setting is particular enough that the writers can inject vignettes, moments of genuine beauty, and world building delivered through these NPCs and their interactions with your characters. I am going to ignore the merchant's name being Shill Shill, and we are going to have to be on the same page about that. Many are received by eavesdropping as well, like overhearing a problem and incidentally choosing to intervene, making a choice, like an Ouroboros would. You're thrust into the hero role, but find yourself swept up into it pretty organically through play incentives. It's no Xenoblade X, but neither are any of the games, and I think 3 does the best job making overland travel interesting for all the ways it's roping players in. Now, half the game's value is characters, so let's line them up. Noah's a little weird off the hop.
Noah.
He's a dutiful overseer, eternally level-headed, incredibly soft-spoken. There is for sure a reason for this, but I can't spoil. But he's also the resident swordmaster, Shulk-like, positionals and all. Plus, his sword is really suspicious. Talking roles in this title feels unnecessary on that note. Every character gets the option to swap to any known job on a whim, so healers can tank and vice versa. And I figure everyone plays around at least a little during a run, but it's worth mentioning that you can ultimately unlock super versions of the base classes by the endgame that can level up beyond other class limitations, and these characters all have fundamental stats that lead them into certain roles anyway. Lanz is never gonna be the best healer, but he's great at taking hits. Mio's the dodge tank, a longtime fighter in her colony whose time is running out, and the question of her legacy in this world haunts her.
These characters are so uncanny. Are you kidding me with these burritos?
Especially because her younger self was saved by a comrade. It's a pretty realistic unpacking of the helplessness, the weightlessness of purpose that comes in the face of death. Lanz is a bruv. I guess his most defining feature is that he's insatiable.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
Really continuing the tradition of Ryan. And sometimes in the field he'll scream,
Whoa! Got a rare doodah right here!
And really that makes him a contender for Character of the Year. Lance suffers with guilt over the death of a friend in childhood, and his fairly ungraceful role is a big meat shield. He's strong, but still somehow inadequate, and grapples with those feelings throughout the game. Senna is another DPS, this little girl with a giant hammer, and if your first thought is, that's anime and not, that's suspicious, and you played some of the other games, you might need to hit a remedial class. Senna, like Lance, also comes to terms with her own inadequacies, her hero worship of Mio, and her lack of self-esteem. But to be fair,
I'm the girl with the gun.
yes, so true! You know, you can hit a fat crit in battle, but that doesn't make you a complete person. The healers, Uni and Tyon, naturally have their own personal baggage. In Uni's case, she sees a corpse that looks way too familiar and feels a kind of prophetic connection to it that bugs her for the rest of the game. And Tyon has a similar story to Mio in that both are suffering with guilt over a lost comrade, only in Tyon's case it manifests as extremely risk-averse behavior. Alright, the Napon. Riku exists. I don't think I've ever seen a more suspicious character in a Xenoblade game.
People and Ouroboros also not changed.
I don't think I've ever heard a more suspicious character in a Xenoblade game. He happens to have an incredibly powerful sword that can cut anything. This is left unexplained in-game, which I'm assuming means we'll find out later for a small fee of $6.99. Minena is a Napon who can cook. Minena is a top-tier Beyblade. Combat starts out feeling pretty conventional in this entry, but that's only because it starts small. Your KBash troops, Noah, Lance, and Uni, recover their cooldowns naturally, so you're made to sit and wait after popping them. Agnian characters, on the other hand, can auto-attack to cut down cooldowns. Where have I seen this before? You can freely swap to any party member at any time, and it's helpful once you've run through your available abilities. Gives you greater control over mismanaged AI healers, for example. Now, some people have a hard time with 7 dudes being on screen at any time, but it's kind of like controlling your own gang. The class system complicates things. Now there's a whole additional skill menu for cross-class skills, so if you're a swordmaster, you can load up a healer move. I am dangerously close to busting. By the end of an absolute deluge of character building, from equipment to passive abilities from other classes, to borrowed skills, to tweaking the setup of your current class's skills, you can pretty finely tune the ultimate death squad. I mean, you can break this game over your knee if you're willing to try. And no, it's not as simple as like arithmetician in FFT, but it's getting there. And I can appreciate that. By the end, you're juggling quite a bit, from the usual micromanagement of positioning and auto-attack canceling to the meter management involved in team attacks. And how about them Ava units, huh? Where them mechs? What them mechs? When you've synced up enough with your partner, you can fuse into your Ouroboros form. This power-up mode has its own skill tree, by the way.
Check out the sickness! Check out the sickness!
And it's not much to talk about on its own. You can just jam auto-attacks and abilities back and forth and try to hit your finisher before the timer runs out. Ouroboros interacts with team attacks too. Basically, each round of a team attack starts by picking a focus character, which adds bonuses to the round, but if you finish the round successfully and fill up this bar, you'll get another round. And if you complete 2 Ouroboros partner character rounds, you'll unlock a fusion finisher. And this is all very complex, but the point is that the game rewards you for working together effectively in team attacks and gives you enormous quantities of brain chemical at a reasonable price. I've been putting this off for a while. Since it's impossible to really understand the story's events without the spoiler stuff, I'm just gonna launch in with the endgame reveals. So if you don't want to see that, please exit the video. Now, if you'd please open your textbook to page 1. The events of Xenoblade 3 happen explicitly because the 2 worlds that Klaus created by being stupid are about to collide. The effective matriarchs of those 2 realities, Melia and Nia, somehow find the means to communicate across dimensions via light. Okay. Due to some non-existent rule of astrophysics, aka source my ass, they could break through the 4th dimension to speak. Apparently, they set in motion a plan to codify all data in this light, and if the realities collide, the arc containing the data would effectively reboot the realities to their original states. See, this is what I'm talking about. Everything I just said is gobbledygook, but also it's true. Now, this is important. The hesitancy of the rulers and all this collected human data in the arc was so powerful that it created a new kind of energy. This created a being called Z, a sort of god willed into existence by collective wishes. So the final boss of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, being born of real human fears, he wants to build an endless now, a world forever frozen, stagnant but secure. And he doesn't freeze time ever again. That would have smoked the party later. Hate to see it. Z went to work rebuilding reality, but he could only build with what data was contained in the arc known as Origin. That's why everything in-game looks familiar, why the species are all the same. It's basically a series of repurposed ideas from previous games. See, I told you it was important! Z needs a few things to maintain this reality. Firstly, the flame clocks to keep life fueled by a cycle of perpetual violence. Short, barbaric, low education, and impossible to escape. Overseers even contributed the ether energy back into the cycle for him. He also needed the queens of either reality, so Nia and Melia, who wouldn't cooperate, leading him to make replicas, figureheads for the states that would inspire a kind of patriotism and servility. And lastly, a loyal military who would regulate his vision in the field. The Mobius, or consuls, petty lords who ruled over a given colony, second only to their respective queens symbolically, and Z in reality. The Mobius can siphon flame clock energy to empower themselves, and manipulate soldiers, making them see the party as monsters, for example. Mobius live outside the rules of the flame clock, but if they die for real. So to recap, Z created a stagnant reality wherein the lowest class of people are thrust into a cycle of endless war and strife with minimal education and whose lives are often cut short with no opportunities to grow. They're presided over by cruel taskmasters that literally use them as fuel, and the fundamental rules of regular human life don't apply to them. And all of this is watched over by a puppet figurehead the people are meant to love. But society itself is actually controlled by a very intricate, planned stagnation, so nothing progresses, while the person most capable of enacting change simply won't, too limited to meaningfully create and too disaffected to feel compelled otherwise. A passive member of the audience, a monument to waste. This is about the real world, isn't it? This is just an explicit critique of the ways our systems have ultimately enabled a wealth class of tax-sheltering goons to ferret away ridiculous, actually immoral sums of money with governments broadly in the pocket thanks to the lobby and other kinds of corruption and coercion, while the people who actually make up the broader society are too strapped for time and energy to fight back, and massively propagandized into thinking all of this is somehow normal. I am gonna scream. What else do you call it? It's peak. It's art. It's just says it all plain. Wow! But you gotta get to the ending to piece all of that together. Other little plot devices inform the events as well. Purple fog, the same chaotic energy that Z builds beings from, occasionally floods an area, and after a time it can explode, causing an annihilation event, or just obfuscate the vision of Mobius, for example. A lot of little things are just annoying, like the stone that turned the party into Ouroboros can only turn a small number of people into Ouroboros at a time. So it's like the party literally walked directly into the Nia-created JRPG Party Maker stone, which feels like an ungodly clumsy justification, but fine. What else is fine? Riku just has the sword that's the only weapon capable of destroying the flame clocks. Fine. As for the events of the on-screen plot, I know, Jesus Christ. Early on, the party meets Ethel, a hero that Noah recognizes. She sees the party as monsters due to Mobius interference, but it's disrupted by the purple fog that rolls in. That's a lot of plot device interaction, but this scene is for Lance, Senna, Tyon, and Uni to learn how to interlink, and they do. Noah pulls out Lucky 7 and destroys the colony's flame clock, and that sets most of the game on a little roller coaster to break the clocks. During your adventures, Ethel and her rival Kamaravi duel to the death, mostly due to Mobius influence again, but Kamaravi rips out his own eye, freeing himself of mind control, and the pair die doing what they loved most, killing each other, I guess. And the Mobius here interlink to stop the party, but end up exploding from linking too long. We're shown a pair of deaths, one human and deliberate, versus an incidental set of deaths that arise from cruelty, foolishness, and desperation. It's an underwhelming boss death, but it lionizes the value of choosing how to live, of existing not only with conviction, but as conviction. These characters knew who they were and what they wanted to be. They lived that life. It encourages the party to live a life of meaning. Later on, the party destroys a gigantic cannon, literally a weapon of oppression used by Mobius, and we confront N. I promise there's a reason for this. Also, the replica of Queen Melia, but ignore that. The humans we learned about very early on swoop in to take some human bodies contained in capsules, and this leads the party into discovering more about what life actually is. We're received pretty poorly by regular humans, viewed as thieves of opportunity to strike back at the Mobius. After all, for a band of humans who've only existed with hatred for their oppressors, we're nothing but posers. But we're the only Ouroboros around, so we're accepted in time. And not to interject or anything, but the party learns about and then it cuts to the beauty of life while every character on screen is thinking about I like to imagine the devs realized the scene could only happen with these characters who literally don't know how aging works, and they just snatched the opportunity, really plunged into it. A+. You're given a mission to rescue a comrade specifically because she can help with the quest. But after everything, a jailbreak, a whole ocean of content, this stupid pigtail idiot betrays you. This results in a confrontation between N and M, the two strongest Mobius. Hey, look over there real quick. More injection time! Noah and Mio are N and M, basically. Just like any other life caught in the loop, they've lived past lives and been reborn many times. But long before the plot began, Mio married Noah and had a child together, but Mio's time ran out and Noah couldn't take the pain. Z offered him a chance to join the Mobius Corps, and he did, but only because Z allowed Mio to join him, hence N and M. And the reason Noah and Mio exist in the main party is because N and M's souls split because the decision was so hard to make, it literally tore N in half. Mio as well, I guess. I'm not saying that's really extremely tacky. I'm saying it's like a big old band-aid. During the battle, M swaps consciousnesses with Mio, unbeknownst to N, and the party is captured and partially separated. N plans to send Mio off before killing Noah proper. Man, that prison scene hits different. On execution day, Mio's send-off day, N finally learns that he's actually sent his love off instead, which completely breaks him. Because it wasn't a trick. His own partner condemned herself to eternal death to escape him, or rather what he became. Also, he gets blowed up by interlinked form Lucky 7. The scene is obviously heavy in context. Stagnation can only foster so much love. N became a killer, a jailer, and an oppressor. It's a fitting name, N. Each Mobius reduced to a single letter. You can make lots of jokes about it. Watch out for the alphabet. Help, I'm being attacked by the alphabet mafia. Something tasteless or easy like that. It's the LGBTs. But they're reduced to a letter to signify the loss of their humanity. The traitor from earlier also tries to get a jab in, laughing as the secret human base is annihilated, only for Mio to Uno reverse her in real time, stating that she used M's powers from her Mobius body to warn and evacuate them long before the cannon was fired, which causes Shania to take her own life. Xenoblade 3 is more mature than the other games, or at least aspires to it. Characters swear, or would, but they were made, potentially by contract or for sales reasons, to keep profanity limited to in-universe slang. And that's unintentionally hilarious, especially out of these characters.
What the snuff is that? Bark off. More snuffy in water. It is snuffy in water.
How did that get there? It's also kind of surprising to watch someone do this on screen. Xenoblade games are very much about will and hope, and in their total absence, with again no social safety net, no love, no forgiveness, we get this scene. We get a lot of the lore I outlined earlier when we meet with Nia, but we're also made to fight childhood friend Yorin, the runt, the person so twisted by being given the opportunity to view his past lives before becoming Mobius. Seeing how much of a failure he always was, he manages to distort his friends in his own mind as just more people looking down on him. It's profoundly sad and something I struggle with myself, if people actually like me or if it's disingenuous, whether people are talking to me for clout or from a place of interest, whether what I do is good enough at all. And it's reassuring that I'm playing this particular title, a game informed by mountains, actual mountains of conceptual work, going all the way back to like university philosophy material, and feeling like I can connect in a deeper way to the on-screen content. I think all that drapery and inlaid jewelry and linen and trim is beautiful and interesting to read about, but I didn't play, Kanchian theory or whatever. I played Noah and Ko's adventure in finding meaning. That's why we made friends with Machina and rebuilt that city. That's why we made our own character and made lots of friends. That's why we sat around campfires, sharing little bits of ourselves and bonding. And that's why we're out here interlinking, kicking ass to make a better future. In-game anyway. Those will always be the important stories. So thank you, Nia, for your lore dump. It's very informative, but I got a game to beat. Nearing the final battle, you confront N one last time. Noah admits that he would have done the same for Mio. He doesn't blame N, but he's been given a chance that he won't squander, and he offers that chance to N. They fuse, and Noah's finally whole again. And in case you're 5 years old, Noah takes the time to explain that N is symbolic of regret, and he is symbolic of hope. Thank you. There's a big battle at the end. It's Xenoblade. We need the xenography, bro. You can't change the world unless it's being decimated by lasers and mechs. You just can't. Confronting Z is difficult. Genuinely, the battle is fittingly strenuous. Noah shatters the stage mid-battle. Nice little visual metaphor tie-in for a party changing the world and breaking up the endless drama of an undying existence. Maybe we all have a little Mobius inside of us. After destroying the living embodiment of late-stage capitalism, time's set to restart, which will set the worlds back and away with no real chance of collision for at least a millennium. Oh, there it is. There's the tears. It's been a while. Time resets and marches on. The journey reduced to a fleeting memory carried on the wind. There's a point where it stops being funny. I gave up cracking jokes in this vid so early on. I think it's pretty clear that Xenoblade struggles in the West. Sure, it's not dying out here, but weird Nintendo fans make a point of hating it out online alongside Fire Emblem all the time. I like to think those people haven't really engaged with the games. I mean, I barely have. A single play of each game, some research, and a script. It's kind of insane to handle media like that for one simple reason. Every one of these games told me to my face to get the fuck off the couch and talk to my friends, call my mother, appreciate my loved ones, breathe in nature, go out. But there I was, right? Stuck on a couch for 60 hours plus at a time, sinking the hours in and barely scraping by. And I'm still, right now, thinking, man, someone who is interested in me playing these is gonna hate this. Hate my coverage because it wasn't enough, or it was flippant, and you don't get to control that. If I've learned anything doing YouTube, you don't get to control how people react, no matter what you do. I like to think that everybody has worth, and I'm glad I got to play something with the same idea. Even the most obnoxious people can do valuable things. Even horrible people have an ounce of good. Even if they deserve annihilation and get it, the world is beautiful and we matter to each other. The world seems pretty agnostic about us. Any kind of meaning is sketched from the portraits people create from you in their mind. Xenoblade presents a simulacrum of reality with makeup pre-applied. You're another animal on this earth, and when you die, you'll return. But you'll have the power to choose, with whatever wiggle room you have, to strike out and make something, do something, connect, become, in that small, angry, flickering frame you've been cast in. Some people stumble for lack of help, some manage entirely on their own for a while, and those who succeed draw others to them or fall in by chance, give and take in return. Carve something out of what you will with what you can. It's hard to take novel meaning from Xenoblade when it's channeling a lived reality. I've been there, and I'm going. All that counts now is knowing where and moving on. I'm really tempted, looking at Future Redeemed, to do some kind of "Remember Xenoblade? I clapped when I saw Xenoblade" skit here, but it really is not the vibe. Future Redeemed tries very hard to endear fans and does its job well. Credit where it's due, you know? If you wanted to characterize the Xeno titles in a single word, I guess it'd have to be ambition. From Gears to Saga through the entire legacy of Blade, this is a series defined by its effort to push boundaries. It's obvious taking a simple glance at Xenogears and its impossible dev cycle, but that mere catastrophe birthed something that's persisted through generations. A life work. The Xenosaga trilogy laid bare the same compulsions that resulted in Gears' stripped self, a desire to shoot for the stars. And yeah, poor project management should be criticized, but it's possible that vision of a world beyond anything the gaming landscape had seen thus far was the fuel tank it needed and took jettisoning to land the series where it is today. It's been so many things, so many etches in a grand tapestry that to conclusively pay homage and move on is impossible. But damn it, Monolith Soft gets close. It's the most Xenoblade thing I've ever seen. Thank you, Takahashi-san. Future Redeemed is Xenoblade 3's major DLC, only as a funny prank, it's also a full-length RPG. Not like typical Xenoblade length, but frankly, my bones are withering and a brisk 20 sounds great. This adventure features a handful of new characters and a couple of old friends, Shulk and Rex. The DLC attempts to neatly tie the preceding games together and not X because Monolith Soft despises its own peak. It creates some questions, answers others, and really, it's more Xenoblade. If you liked 1 or 2 or 3, if you like the studio, it's a must-play. But the creative choices informing the title are worth highlighting. Future Redeemed casts newcomer Matthew as the leading elf in his struggle against the consoles and eventually Alpha, who fans will recognize as Alvis from the original Xenoblade game. Yeah, HOD.mp3, we'll get there. It's in the promo, it's not a spoiler. The conflict kicks off with Matthew, already established as a known hunter of consoles and breaker of flame clocks. Pretty strong start, love to see it. And the tension ratchets up as Matthew learns his sister is entangled in Alpha's machinations. He's joined by A, and they are looking pretty suspicious. Also, he beats up 2 children and they join up as well.
You scrap with me! I guess words ain't getting through to them. If they won't listen, I'll make them listen with my fists.
The lesson is to be children. There's a clockwork beauty to all of Monolith Soft's works. Little things that stick out, planned coincidences, etc. They pay attention to symbols and signifiers enough to create a conspiratorial air around the most basic of creative decisions. While the game features Alpha, aka Alvis, aka Ontos of the Trinity processor, the essence of God who stands distinct from Logos and Pneuma, the Son and the Holy Spirit respectively, and that's a whole can of worms by itself. It hands the player 3 pairs of characters, just like Xenoblade 3, but in the base game, those groups are treated like romantic pairs. Future Redeemed instead gives us past, present, and future by way of the heroes of past games and the future in their children. Matthew and A really only exist in the now, a contemporary warrior and a person brought into existence by chance. You may have realized that Future Redeemed predates the base game's events, as flame clocks and consoles are still a part of the world. And indeed, for those wondering what Matthew's relevance is to the series as a whole, he simultaneously grounds the events in this exact period generations before 3 proper, acts as a reference to Fei Fong Wong, the protag of Xenogears and rough around the edges punch guy extraordinaire, and ties into 3 via Van Damme, N and M, Monica, Gondor. He's a perfect figurehead for the game, even if I didn't see it immediately. I mean, whoever this is, guy walks into a settlement alongside 2 of the greatest heroes of the known universe and starts talking about shufties. Sir, I live in North America. What the f*** is a shufti? Just got off the phone with Britain. Apparently it's a break, which is why I've never heard of one. Moving to play, I have no complaints. If you make it this far in the series, you have nothing left to complain about but yourself. Take a good long look in that mirror, you disgusting wretch. Xenoblade is Xenoblade. Wide open spaces that convey the warm, enduring strength of the natural world and affirm humankind as a part of it. Not the main characters of the universe, even if you happen to play them sometimes, but flickering forms and identities that strut their time upon the stage and are heard no more. You know, worm food. It's always been a beautiful series, limited as it is by the hardware it's chained to, but lengthy MMO-style gameplay will never not be suitable for a series that cares as much as it does about the natural world. You're going to take in the scenery. You're going to struggle through long battles because you know what? You're a human being. and humans are animals, just like everything else in this ecosystem. Future Connected doesn't adjust play radically the way Torna did. It doesn't even really simplify things over much. It mostly strips the class system and introduces a somewhat streamlined progression path, so your character is gonna end up as that character, not something completely unfitting. And I can respect feeling compelled to focus on these people as individuals, maintain the identity, and the branding during play. I can't imagine Rex healing. I don't think he can see over his tit line, let alone the puny mortals scurrying under him. Man needs his job. Leave it alone. Progression's a little funny. Basically, you either run to the end and have nothing, or you do literally everything and have a totally broken set of characters. I tried to get out into the world, scavenging and doing quests for people, but all I got was 2 or 3/4 into any character's skill tree. Guess they can't pat your ass and change your diaper for you, but I mean, offers open. Otherwise, play is more or less identical. I could spell out the minutia, but you know what's up. You move in, build up, bust, battle over battle.
Love these animations, dude. So violent. Ooh, Mega Crash!
Pick fights with enemies, bigger enemies, or even bigger enemies. Sometimes you get jumped and die.
I'm just gonna...
You might criticize 3's team attacks over their relative solvedness, you know, how you can boil down each one, regardless of which characters pop up in a given, team attack order, to ideal selections that funnel play into a predictable pattern. And once again, I am bringing up that Rex crit big. Let's take a look at the characters more seriously. Matthew's story revolves around finding his sister, Nael, going out and protecting others, being a paragon of his people. Real Chad business. Matthew is a damage character, hits hard, stays mobile. He's built to dish out increasingly quick, successive, skillful strikes, whipping into a maelstrom of damage, theoretically. Regardless of how it plays out, and big surprise he's overshadowed by Rex, Matthew's abilities accurately depict someone driven to tear down his foes and fight for the future, like the indomitable human spirit made manifest. A is a little bizarre. First off, sword healer.
Probably quite, yes.
And really, they have very little to do with Matthew specifically, aside from aligning goals, so the chemistry is mildly strained. At least they let you pair up whoever you want with whoever you want in the menus, so, those pairs don't necessarily matter so much.
The sun's already hanging high in the sky, Matthew.
8 charisma, huh? Hate to see it. A doesn't get a ton of time to shine per se, and happens to be a big spoiler character, but hey, in for a penny, in for a pound. A is Alva's, or Alpha's discarded consciousness, meaning that, yeah, Alva's didn't go evil or whatever, the soul's right here, and their moveset reflects the character well enough. It's definitely more alien than any other set of skills, so yeah, good work. Shulk's gone full Dunban, shifting into the tank role and even copying his moves. And I love that. I've said enough about Shulk in the first section of the video, okay? This is exactly what I want to look like. This is the best character I've ever seen in a Xeno game. It's like a better me is standing right there, building his own Monado-like sword, leading his people, losing an arm. Oh yeah, baby. I think I'm having a vision. Rex really redeemed himself, huh? Monolith Soft heard thousands of people complaining about Rex and had to make them all look stupid in one big crit. Be careful who you make fun of in middle school is one thing, but this design is just calling every Rex hater a for real. Yeah, you at 40, your back is gonna be and you'll have a gut and twiggy legs, and nobody will respect you generally. Like, damn, Takashi, lay off the gremlins. They ain't know any better. They're not well. Nicole is quite visibly related to Shulk. No reason to spoiler tag anything. He's incapable of summoning a blade like other characters, so he fights with his weird backpack contraption in the tank role. I love what his character is, even if I'm not blown away by his overall presence.
Not me. I can't.
8 charisma, huh? Hate to see it. Nicole has a hard time relating to others, and because of his particular inability, was more or less an outcast in society. People read him as neurodivergent, and frankly, I'm not here to contest that. Come on, man, step up. Ask about his OCs. Nickel's quiet and reserved, but comes alive in combat, where he happens to demonstrate his value via his backpack, so he's able to matter in this incredibly stacked roster purely through the charisma and mechanical efficacy of his hobby/hyperfixation. And he's carrying the legacy of the young, down-to-earth tinkerer Shulk on his back. Literally? Holy
Mamma mia!
Peak! Glimmer is a little rough off the hop. She's fairly aggro, not super cooperative right away, not super personable.
She killed a dog.
Makes time for Nickel in a way I think is basically uncharacteristic of this kind of person, but fair enough. Glimmer's a healer, and like A, odd? I mean, she's playing that spear like an instrument. Why even? Who made this device and why? The Mixer's sort of a healing bard, which at first I thought was insane. Why, what, and other such W's, but then you realize, like Nickel, she's the child of a character important to Xenoblade, specifically Rex and Pyra, with Pyra being a softened version of her base self, Mithra. Glimmer's personality has some precedent. It's good to see Pyra's child naturally proficient at healing instead of something more violent, thereby relieved of ever having to undergo anything like Mithra did, a being with too much power to control and too much responsibility for one soul. Anyway, her little father-daughter arc with Rex is nice, I guess. Glad that guy isn't great at everything, right? No man should have it all. And God knows he's got enough. The story of Future Redeemed is pretty lengthy, and in a way, Torna wasn't. I want to use Torna as a comparison because I think really highly of it, and this just ain't that. But they're doing different things. It budgets a ton of its runtime to long exposition dumps and girthy cutscenes, and it's hard to argue with. You'd only be playing this title if you cared a lot about Xenoblade, yeah? Like, got through at least 2 or 3 before buying it. So the package, the actual game, is a lot more of the lore, connections, the saga thus far, than any kind of meaningful push for Xeno gameplay perfection. It's fine and it's fun, but you spend a lot of time sifting through text boxes, buyer beware, and even with its limited runtime, it tries to cram so much in. It tells the story of how Shulk and Rex came to Ionios. It shows them teaming up with Z in a temporary truce to obliterate Alpha and failing to do so. It tries to fit Alvis alongside Shulk and Rex's children alongside the A-plot of Matthew finding his sister Nael. It's a full whirlwind to experience, more than most of the other games. Think of Torna again, okay, where Adam and Mithra and Hugo, etc. mostly take a back seat to the relationship between Jin and Laura. That's not what's happening here. The threads are tense and constantly being tapped for more. It's like plot constipation, and very easy to forget details between long play sessions broken up with long sequential cutscenes. Because it's so new and only truly relevant to longtime Xeno fans, I don't intend to discuss the entirety of the plot's events. I will say that it answers a ton of questions from 3, specifically, including the origin of Lucky 7, Riku, and others, does its due diligence, right? But also sets the stage for Xeno's future. I've gone over my work, and people I know, like more than one, maintain that I seemed burned out by Xenoblade 3 and clearly had more fun in previous games. And that's true, but also because I really value what Xenoblade X and Torna did specifically. I'm not as big a Xeno head as other people. It's a fantastic series, but I'm not about to write, as someone who likes writing, an intensely multifaceted piece of fiction that plays with high-minded conceptual things like whole souls residing in the consciousnesses of other people, or merging worlds, or Trinity processors and their physical embodiments, or the souls of people having will that can effectively manifest change in the world. That's a lot to grapple with. Tales of mythic proportion, gods, and the mortals that defy them. That's not the fiction I really crave or desire to write, and it's why I focus so much more on people and their relationships and dynamics when I look at the Xeno games, at the drama and key features, because so much of this stuff blows right by as I'm experiencing it. And 3, Future Redeemed included, has been a celebration of all that madcap conceptual stuff and deeply sci-fi premises. It's still fascinating to watch the Rube Goldberg machine go, at least. Future Redeemed's central conflict revolves around Zed and Alpha, really, until the party rolls in and takes the future back for humanity. Zed wants to create an endless now, pure stagnation, but Alpha, Alvis, stripped of his consciousness and therefore raw, cold logic, wants to advance the cause of humanity, but specifically by departing with the currently free humans to a new planet, leaving those swept up in the flame clock cycle to their rot. Austerity politics, basically, ignoring those in need of help because Alpha believes in radical advancement with no regard for the past. The party, naturally being human and therefore opposed to machine sociopathy, dares to fight for the future just how you'd expect. No different from Xenogears, no different from Xenosaga or any of the Blade ending sequences. By this point, I'm not so much burned out as been there, done that, but I'm glad Monolith Soft got their chance to make this game. It's not every studio that has an opportunity to honor their own work and fans simultaneously with an epic send-off. It's not every series that gets a "where are they now" scenario and redeems the image of characters past, fleshes them out beyond their time in the light, and hands the reins of the future to their children. That's a very rare and powerful thing to experience in any kind of fiction. I wouldn't dare to take away from or co-opt some kind of definitive reaction from the people this title is aimed at. Xeno has been and is going. Imagine making a series so thoroughly concerned with life that manages to replicate its subject through the years.